Happen. So we're live again, ladies and gentlemen, here on YouTube. Nobody's listening right now because I just went live, so we haven't had anything happen yet. I'm gonna wait to start the video until a few people join. Well, we're just going to play Eric Dubé's latest video, and I know you, all you flats and globies, love Eric Dubé as much as I do. Whatever that means. Start right now. Some people will come back and listen to the intro. Like when you click on the link after the video's done, then it starts playing immediately. If there's dead air, then you won't hear a goddamn thing except for me just talking about how I'm going to play this video. Here. Hope I got the right video set up. No, that's not it. Oh, I knew I messed that up. Shellac. Oh, here it is. Forgive me, you all. It's late Saturday night. I think I got it this time.
Flat Earth has long been denigrated, derided, and disparaged as being the most crackpot of all conspiracy theories, marginalized, mocked, and ridiculed for centuries as being an ignorant, ancient, unscientific worldview. But the facts of the matter are far from what you have been told. When thoroughly examined and diligently researched with an open mind, any skeptical, critical thinker will find it is actually the tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball Earth promoted by NASA and taught in schools that is truly ridiculous and unscientific. The following are 20 ways anyone can prove for themselves that Earth is a level, stationary plane. 1. Common sense. It cannot be overstated or overemphasized. The most important thing to realize and most obvious way to know you are not spinning on a ball is your own common sense and lived experience. You have always and will always experience yourself as living right side up on a motionless Earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around you. This is common sense, and what everyone in the world personally experiences every day of their lives. We are taught to believe otherwise, however, many things completely contrary to our own common sense and experience from a very early age. We are told that people living down under the spinning ball Earth in Australia are actually living upside down relative to those residing in the northern hemisphere, while an invisible force, strong enough to hold people, buildings, and oceans stuck to the underside of a rapidly rotating ball, but weak enough to allow birds, bugs, and planes to take off and fly with ease, keeps Earth's atmosphere spinning in perfect balance and holds everyone firmly to the surface without crushing us. We can clearly see that the horizon is horizontal, but we are told it curves. We can feel that the Earth under our feet is motionless, but we are told it moves. We can observe the luminaries revolving around us, but we are told it is us that revolves. It is obvious that stars are stars, but we are told that stars are suns. We can see the sun is bigger than the stars, but we are told stars are bigger than the sun. We can see the sun and moon are the same size, but we are told the sun is 400 times larger. It is obvious that up is up and down is down, but we are told there is no such thing. As stated by flat earth author David Wardlaw Scott, with the modern astronomer, there is theoretically neither up nor down, though his experience belies his assertion every time he looks up to the heavens or down to the ground. Such aberration of intellect is really to be pitied. The 3rd century philosopher Lactantius was similarly perturbed about the idea, stating, "A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground? The ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believed to be hanging from the earth without support. Truly, the idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of earth, while others are tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is utter absurdity and an affront to common sense. In fact, common sense is the first casualty of globe belief. No child or unindoctrinated man would ever conclude or even conceive, if given to their own devices, based on their own personal observations, that Earth was a spinning ball revolving around the sun. When children are indoctrinated from a very early age to abandon their common sense and lived experience of a geocentric plain Earth in favor of this nonsensical, heliocentric globe model taught in schools, a schism occurs in their psyche. No longer can they trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, taught by supposed experts and authority figures who insist their version of reality is correct. When children see that every adult around them believes wholeheartedly in the spinning globe, and hear that only our ignorant, unscientific ancestors believed otherwise, they readily abandon the empirical evidence of their senses and adopt the prevailing nonsensical model. As stated by flat earth author E. Eschini, the one thing the fable of the revolving earth has done, it has shown the terrible power of a lie. A lie has the power to make a man a mental slave, so that he dares not back the evidence of his own senses, to deny the plain and obvious movement of the sun he sees before him. When he feels himself standing on an earth utterly devoid of motion, at the suggestion of someone else, he is prepared to accept that he is spinning furiously round. When he sees a bird flying and gaining over the ground, he is prepared to believe that the ground is really traveling a great number of times faster than the bird. And finally, in order to uphold the imagination of a madman, he is prepared to accuse his maker of forming him a sensiferous lie. 2. Fake photographs. One of the main reasons the average person believes the world is a globe is because of the globular Earth images and video footage provided by NASA and other space agencies. Hundreds of such pictures and thousands of videos featuring a globe Earth are freely available on the internet, yet most people never critically examine them with a skeptical eye. From the earliest photographs to the latest live streams, NASA and the world's other space agencies continue to be exposed for their Hollywood-style trickery. When conscientiously compared, contrasted, and investigated for inconsistencies, it turns out every single image and video showing a globular Earth has been manipulated in some way. All globe videos, for example, are achieved using either a fisheye lens to curve the horizon or created completely through CGI technology. One clear instance of the latter is NASA's 1990 time-lapse video of Earth supposedly filmed by their Galileo space telescope from 1.3 million miles away. This video features the Earth globe spinning in space uncut for 25 hours and shows the exact same clouds present without ever dissipating, changing shape or location the entire time. In reality, if you watch clouds in the sky for several minutes, three things will inevitably happen. The clouds will all move, some will morph, gradually changing shape, and others will dissipate and disappear completely. In NASA's official footage of the spinning ball Earth, however, the entire world's cloud cover doesn't dissipate, morph, or move for 25 hours, which is, of course, impossible, and proof of fakery. A good example of fisheye lens fakery is the famous 2012 GoPro Red Bull jump, where skydiver Felix Baumgartner was lifted to a record-breaking 128,000 feet in a stratospheric balloon, then jumped back to Earth. 7 GoPro cameras on the outside of the craft and strapped to Felix himself recorded the entire ascent and descent. Astute observers will notice that from ground level all the way up to the 24-mile apex, the horizon is significantly curved and remains equally so for the entire ascent. This is because the curve is artificial and being caused by the GoPro camera's standard-issue fisheye lens. Once Felix reaches his peak altitude and the door of his craft opens, an inside camera mounted behind him without a fisheye lens reveals the truth, showing a perfectly flat horizon still at eye level, 128,000 feet high. As for the hundreds of supposed photographs available of the globe, NASA readily admits that these are composite images and not actual photographs. They claim the composites are made by taking strips of data sent from satellites, spliced together in Photoshop, and colorized for the final creation. NASA's senior program analyst and lead data visualizer, Robert Simon, admitted in an interview that they are photoshopped because they have to be. When compared side by side and viewed with a discerning eye, the inconsistencies become obvious. The coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents drastically changes between images, and they often feature far too little land mass for 50% of a globe. Several of NASA's blue marble Earth images have repeat instances of exact cloud patterns clearly copied and pasted into place. Computer enhancements done on Earth images taken during the Apollo missions also show similar photo trickery. When hues are removed from the black backgrounds and brightness enhanced, distinct rectangular artifacts appear around the globe where they were pasted in, again proving them to be doctored composites. Furthermore, when NASA's Earth pictures are compared with those from the Russians, Chinese, and other space agencies, the differences become evident, and the fact that they are all simply Photoshop images becomes obvious. If NASA and the world space agencies could provide real, legitimate photographs and videos of a globe, they most certainly would. So the fact that they continue producing and pumping out nothing but fisheye fakery and CGI cartoons is strong evidence that Earth is not what they claim. 3. Water. The natural physics of water are that once contained and undisturbed, the surface will always remain horizontal. This fundamental physical property of water is why it has been used as a leveling tool by builders and engineers for millennia. Whether in a bucket, bathtub, pond, lake, or an ocean, the surface of water at rest always remains flat and doesn't have the ability to show convexity or any shape whatsoever upon its surface. This fact is easily demonstrable and empirically verifiable, but completely at odds with what we are told about the globe. For Earth to be globular and over 70% covered in water, the oceans must be somehow curving around and sticking to all sides of a rapidly spinning ball suspended in space. It is simply impossible to make water behave this way. As anyone can experiment for themselves, bodies of water will not stick to the underside of a ball and cannot show convexity or any other shape upon their surface. Globe defenders will often point to water droplets, meniscus, surface tension, or adhesion, claiming these are examples of water bending or sticking to a surface, which is nothing but a fallacy of false equivalency, as these only happen at a very small scale, the size of a coffee cup. The claim is entire oceans wrapping around and sticking to the underside of a spinning ball, not a water droplet or the meniscus in a glass filled to the brim. NASA has also recently taken to faking CGI water balls using augmented virtual reality technology in an attempt to convince the public that water can behave this way. This kind of demonstration, done in a reference frame inaccessible to 99.99% of the population, however, is unrepeatable by the world's scientists and skeptics, and is therefore not scientific or permissible as proof of anything. First, they claim only massive objects the size of Earth have this attractive property. Then, as evidence, they show a phenomenon allegedly outside of our earthly reference frame. In other words, they are claiming bodies of water can bend around, stick to a ball, and show curvature upon their surface, but only at a scale too big for the public to recreate. Then they are claiming water can ball up and float suspended in air, but only in a reference frame too far for the public to recreate. As for water level, globe defenders have actually attempted to completely redefine the term level just to fit with their dogma. The true definition of level is a flat, horizontal plane with no deviation in elevation along its surface. Water always reliably seeks and maintains its own level, and that is why it has been used in spirit levels and construction projects from time immemorial to create perfectly horizontal structures, no matter their size. Globe zealots, however, unsatisfied with this obvious truth and clear definition, have attempted to redefine level to instead mean curved. Their globe-friendly version of level means equal heights around a ball when measured from a central point. The fact of the matter is, however, that nobody has ever reached this hypothetical center point of the hypothetical Earth globe, so their redefined term cannot be tested or falsified. Until that day, rest assured there is good reason we call it sea level and not sea curve. 4. The horizon. The horizon is always perfectly horizontal, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. If Earth was actually a globe, no matter how large, as an observer ascended, the horizon would remain fixed in position and fall below the observer the higher climbed. In reality, all amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage filmed without a fisheye lens at maximum altitudes of over 20 miles high show a completely flat horizon still rising to eye level. Only in NASA and other space agency footage does the horizon ever curve or appear below the observer's eye level. In the heliocentric model, the horizon is claimed to be the physical curvature of their globe, and the reason boats receding from a shore-bound observer disappear from view. This was actually one of the original alleged globe-Earth proofs presented by Aristotle and still parroted by believers today. But by using modern zoom technology, we now know that the horizon is not the physical curvature of a globe, and those boats can be zoomed back into full view. This is because the horizon is not an objective physical phenomenon at all, but rather a subjective optical phenomenon based on an individual observer's perspective. If the horizon was actually the objective physical curvature of a globe, then objects receding beyond it could not be zoomed back into view, and it would remain fixed as an observer ascended. In reality, however, the horizon rises along with the observer no matter how high, and modern zoom technology can bring objects receding beyond it back into full view. This proves the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing line of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, on the shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was directed to a large steamer just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually, the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon, until, at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon sea-going steamers, and always with results entirely incompatible with the theory that the Earth is a globe. 5. Gyroscopes. Gyroscopes are precision instruments consisting of a wheel mounted inside 2 or 3 gimbals which provide pivoting support and allow the wheel to rotate about a single axis. As the entire contraption moves and shifts angles, the gimbals move and shift accordingly, but the inner wheel never changes its angle with respect to its initial reference frame. This unique property is called rigidity in space, meaning the inner wheel maintains its orientation and axis of rotation in relation to space and not to the surface of the Earth. This means that the base of a gyroscope set in motion with its axis in a vertical position, then placed on a table for 6 hours, should rotate 90 degrees with the spinning globe Earth. As the globe turns under the gyroscope for 6 hours, the axis should slowly turn from vertical to horizontal. This experiment has been tested many times with several full-length videos available online, and never does the gyroscope's vertical axis shift whatsoever. If the heliocentric model were true, not only would the gyroscope detect the alleged 1,000-mile-per-hour spin of the globe, but also the 67,000-mile-per-hour revolution around the sun, the entire solar system's 500,000-mile-per-hour spiral around the Milky Way galaxy, and the entire galaxy's multi-million-mile-per-hour journey through the universe. Since these hypothetical motions never register on precision gyroscopes, it is clear that they, just like the spinning ball Earth they're based on, do not exist. Gyroscopes are also the technology behind inertial guidance systems and airplane artificial horizon indicators. When military jets are performing loops, barrel rolls, and other dogfighting maneuvers, the artificial horizon allows pilots to easily see their exact orientation relative to Earth without having to rely on looking out the window. If Earth was truly a sphere, by simply flying level, airplane artificial horizon indicators should show a steady decline unless pilots constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as not to fly straight off into so-called outer space. For example, a pilot traveling 500 miles per hour over a globe Earth 24,900 miles in circumference would have to descend an average of 2,777 feet, or over half a mile per minute. Otherwise, in 1 hour's time, the plane would be 31.5 miles higher than desired. In fact, if Earth was really a ball, there should be no reason to use rockets for flying into outer space, because simply flying an airplane straight at any altitude for long enough would already inevitably send you there. 6. Compasses. The mariner's compass is another precision instrument which can only work on a level plane Earth, and is an impossible and nonsensical tool for use on a globe. It simultaneously points north and south over a flat surface, and must be held flat to work, yet claims to be pinpointing 2 constantly moving geomagnetic poles at opposite ends of a spinning sphere originating from a hypothetical molten metal core. If compass needles were actually drawn to the North Pole of a globe, the opposing south needle would actually be pointing up and off into outer space. Likewise, observers holding a compass in Antarctica would be at the bottom of the ball, so to show north, the needle would have to point down at their feet. If the so-called South Pole in Antarctica were truly the southern pole of a magnet, observers would be able to walk in a circle with their backs to the South Pole and have their compass needles show north being in front of them in every direction. This feat has never and will never be achieved because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball earth. The actual type of magnetism present on Earth is similar to a ring magnet found in loudspeakers, which have a central north pole, with the opposite south pole being all points along the outer circumference. This perfectly describes the magnetism of our flat Earth, whereas the alleged source of magnetism in the globe model is emitted from a hypothetical molten magnetic core in the center of the ball, which they claim conveniently causes both poles to constantly move and thus forever evade independent verification at their two ceremonial poles. 7. Plain sailing. Ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry, making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constantly glaring inaccuracies. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea, Navigation in Theory and Practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest, thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe." 8. Construction. Surveyors, engineers, architects, and builders are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Plumb bobs are used to establish plumb vertical datums, with spirit levels then used to establish horizontal datums and lay flat foundations across great expanses. If Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, builders would find themselves constantly deviating from both their established vertical and horizontal datum lines. But in reality, canals, railways, bridges, tunnels, and other large projects are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature, and no deviation from established datums. As stated by surveyor T. Westwood in Earth Review magazine, quote, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles, each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature." The Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is one clear proof of both the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. Another good example is the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge, the longest bridge in the world, just over 102 miles long, which runs parallel to the Yangtze River and connects the Shanghai and Nanjing provinces. This bridge is approximately the same length as the Suez Canal, and was also built without factoring the alleged curvature of the Earth. If Earth was actually a globe 24,900 miles in circumference, spherical trigonometry dictates that the center of both the Suez Canal and the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge would bulge over 1,666 feet higher than either end. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle." Railroads are another example of large-scale construction projects spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, working from an established datum line and without deviating for the entire length. The Manchester Ship Canal Company, in an official statement published in Earth Review magazine, confirmed, quote, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal, and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth." As an example, the London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. But if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with its center point at Birmingham raising over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years, published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 9. Long-distance photography. We are consistently able to observe objects at incredibly long distances, far beyond what would be possible if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions. By inputting the observer height and distance viewed into an Earth curvature calculator, it is easy to check how much a target should be obstructed on a globe Earth. For example, it is often possible to see the Chicago skyline from sea level 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. In 2015, after photographer Joshua Nowicki photographed this phenomenon, several news channels quickly claimed his picture to be a superior mirage, an atmospheric anomaly caused by temperature inversion. While these certainly do occur, the skyline in question was facing right side up and clearly seen, unlike a hazy, illusory mirage, and on a ball Earth 24,900 miles in circumference should be a full 2,400 feet below the horizon. In Genoa, Italy, from only 70 feet above sea level, on clear days, it is possible to see the distant islands of Elba, Gorgona, Caprea, and Corsica, which are 81, 99, 102, and 125 miles away. If Earth was truly a globe of given proportions, all 4 islands could never be visible for such an observer, and would be hidden behind 3,300, 5,200, 5,600, and 8,700 feet of curved water. From Anchorage, Alaska, at an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days, both Mount Foraker and Mount McKinley can be seen in their entirety, standing straight from base to summit with the naked eye from 120 and 130 miles away, respectively. If Earth was really a ball of given circumference, both mountains should be leaning back away from the observer, with the lower half of each mountain completely obstructed from view. Based on verifiable curvature calculations, 7,719 feet of Mount Foraker's 17,400-foot summit and 9,220 feet of Mount McKinley's 20,320-foot summit should be hidden behind a giant bulge of curved globular earth. The current record-breaking longest-distance zoom photograph recently captured Pic Gaspard from Pic de Finestrelles, a whopping 275 miles away, with an observer height of approximately 9,000 feet, from which, based on correct curvature calculations, the entire 12,740-foot mountain should be invisible behind nearly 6 miles of curved earth. Even more recently, flat earthers like J. Tolan Media have been filming using infrared zoom cameras at high altitudes to capture lakes, mountains, and other landmarks up to an incredible 1,000 miles away. If Earth was really a globe the size we are told, many of the landmarks photographed would be hidden behind upwards of 70 miles of curved earth. 10. Lighthouses. The distance from which various lighthouse lights around the world are visible at sea also far exceeds what could be found on a globe of given proportions. For example, the Dunkirk light in southern France, at an altitude of 194 feet, is visible from a boat 10 feet above sea level, 28 miles away. Spherical trigonometry dictates that if Earth was a globe with the given curvature rate, this light should be hidden 190 feet below the horizon. The Port Nicholson light in New Zealand is 420 feet above sea level and visible from 35 miles away, where it should be 220 feet below the horizon. The Agero light in Norway is 154 feet above high water and visible from 28 statute miles, where it should be 230 feet below the horizon. The light at Madras on the Esplanade is 132 feet high and visible from 28 miles away, where it should be 250 feet below the line of sight. The Cordonin light on the west coast of France is 207 feet high and visible from 31 miles away, where it should be 280 feet below the line of sight. The light at Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland, is 150 feet above sea level and visible at 35 miles, where it should be 491 feet below the horizon. The lighthouse steeple of St. Botolph's Parish Church in Boston is 290 feet tall and visible from over 40 miles away, where it should be hidden a full 800 feet below the horizon. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England is 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. The Cape Legulas Lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level, and can be seen for over 50 miles. If the world was a globe, this light would fall 1,400 feet below an observer's line of sight. And finally, the lighthouse at Port Said, Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet, has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, where according to modern astronomy, it should be 2,182 feet below the line of sight. 11. Impossible atmosphere. If Earth was truly a globe, constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, it stands to reason that helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. For example, during the Red Bull Stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead actually landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. Likewise, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west on an eastward spinning ball. In actual fact, however, whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, sometimes directly back into the muzzle. To account for this problem, globe defenders claim that gravity somehow magically and inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height where this progressively faster and faster spinning atmosphere gives way to the non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of supposed infinite vacuum space. NASA refuses to answer at what altitude this impossible feat allegedly happens, but the effect such a transition would have on a craft traversing it would be disastrous. It is also scientifically refuted by the simple fact that vacuums cannot exist connected to non-vacuums while maintaining the properties of a vacuum. As anyone who has punctured an aerosol can knows, 2 adjacent pressure systems, not separated by some kind of barrier or membrane, will equilibrate. If gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth, that would mean the atmosphere at the poles would be spinning at 0 miles per hour, while over the mid-latitudes it would be spinning around 500 miles per hour, and gradually faster until reaching the equator, where Earth and the atmosphere would be spinning together at over 1,000 miles per hour. Not only would this gravitized atmosphere increase speed from poles to the equator, but would also necessarily progressively increase speed the higher the altitude. In reality, however, the atmosphere at every point on Earth is equally unaffected by this alleged force, as it has never been measured and is proven non-existent by the ability of airplanes to fly unabated in any direction without experiencing any such atmospheric changes. Landing airplanes on such fast-moving runways, facing all manner of directions, north, south, east, west, and otherwise, would also be practically impossible. Not to mention rain, fireworks, birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, balloons, and projectiles would all behave very differently if the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning. Tests were conducted in the 19th century with cannons facing each of the cardinal directions, which proved Earth and its atmosphere are not spinning. If they were, then north and south-facing cannons would establish a control, while east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, the distance covered is always the same. Common sense tells us if Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, this should somewhere, somehow, be seen, heard, felt, or measured by someone, yet no one in history has ever experienced this alleged eastward motion. Meanwhile, however, we can hear, feel, and experimentally measure even the slightest westward breeze. Furthermore, clouds, wind, and weather patterns casually and unpredictably meander every which way, with clouds often traveling in opposing directions at varying altitudes simultaneously. This is altogether incompatible with the theory of a rapidly rotating Earth and atmosphere. 12. Flight times. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then the average commercial airliner traveling 500 miles per hour should never be able to reach its eastward destinations before they come speeding up from behind. Likewise, westward destinations should be arrived at thrice the speed, but this is not the case. In reality, the differences between eastbound and westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a spinning globe. As Gabrielle Henriette stated in her book Heaven and Earth, if flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. If the Earth rotates, as it is said,
Is this like a 24-hour finale of the Music Bot tonight?
At only
Or in all day? Like,
it is obvious
seriously?
that its
All
place
day?
of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the direction opposite to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour, instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to
What, you don't like that or something?
It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000
I mean,
miles
I'm the
per
one who pretty
which is
much
supposed to be
introduced
that of
Music
the
Bot
Earth's
to this
rotation,
live stream and
has
stuff,
recently
but
been achieved.
unfortunately,
So that
when
an
we
aircraft
overuse
flying
it,
at this
it
rate
kills
in
the
same
chat.
direction as that of
There's a
the
reason why there's
would not
nobody
cover
in
any
here.
ground
They've
at
been
all.
doing this all day
It would
long.
remain suspended in midair over the spot from
Oh,
which
I
it came out,
totally agree.
since both
If I
speeds
click
are
on
equal.
YouTube and I see the
The
little
spinning
Music
globe model
Bot
dictates that Earth and its
icon on the
atmosphere
thumbnail,
will be
I don't
moving
even
together
listen most of the
1,000
time.
miles per hour at the equator, and
It's
for the
one thing to
distance
like play
approaching
a 2
zero
or
for such
5 or
local
10
areas.
minute even
The
thing.
following
It's
example
another to
can all take
play
place at the
like full
mid-latitudes,
on,
where the globe
long
model
ass
claims
fucking
that Earth and
videos.
its atmosphere should be moving together
Yep,
at
and lately
approximately
they're all
500
the
miles
same
per hour,
ones too,
the
so
same as
it's,
the average flight speed
but
of a
whatever.
commercial airliner. Flights from Los Angeles to New York City, traveling east with the alleged rotation of the Earth, take an average of 5.5 hours, for instance, so the return flight west should only take 2¾ hours. But in fact, the average New York City to LA flight actually takes upward of 6 hours, a time totally inconsistent with the spinning globe model. Flights eastward with the alleged spin of the Earth
Does it
from
just keep
Tokyo to Los
playing
Angeles
until somebody
take an
stops
average
it or
of
what?
10
Yeah, I'll
hours.
stop it.
Therefore, return
Oh, that's all
flights
good.
westward against the alleged spin should take an average of 5¼ hours.
No, just start talking.
Oh man. Yeah, man. So how are you tonight, Lou?
I'm all right. I had a pretty amazing conversation with my daughter tonight. She's about to turn 9, but this this girl beats most Globers in intellectual capacity. I can tell you that for sure.
I can believe it. I've got a 7-year-old who's pretty darn sharp too.
Yeah, we talked about a lot of stuff, like really deep stuff, not just flat Earth, but we talked a little bit about that too. Yeah. No, like I have certain worries because she is very influential at the, not influential, I guess indoctrinatable. She's a sponge. But so like they don't really have full, like she's got pretty good discernment. She understands what makes sense and what doesn't. But for somebody who's more advanced in that type of stuff, in sophistry, globe logic, they like to play on the heartstrings, on the emotions, and especially she's a girl, and she's young, and that's what they're doing to the kids right now. That's what they're doing to them in school, on social media, and I don't have full control over what she watches. So I have to try to squash that stuff a little bit. Make sure that she understands what she's looking at.
Oh yeah, there's some creepy stuff I found my daughter watching. She doesn't know it's creepy, but I look at it and I'm like, man, why is that picture on the thumbnail? And that's for kids, you say? She's like, yeah, what's wrong with it? I'm like, why is it just, just the things I've seen have been quite.
Yeah, well, I mean, my daughter believes in flat Earth, and even though at her primary place where she lives with her mom, sure, nobody there ever believes or talks about God or any type of an afterlife or anything. Like they say that it's not real, but she's expressed to me at a very young age, she started asking me about Jesus and eventually started. And I'm not even a religious person. I'm really not. But I don't. I mean, I know there's something more going on here. And so does she. She gets that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and whatever. Like it was just this conversation I had with her. It just had me with the biggest smile. It was a long one too, and she said so many funny things. She's so astute. She makes the connections. But I don't want her to grow up too fast either. But we're living in a time where they're attacking the youth. They're hitting them as young as possible for this indoctrination, and I need her to see that.
Oh yeah, definitely. The other day I asked my daughter, I said, "Are you sure you don't just want to start identifying as a boy?" And she punched me and then gave me a dirty look. And I went, "There you go."
She already is a boy. Check it out.
Yeah. Don't even get me started. Yeah, it's completely creepy though. No, I'm with you.
That's where I was going with it too. She was talking. She mentioned pronouns and stuff, and I was like, I don't do pronouns. I'm not doing it. And she's like, well, it is a thing. I'm like, no, it's not. It really isn't. It never has been. It never has been.
It's only a game if you decide to play it,
Yeah, she's trying to convince me that they and them, a person can be, and I'm like, no, they and them is a group of people. That's
they went over there and sat by themselves, and something completely different now. So, yeah, man, it's crazy what the shit that they tell people. Tonight we were, as a family doing the 90s movie binge, and we were watching all sorts of stuff, and I told my wife, I said, it's really comforting because they still say the word retard and nobody gets upset about it, right? And so many just little things that you take for granted, words that you can't say anymore, that it was just a goddamn word 20, 30 years ago, and now it means you want to fight, and it attaches you to a political group, and it's it subcategorizes you instantly, but it was just interesting how people could just say stuff back in the day. We were watching the movie Clueless, and she goes, oh, and as tradition, our PE coach was same-sex oriented. And I was like, well, that's, a funny way of saying a lesbian. But I went to Catholic school, and we had a lesbian PE teacher. So, I just thought it was funny, but now there'd be some weird association.
Even when it comes to that, and for the server too, this is what I told my daughter. I'm like, look, some boys are going to, for some reason, be attracted to boys, and some girls are, for some reason, going to be attracted to girls. But it's not supposed to be an issue. It's not supposed to be something we all talk about and focus on,
Yeah, it would be weird if I walked around and told everyone that I like vaginas. Even straight people would be like, why are you telling me this? Who gives a shit, But now it's all about, just talking about how you like to have sex and who you like to have sex with and what sort of organ you use to do it with. And it's just the oddest thing.
I started even watching, because it was getting late, I started watching a Days of Noah video, and she started paying attention. This girl's... This girl can flat smack better than some of our silvers, I'm telling you. And I haven't even tried to teach her flat earth. She just figures it out. Here's what's crazy. So in my office, whatever, this computer room, I've got 2 globes in this room. I'm a flat earther. You guys can fucking say what you want about it.
Oh, I had one too.
I told her tonight, I was like, nothing disproves the globe like a globe. And she thought that was hilarious, like, and so she started talking about how if you went straight, like if a plane was flying, that it would just fly off into space when she was holding the globe in her hand. She understood that. She said that on her own without me. And I was like, well, here's the thing is like, if you lived on a globe, a pilot would have to constantly correct downward in order to stay the same height off of it. Right. I mean, we live near Lake Michigan. We got a big lake here. She's also been to the ocean, she's seen it. And she's, and then I whispered in her ear hold on, this is going back. I whispered in her ear after saying, or after she said about the pilot would be flying into space. I said, yeah, they would have to correct downward. And then I whispered, I said, and they don't do that. And they do.
The best part about kids is they don't look at you like they're crazy or like you're crazy, because they still
no. They're just like, oh my God, that's absolutely true.
Yeah, they just use their senses, their God-given senses, and they haven't been indoctrinated completely yet. So it's real easy with them.
Yeah, but you have to be so careful at this age I'm dealing with right now because they are trying very hard to indoctrinate her. So I have to be. And being in a separated mother-father situation.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
I know.
I have to be very careful about how I do this. Like, so I haven't ever pushed it on her. But she knows what I do, what I'm into. She overhears what I'm listening to and whatever else. And I let her bring it up.
Yeah, it's fun when they ask questions.
Yeah.
And my daughter, I always tell her, I'm like, they're going to tell you this, and that's what you need to write down on the test at school because you have to pass school, Yeah. And you can't spend all day arguing with your teacher in second grade about the core of the earth. So just answer the test right and come home and ask me if you have questions, if something sounds silly to you, and we'll look into it. But yeah, we're usually just laughing about the story because last year was all the seasons, right? The rotation and the tilt of the earth. And Christopher Columbus figured out the earth was round because he went on a boat. And that was like the extent of the story,
You're talking about the story they told us? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the one they were telling, my daughter in school last year. And I said, so if you go out on a boat, honey, how does that prove that the earth is round or a sphere?
What grade was your daughter in last year?
First.
First grade. Okay, they're doing that in first right there. See, I don't even know if my daughter was really exposed to that type of BS that early. They just started kind of covering that right now in like third grade. They just started. So, and it's a funny story too, because the teacher pulled out the globe and said, like the earth is round. And he said, no, it's not. It's flat. This kid, Dominic, in our class. This kid, yeah.
What a G right there, buddy.
Yeah. And she came to me when I had her on the weekend. She told me that he said this. And she was so proud of him. She was like, and she said like, and all the class went quiet, and I really wanted to like stand up and say he's right,
Yeah.
But she didn't do it, like, so yeah. Just what you said. Bite your tongue a little bit. Maybe go have a conversation with Dominic on the playground. Like but like.
Right.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, man. No, it's a hairy, a fine line to walk there with the kids and that, because they got to get through school. And you don't want them, to be called the flat earther that's hard enough growing up anyways. Kids call each other everything. Why throw that in the mix? But
dude, here's the thing is like flat earthers are I don't want to say alpha and all that. I'm not big on the whole alpha, beta, gamma, blah blah blah. But we're more of the type that would not follow the crowd. You know, when this is another example that I said to my daughter. You know, again tonight, like you've heard about if everybody else was jumping off of a cliff, would you follow them? You know, and I took it a little further than that, and I was like, it takes no guts to follow everybody else off the cliff. You know what takes guts is to stand in front of them and say, everybody stop. Look at what you're doing. You know, and that's
cliffs are demonstrably deadly.
Yeah, if you can be that kind of person, you're dangerous.
Okay.
You are you're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
That's the truth, man. I've always loved like the uncomfortable social situations, like, you know, in a good way, like being a flat earther and bringing it up to people and having them all stare at you like you're crazy. And then it's like, all right, now I've got him. This is going to be an exciting discussion, you know? And back in the day, you know, I was stuck in Catholic school my whole life. So we, you know, back in the 90s, we'd drop acid in the morning and go to school. And, you know, the challenge was to make it through the whole day at Catholic school, you know, without getting busted, and to be able to go through class, you know, while you're tripping balls. And, you know, so flat earth was an easy transition from that for sure. But I just loved the challenge like that all the time.
Yeah. No, but I mean, I've been worried. She's getting she's at a stage in life where all of a sudden she's getting really sassy and, you know, and she's getting different influences from different places, school, her mom's house, and then me. And she has her intuition. She's smart. She's good. Like, she needs to be reminded when she comes to see me, you know, like all of a sudden it takes a minute for her to warm up, and when she falls into it, though, you can tell she's like she just loves it. She's like, oh, like it's the best conversation that I think she's ever had was tonight. You know, like I told her it was getting late. I was like, you know, and she was wanting to like watch my, you know, conspiracy videos with me. She's only like about to turn 9. I'm like, well, no, you need to go and like think about something that's a little less deep.
Yeah.
You know, and go and
right. Yeah, I was not turned on to that till I was like 30, right? Yeah, that'd be early, man. 8 years old and getting down to this level would be a great head start in life, though. Honestly.
Oh my God, yeah. See, this is the force that's to be reckoned with. But they plan to win. They're gonna be very powerful with the indoctrination, and that's what I'm trying to tell her. Like, you are going to be the target. I need her to know what indoctrination is and how to recognize it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, you really got to warn them once they know that it's coming and to look out for it. You know, it's
yeah. You know, I don't want to. I can't be there all the time to tell her what's true and what's not, and I don't want to be that kind of a father either. I want to give her the tools. I want her to have every tool in the bag and know how to use them.
Oh yeah, and it'll, you know, nothing better for raising a daughter than teaching them how to spot lies and bullshit. That's for sure. That's probably the number one thing you could do to have a daughter and be able to sleep at night.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and I'm just seeing the creep. I'm seeing the creep fucking trickle into some of the stuff she's saying to me, and I have to squash that. And she gets mad at me when I do. I even talked with her a little bit tonight about emotions versus logic. I'm like, your emotions are more attached to your heart, and it's not that that's unimportant. You know, like you need to think. You know, have empathy and put yourself in other people's shoes, but you can't let people trick you with emotions. You have to use your brain. That's where the logic is. And you have to be able to understand what's happening, you know, why they're doing it, you know, all that.
Oh, yeah. I totally agree. Yeah, man, it's a crazy world. It seems like school is like the sketchiest place you could send your kid nowadays. And with all the videos, like I
It's
watch these videos
it's
and there's
not
like,
it ain't even school necessarily though, because like where she goes to school, it's way out in the sticks, and like they don't have this in the curriculum. They don't have all that bullshit that we're mostly referring to, like the what do they call it? Critical race theory and friggin' shit like that, right? Like they're not doing that necessarily, but she's watching, of course, all of the videos and stuff, like her influencers.
oh yeah,
Like she once in a while, to try to sound cool, sounds a little bit too much like, what was the girl? Cash Me Outside, and she does that accent.
yeah.
It's like don't do that fucking accent. And she's like, why not? And I'm like, just don't do it.
Yeah.
Just don't do it.
Dude, today I was I was at the hardware store and there's this girl at the register checking me out, and so I'm looking at her and she looked like on the border where I was like, I wonder if that's a guy, and like I wasn't thinking about it in any mean way, just like she kind of looks like she could be a guy, right? Dressed up as a girl. And it's 2022. And then I thought, man, that sucks for chicks, right? Because girls now, like the ones that were like a butterface, right? They're like, they have to really step it up now because
Butterfaces have to step up their game now?
Yeah, because not before it was just a butterface, right? You're like, she's a butterface. But now you look at her and you go, I wonder if that's a dude. So they have to like step it up a bit so at least we know that it's just a chick. You know what I mean? And guys don't have to worry about that stuff because it's easy to spot a girl dressing like a guy.
Well, I can tell you this. I don't know about you, dude. I'm having a real struggle right now with this. She is 100% sure that they, them, and pronouns are like a real thing. And I keep telling her they're not a real thing. They didn't exist up until a few years ago. Like came along with that mask mandate that you didn't like. Like you fucking. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to tell her anything that they're trying to put on you new now, it's part of the plan, and you shouldn't go with it, or at least I don't go with it. I'm not telling her what she should and shouldn't do. I keep literally telling her, even though I would love to tell her what she should and shouldn't do. I keep telling her I'm not going to tell you what you should and shouldn't do. I want you to figure it out for yourself. But I know this girl's got the tools, but if she's so smart, the problem is that if they get her, like she could do so much damage in the wrong way, like, I got to be careful with this one.
Well, I think now, like for kids, my daughter hasn't heard about pronouns because they just don't do that shit up here. But they, I guess they would at her school, but they don't push it or anything or teach it.
My daughter. See, like, I never married her mother, and her mother wasn't married before. But I did take on her daughter before mine as like a father figure for 9 years. Like she has an 18-year-old older sister that lives in the house, and so you've got that as an influence for my 9-year-old. 18-year-old girls right now are just oh my god, dude.
Yeah, I don't even want to know. That's got to be crazy. But yeah, man, I think like with the pronouns and stuff, they've just like the Globers have absconded terms like level, right, to mean orthogonal to the surface of a sphere rather than just horizontal and flat and level. They've done the same with the pronouns to where it's almost hard for a kid who's been taught that in school to imagine anyone saying that it's not real, because you hear it everywhere. And so it's got to be a hard discussion because, you're like, don't even consider those. And they're like, but I hear it like 5,000 times a day. And I've been taught about it. So it's real in my world, but, you know, man, I don't know how you navigate that one.
Well, like I said, that's why I have to make sure she has the right toolbox and knows how to use those tools. So, like, when you have an influential older sister, like every younger daughter is going to be heavily influenced by their older sister, right?
Oh, shit.
No matter what. But that older sister is, you know, 100% led by like YouTube and TikTok videos, you know, like,
yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to just let her. I'm trying to help her see through it, without saying like, you know, without. I don't want to cut to the chase and like say believe what I believe.
Yeah,
I want her
definitely
to make those connections because that's how you become powerful.
I told my daughter the other day. I said because we went to Subway, and the cashier there was this girl. And I'm pretty sure she was a girl. And so she had this piercing. It looked like her teeth were pierced, right? Like on the upper row, right in the middle.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the F, dude?
Right? I had a girl from Finland that was here on a 13-month visa back when I was like 23 years old, who her main thing was, it was like some ghetto shit. She literally went and bought a diamond and then paid like a tattoo artist to glue it to her tooth.
A single diamond grill. That's some poor boy shit right there. But so like this girl had like her tooth pierced, right? So we go home and we look it up, and apparently like it's the skin little flap above your teeth, like that connects your lip to your gums that she had pierced. I didn't even know that was a thing. But anyway, I told her, I said, look, you're going to notice one thing with all these people that have like purple hair, blue hair, teeth piercings, 50 pieces of metal in their face, all this stuff, most of them, tattoos all over their faces, the weird lefty pansexual looking people like that, and power to them if that's how they want to be, whatever. But I said, look at all of them, and you'll notice that none of them looked like they were beautiful people before any of this, right? And physical beauty is not everything. I mean, they just didn't have.
Oh, that's another big problem, and I hate to interrupt, but like, okay, so like fat shaming. That's a big thing with these 9-year-olds right now.
Oh,
yeah. You're not allowed to like. I took her coat today. We went to the pumpkin patch, but they had like tons of activities and games and blah blah blah. It's a big thing. And I had a windbreaker, and she like didn't want to wear it because she was worked up, heated. So like I took it and I shoved it in like my other shirt sleeve, my hoodie sleeve. And I looked like a hunchback or like a Quasimodo, And I was like, it's gonna make my shoulder look fat. And she says to me, she's like, "What's wrong with looking fat?" But my daughter's a twig, and she says that.
Yeah, you're like, well, I guess. Do you like type 2 diabetes? And
then she made a diabetes joke tonight too. She's not even 9. She made a diabetes joke. Days of Noah showed a channel where this guy eats nothing but like he'll go to a fast food restaurant and he'll order everything on the menu, one of everything on the menu, and eat all of it in a sitting, and he gets huge views, right? And she made the joke, 8 years old. She made the joke, said, she made a diabetes joke about that guy. Okay, I don't even remember the joke exactly. But so she's against fat shaming, but also makes diabetes jokes at 8 years old.
Well, you can't shame the fat. You can only shame the consequences of it. So you could be like, stupid heart attack victim, or silly type 2 diabetic, I bet he suffers from sore ankles. I mean, like, probably has a hard time finding a girlfriend, stuff like that, and that's okay. But once they realize that all those weirdos, that are preaching all of this stuff and pushing it on kids, especially, they're all just a bunch of weirdos. And they were weirdos before they even had blue hair. And at one point they thought, you know what? I'm pretty weird and I can't get a girlfriend anyway. So I'm going to identify as gender fluid, right? Or gender non-binary, whatever it is. And I'm going to dye my hair ridiculous colors.
It's all about the depopulation agenda, really. Yeah, because like
they
did the whole they did the whole sex, and this all fits in with transhumanism and shit too. It fits, like, they're trying to replace the human. So, like the whole sexual revolution of the 60s. That was a way to eventually break up the family unit, the nuclear family, right? And then they bring in the internet and things like Tinder and now OnlyFans. And
you have an account there, right? I heard the other night.
Yeah, I have like 6 accounts, dude. I trolled the shit out of it.
Just kidding.
I feel like
I'm just talking shit.
I go in there and flash smack, dude. It's pretty epic.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Flat smack can mean something completely different if we're talking about white girls.
I'm looking for flat booty, and I like to smack that shit.
I like the flat booties, yep.
Yep.
Heck yeah.
No, but it's this whole like removing responsibility in the family unit and like actual like gender roles and all this stuff. That this is a huge agenda that's going on, and it's really attached to this whole transhumanist agenda, along with the mRNA and the friggin', I'm not going to get too much into all that, but it's they're trying to turn us into robots and kill off how many people like Bill Gates or Klaus Schwab or whatever else. How many of these people have talked about how much better we'd be off if there was less of us, and how much of a better job we could do with population control if we friggin' just gave more jabs out and shit like that and could convince people to roll up their sleeve.
Well, here's a real defining question. How many lives has the U.S. military or militaries around the world, all of them combined, how many lives have they created? Well, actually, it'd be creepy if they created any, right? There'd probably be some clones or some weird shit. But you get my point. All they're designed to do is take lives, right? And so I'm with you. There's nothing that they do or say that insinuates that they want to give life.
It's an attack on everything good, is what it is. That's been happening for the last 3 years minimum. I would actually go as far as to say is that 9/11 was a declaration of war against humanity.
Well,
and we didn't recognize it that way. I mean, I did, but like as a populace, we didn't recognize it that way. And unfortunately, we're here now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like, you have all these places like they call it Planned Parenthood, and which is, regardless of how you feel about all of that, it's an odd name for a place that kills things, right? It's like completely the opposite. It should be called Unplanned Parenthood Solutions, right? I mean, reproductive rights equal the right to kill something. Right? I mean, it's just the whole entire thing is backwards, for sure.
Yeah, everything is upside down. And like this whole idea of having a daughter that's the age that she is, like, what kind of future does she have? It's time for a change. I got to tell you that.
I know. I know you have a daughter, and then there's just like Tinder and OnlyFans, and you're like, oh my God, I got to teach her some values super quick, you know?
Yes.
Yeah. And that was the thing, too. My son is 17, and he was talking about OnlyFans, of course. And I told him, I said, halfway, I can't blame these girls now, right? What are your options? Go get some shit 9-to-5 job for some company that doesn't offer you benefits, lays you off, and pays you crap the whole time, right?
Or you could take foot pictures or eat desserts and make like 10 grand a fucking month.
Yeah, you could fart in a jar and sell them for 10 grand a pop. Or you could go sit in an office chair and get paid $10 an hour. Like, it's a no-brainer. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate that that's the position they've put themselves in, like the weird kind of self-prostitution options that are available.
Yeah, it's digital prostitution, but in their minds, they're justifying it because they're not actually physically getting in touch with anybody. It's harmless. It's role-playing. It's LARPing. That's all it is.
Well, it's all about body positivity, right? And that means it's okay to be a hoe. It doesn't, like, body positivity doesn't apply to dudes, right? They're not ever telling fat, hairy dudes at the beach, like, bro, you look great, dude, And it's okay to, to criticize men's bodies, and that's fine. It's always been just fine. But
especially if you want to attack a white man, like, he's just, go ahead, like, fair game for everybody.
Yep. Well, it's what's the old saying? It's hard to be insulted by an idiot or something, you can only be insulted by somebody that you have respect for. So I always go by that, no matter what anybody says. Because I'm super white, bro. Somebody's bound to tell me some shit sometime.
Well, again, my daughter, even tonight, she started talking about, like, the months, like how they say, like, 1 month is, Black Pride, or, Black History Month, and another is Women's History Month, and another is Gay Pride Month, and another is... And I was like, you realize there's only 12 months. Like, there's thousands. There's thousands of groups of people who are being left out here. How do these months represent me, or how do they represent you? Or how do, they don't. They don't. Like, in fact, they're mostly about talking, like, I didn't say this, but damnation about us.
Yeah, they're like a little token thing. It's like how you can get on that website and you can name a star for somebody, right? And they're like, oh my God, you named a little speck of light up in the sky for me, right? And on a piece of paper it says that. And then people now are like, oh my God, you made Gay Pride Month for me. That's great. Now I feel so much better.
Yeah, I was trying to say, I was like, we used to have birthdays and holidays, which were just a day. Like, when they started giving months to people when I was a kid, that was the first time they started giving... Right?
They're like divvying it out like a weird divorced year. They're like, all right, you can have June and the rainbow. And you guys get July, and and we'll put the Google image of Martin Luther King up for you, and it's just and everyone's like, all right, cool, yeah, that pretty much settles it. Now the custody of America is complete and our agreement is sealed. Sweet. It's a weird world we live in.
Yeah, the main thing. Excuse me. Hold on. Let's get it. All right, daughter's in bed.
That's all right. It's legal now. Well, depending on where you live. Anyway.
Not here. Anyway. Anyway, yeah, I was saying, like this whole idea of having like a month or whatever else is excluding a ton of people. It's extremely like biased. I mean, I wasn't saying it like this to her because she's that young, but oh damn it. Anyway, it's fuck it. I'm not gonna go over what I said to her. I'm not gonna go over what that was a good hit, by the way. No, it's just so egotistical. It's so narcissistic. It's so like all of these months that are divvied out, whatever. It's only because of the government propaganda, the agenda. It's what they're trying to shove down your throat. Like, it's not all about a certain group. Like, she understood actually. What was good is because my favorite YouTuber right now I've mentioned is Days of Noah, and I was watching a video of that and with her in here because he's actually pretty family friendly. He doesn't cuss. He's very calm. He explains himself well. But he's a black dude. I'm a white dude. I got a white daughter, and I explained BLM to her. I was like, so you know what BLM stands for? And she says, well, no, not really. And I said, well, it stands for Black Lives Matter. And I was like, well, that's something that everybody can agree with. And she said to me, she goes, well, white lives matter too. And I was like, exactly. But it's not that they're talking about when you're talking about an organization that these are the people who are smashing windows and tipping over cars and starting the city on fire a few years ago. And the money that people, when they say I support that Black Lives Matter, if they don't know what they're supporting, then they're actually doing harm.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And
without a doubt.
And I think this really struck a good place with her, right? So like she understood that. And then sure enough, I started the video again. And I was like, by the way, I've told you, this is my favorite YouTuber right now. I'm not racist. He's a black dude. I love this guy. But guess what? He hates BLM. And I unpaused it. And he started talking about BLM and all the crap that they did. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was perfect. It was perfect. It's like, and she totally got it. She's like, yeah, like there's a difference. Most people will never get that. Most adults will never get that.
Oh, I agree. Wait, just to clear things up, are you saying that Black lives don't matter?
No, of course not.
I'm just fucking with you. Don't you hate it when people do that shit?
Yeah.
No, that's you got to show them both sides. Usually that's the cure for kids having good common sense, because they only hear one side at school, that's for sure. They say the globe's spinning. You show them how it might not be, and let them make the decision. And same with all that other stuff. But I've been lucky. My kids are just pretty easy to deal with and have discussions with. So, and the schools don't push anything crazy out here. They do like that teach them about the founding fathers and all that stuff, and make them say the Pledge of Allegiance every morning.
That stuff's not much better, but like at least it's not this garbage pail fucking kids fucking.
Oh yeah, it's a different kind. Yeah.
Okay, at least it's
kids. I'm 42, bro. Like I know exactly what you mean, and that's exactly what they look like. So you couldn't reference anything better right there. Some all-night Dinah over there, and who knows what else. Bunch of booger lickers.
Yeah. Fucking garbage pail kids. Anyone remember them, dude? Fucking A, man.
Yeah, I feel like most of us in this server have to be somewhere like around 40 years old. You know, give or take 5 years, most of us. Just by all the stuff that gets talked about. It seems like the middle-aged guy's sport is flat Earth lately. Although kids are getting into it. I was, are you familiar with that YouTuber, Mr. Beast? He's got like some huge channel.
You know what's funny? My 8-year-old was the first person to tell me about that tonight.
Yeah, he did a flat Earth thing just the other day.
She said he was super rich, like one of the richest people. I don't know anything about him.
Yeah, he does all these like money giveaways, like all, you know, like a bunch of charity stuff. So he's a pretty cool dude. But he did like a flat Earth.
She says it. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, he's got one of the biggest YouTube channels around, and he did some flat Earth thing last week, asking pilots and stuff like that. And it seems like he's, you know, dropping some questions to get people thinking. I was like, oh shit, look at that guy. And then on Fleckus Talks, I don't know if you know that YouTube guy, but he was doing some flat Earth stuff the other day. They were dogging on NASA pretty hard, and it was it's interesting where it's popping up now.
Well, like I said, this Dominic kid who fucking yelled at the teacher, no, it ain't, it's flat. You know, like this dude's fucking outspoken as a motherfucker. His daddy's a fucking flat earther, and so is his mommy if he's talking like that in class. So, like, yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, hopefully he's got his arguments dialed in. He's going to do good in debate class, probably, by the time he gets there.
Well, I don't know. See, like, he's, like, one of those kids that, like, he's just a troublemaker. He's not going to do well. Like, it doesn't mean that he's smart, but it doesn't mean that he's stupid either.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe he just said it was flat because it was the opposite of what she said. There's those kinds too. Wow.
But like I said, it's hilarious that my daughter wanted to stand up for him. You know, like I was about to, but I knew not to. You know, like that's even better. That's as a father, I'm like, okay, fuck yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like in a fight, you know, you're not scared of the guy that's running his mouth. You're scared of that guy that's standing in the back not saying anything. He's the one you better watch out for, you know?
Yeah, because when she does let go, like, dude, truth is, like, she has been her entire way through school so far, the head of the class. She's got a very leader type personality, and she's the smartest kid in the class by far, like not even like questionable, by far. So like, and the teachers have acknowledged that. So like, this is a type of personality that, like, she could convince the entire class when the time is right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that teacher's just got to slip up once and not answer a question properly.
Yeah.
Yeah. My son was doing that in high school with his teacher, you know. They were talking about the core of the earth, and he goes, well, the deepest hole they ever dug was 7 miles. How do they know it's at the core? And she was like, I don't know. We'll talk about this later. And he's like, but how do they know? You know? And the whole class was like, oh, shit, she didn't know the answer. And I was like, uh-oh. That's the way you get the teacher to be pissed at you.
Instead of putting an apple on the teacher's desk, put a fucking snow globe on it and be like, here you go. Fuck it.
Prove snow globe water without the dome. Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah, Helio's got the Mr. Beast flat Earth thing up. I mean, that's tons of people that look at that, and he was asking kids in there too, like, so they say the Earth spins. How does the water stay on? And they're like, it can't stay on if it's spinning. That's stupid. And I was like, man, there's hope for the youth, for some of them. The rest of them are screwed, but some of them are very brilliant.
I got to tell you too, if for anybody who has kids, maybe include them if it's possible. Like don't. I'm not gonna say push it, but like, well, the video that I watched tonight was from a video that happened earlier today, and he was talking about stuff that was obviously current. And my daughter asked, she was like, "When did this video come out?" And I said, "It came out earlier today." And she was like, "So you're saying if I go to school, like this is going to be new to everybody?" I'm like, "Yeah, yeah." Like, dude, she wants to be current. She wants to be cool. She wants to be the influential one. Like that. It's that type of thing. So I got to be very careful with it. Like it's all about it. She has a huge ego, but nobody here will be surprised knowing who her daddy is. Like, but she's got a big ego.
Well, that's good as long as she can back it up. That's just called confidence, and ability. Like, dumb people think that smart, motivated people are very egotistical, when in fact they're just confident and seem that way because other people are so timid and afraid and nervous about everything they do.
And my daughter was under the impression that this Mr. Beast is one of the richest people in the world. And I had to start talking about that too.
Yeah, maybe one of the richest YouTubers, but man.
Well, I had her start using the calculator on the tablet and shit. Like, figure out how long it would take you to count to 1 billion.
just one penny at a time for 32 years or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 31 years, something like that.
Yeah.
To count to 1 billion.
Yeah.
To count to 1 trillion, it's 1,000 billion. It takes like 31,000 years or some shit like that to fucking get it.
I know, and they print that much money out like at the beginning of the year and send it to Ukraine.
In print, there's only like $3.5 trillion in the world. All the rest is electronic money, and they say it's $44 billion.
Wow. Yeah, that's weird. Well, there's certainly the haves and have-nots, aren't there? Just amazing now, the gap, I remember when I was in high school, I think, there was the show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and Who Wants to Marry a Millionaire and all this crap, and these people would do anything for $1 million, and it seemed like the gap back then was there was millionaires and then there was the rest of us, but now there's 100 billionaires,
Yeah, but none of it's in print. Like, people are valued at such prices, but they're not. There is no actual money. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Right. Oh yeah, yeah. They're worth that much, but it seems like the gap has gotten much bigger than it used to.
Well, I mean, that's where we're headed. That's the whole Great Reset thing, right? Like, I mean, all the big corporations will own everything. The 0.001% are going to own everything, and everybody else is lower class.
Yeah, I think that's why they want everything electric, electric cars. You have to pay for a subscription for the heated seats in your new BMW car. They want to be able to put everyone on an on-off switch, right? And just be like, all right, no travel, no refrigerator, no phone, no internet. I mean, everything now is just moving so close to all being on one switch, just the master flipper. And then everyone's screwed, right?
Well, the Elon Musk deal, which is what the Days Noah video tonight was, is good because he's now going. He's saying he's going to value his initial offer, $44 billion to buy Twitter. But then there's all this other stuff about this X app that he's talking about. The is all ends all friggin' like an all-in-one app that just does everything: entertainment, financial shit, travel shit, like payment shit, and it's just all included in this one app, and he's calling it the X app. China has something similar. Nobody's ever been able to actually institute it in the United States, but this is what might come out of this Twitter buy. It would give him a little bit more of a platform to try to launch such an app.
Right, and then after you find out it was a big X app trap for everyone, then they go, "What? All you conservatives, you begged for it. You cheered it on as it happened. What's the problem now?"
Yep.
Got a quick question. Is it possible to be exempt from the X app?
Probably not. You're going to be, I mean, yes, you can choose to not use it, but eventually you will have to fall in line because that's the way society works. If everybody else does it, then eventually you'll have to do it too.
Yeah, it's like credit cards, right? Before you're like, I'm not using a credit card. I don't do that stupid shit. I just use cash. And now it's like, well, you want to pay your bill? Don't you need to pay your cell phone? Don't you need to do all this stuff? What, you don't have a card? You don't have a card? Well, how are you gonna rent a car or fly on an airplane? It's like a driver's license now, having a debit card or a credit card. No matter how much you fight it.
You take out a loan for one, but not the other.
I mean, this would be the ultimate app. Like it's the true like social credit system is what it would eventually become. Not at first, of course, but that's what it eventually become.
I'll be right back.
I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. Like,
I'm talking about technocracy, the digitization of data, the human being, the Internet of Bodies.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, in regards to the electric car comment, it's really just the Teslas that suck.
Oh, here you go fighting for electric cars again. Don't derail the conversation because you're an electric car owner. Dude, go ahead and have your electric car. It's fine. Nobody cares.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, it's important to point out the differences between a Tesla and, like, a lot of other ones. Like, you can't make copies of the key for Teslas, like, unless they make it for you. And, like, they have all these, like, software updates you need to do.
Yeah. We get it. You're a huge fanboy. Shut up now. Come on.
No, I'm just listing all these problems that are with Teslas that I don't have with my cars, is what I'm saying.
I don't know. It's not related.
Whatever, man. I'm just saying, suckers pay for gas these days.
Yeah, Teslas are piece of shit cars, by the way. Did you guys see how the new electric Hummer only takes 4 days to charge? That seems pretty functional.
If you want to go somewhere, make sure to charge it 4 days sooner.
Yeah, if you wanted to travel across the state of Colorado, you'd have to travel for 1 day, sleep for 4 nights, travel another day, sleep for 4 nights, and then you could get across.
That sounds like the kind of thing you would want to send to Mars or the moon. You know what I mean? Like, you'd be like, all right, we're planning a mission on Thursday. We better start charging.
Yep. Sounds believable to me. All you got to do is just use a parachute and drop it down through the super thin atmosphere, and it opens just like normal. And then when it lands, you can also deploy a little helicopter that flies just like normal in a very thin atmosphere where helicopters demonstrably could not fly, on Earth. So
yeah, you guys just. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you guys just pointed out another problem with the Teslas that I don't have with my car. So, like, I can go anywhere close to where I live within 53 miles with my car on electricity, and then I can go on long road trips with the gas-powered motor, and I don't have to worry about scrambling to find some charging thing.
We get it. It's fucking awesome. Which car is it so I can buy it tomorrow?
It's a Chevy Volt, man.
Chevy Volt. Dude, everybody remember the Chevy fucking Volt.
I get approximately...
Yeah, your car sucks, whatever it is.
I get about 7 to 8 miles per gallon in my car, and I can drive it to California. Or I could drive from Florida to California, pretty much nonstop because it just runs on gas. Old school.
I can get up to 140 miles per hour top speed in my car, and I can charge it by plugging it into a wall socket.
Dude, your car, I already told you your car is better than mine. Like, fucking get over it, dude. Why you gotta rub it in?
If your car gets hit by an EMP, it won't work, and mine still will.
Are you sure? What about the gas powered part?
It's got a mechanical fuel pump.
So wouldn't that apply to all other cars that aren't plug-in hybrids as well?
As long as they don't have an electronic computer unit or electronic ignition.
Yeah, so that would be every other car on the road, almost every other car on the road, with the exception of a few made in the 90s.
That's, well, pre-1973, let's call it. And I'm just talking shit, just so you know. I think your car's probably pretty cool.
Oh yeah, but I mean, it's a funny thing to say because
you
you just said
look
it
like a globe earther while you're driving it. Just that's the one negative thing.
Wait, what did you say?
You look like a globe earther while you're driving it. That's the only negative thing about it. Otherwise, it's pretty awesome.
I don't know about that. I think the Tesla drivers look like globe earthers. Those things are weird looking, like kind of cool looking, but kind of weird looking. Like they look sinister. Like I seriously feel like I'm gonna meet someone that's like whatever the character was from 101 Dalmatians, the evil woman that was trying to kill those little puppies. Like I feel like I'm gonna see one of those people driving.
Just asleep at the wheel while it's going down the freeway. All sorts of puppies in the back.
No. She's chasing down the puppies in the
Tesla. Oh man. How about that flat earth?
He gets out to charge his vehicle. He's wearing Crocs, of course.
Right. He's like, does somebody have some gasoline I can put in this generator to charge up my electric car? And
Sorry, Orion. Look, you should have expected this when you bought your car.
Expecting I'd be saving a lot of money? Yeah.
I can talk smack about anything, so I'm just, it's just whatever topics come up. But what I like to talk smack about for real that's more flat earth related is all that electrostatic stuff. I listened to a debate on the Flat Earth Music Bot this morning that was Witsit and somebody else. And it was pretty interesting. Well, to me, I'm an electrostatics nerd, so I'm still waiting for like that demonstration. You know how everyone's like, it's 100 volts per meter as you go up. And we have to start demanding that somebody show the demonstration of when that was actually measured. And not with a Corona motor, because that's just a motor that spins. There has to be some sort of electrostatic field meter that actually shows a value of the voltage.
So and basically, you want the ships that are in all the video games where they have like no obvious propulsion device. They just fucking hover and shit, like go places.
What's up now?
Well, like in the video games and the sci-fi movies, that a lot of them have these ships where they don't even have like a propulsion method that you can obviously see. They just fucking levitate or they take off, like without any effort. Like it's like, how do they do that? Is that what you're saying we could have?
No, I'm saying that there's everyone claims, not everyone, there's a lot of people that claim there's 100 volts per meter of atmospheric static electricity charge, right, as you go up. But none of us have ever seen the demonstration of that being measured. It's like curvature, right? I'm at the same place as that. Well, you say it's there, show me the measurement, right? And demonstrate for me how you got that. But you guys will notice, if you try looking, there is not a single demonstration where they take an electrostatic field meter and raise it up into the atmosphere and measure that charge. The only place it says that it exists is in like the Feynman lectures. But, that's like saying, well, Einstein talked about gravity, so it's real, right? That doesn't make it real because somebody wrote words on paper. But there's no way, nobody's ever demonstrated this charge, especially the people that are pushing it the most, like, let's say Dave Weiss. You'll never see him, I love the guy, but you'll never see him post a demonstration of how that was ever measured. He's never measured it. Austin or Witsit has never measured it. Bob Nodell has never measured it, and I know because I've asked them. But these are all the people talking about it, and they have no way to prove it. And my question is, my biggest one is like, you guys are all stuck on the static electricity, which you haven't demonstrated. And I mean, I know static electricity exists because I work with it daily, but they haven't demonstrated the atmospheric static charge, and they stand on that ground and they defend it all the time, and every argument turns into, well, the electrostatics. And I go, why do you even need that, right? Is it because some glober is looking for an answer to why stuff falls down?
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, but density does that.
Well,
right?
No. Here's the problem. I'll tell you the one thing density doesn't give them that they're always asking for.
Sure.
So they want to know why the directionality, why up and why down. That's the question that always comes up.
Why do we feel like we could answer that and have any reason that we would have to answer that? Isn't that like saying like, why is up, or
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
that's where I brought this up the other night. I actually decided to call it Lou's Law. I was it was a little bit arrogant, obviously, but like, why can't I just say that, things that go up, and things that go down? That's Lou's Law. Like, why can't I say, if everything was attracted to the left, then that would be down, and all the less dense things would be on the right. Like, Lew's law, there's just a directionality that we cannot prove. We cannot. It's unfalsifiable. It's just something that's true every time. There is an up and there is a down.
yeah, it's like saying, why is this word that we created, that man created, right? It's like, why is a tree wood? And you're like, because a tree's fucking wood. Like, what do you...
Yeah.
Now,
No.
if you want to ask me, is it wood? Yeah, I can show you and I can demonstrate that it's wood. Why is it wood? I don't know. Why is brown brown and why is pink pink? I have no fucking clue. But now we take like the electrostatics, and now that would be like you saying, well, why is a tree made of wood? And I go, well, look, electrostatics, it's more powerful than things that create metal, so that's why it created wood. And I can't prove it, but I'm going to bring it up in every discussion, and start making it like a
Yeah, because it
thing.
fits in both of our models or whatever. Like, we
Yeah,
don't have one, but like it in both worldviews, it fits.
What?
Like, up and
Yeah.
down. Everybody knows there's an up and a down, but whether or not up and down is objective or subjective, that's kind of a thing.
Right. Try to imagine this. I have a few questions about electrostatics. I have more questions than claims, right? I know how to measure all this stuff and do things with it. But anyways, so is this atmospheric electric static charge, is it measured from 1 meter above sea level or 1 meter above ground level? Right? And I ask that because imagine you're standing on a 1,000-meter cliff. It's just a straight sheer cliff right next to the sea, right? And you put your electrostatic field meter out. Is it going to read 1,000 meters above sea level? Or is it going to read that you're only 2 meters above ground level standing on top of the cliff? Like, which voltage are you going to read? Right? So how does this work? Because you say it's in altitude. Well, if you're talking about a plane, they'll say, it's above ground level, right? If you talk about anything else, right, they would say it would be above sea level or something like that. And so that's never been defined. And then, just the biggest thing, you'll never see a meter that shows any sort of voltage reading. They'll just show you a little Corona motor spinning slowly, and they'll go, see, the motor's spinning, and it spins a little faster when we raise the wire up. And I go, I've been into electrical engineering for 15 years.
I studied a little bit towards electrical engineering, and so I'm not going to try to surpass you in this because you are one. But
I'm not
one thing though is like that was clear with the Google Loon project was like they have like a tether that like attaches to them that they're able to send a signal to it and then get it to raise or lower its height. Based off of that, like it's not getting any energy from that signal, but it's able to somehow. I mean, I don't know, but there's this.
I know what you mean. I don't debate that.
And that's how they steer themselves around. They can go, left this way at this level, and then they can go right that way at that level, and
like a hot air balloon would do, but just using electrostatics instead of a hot air to increase altitude or whatever, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm totally with you on that. I mean, electrostatics is real. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. That's what I do for a living. So it's completely real. The question is, how real is it per meter as you go up in altitude? And what the hell does it have to do with with stuff going downwards, right? Because I always go, all right, like if I was having this discussion, I would say, let me just give you everything, right? And say, you're completely right. Electrostatics is real. It's stronger than gravity. It might make things go down. So now what? Where are we at now? And it's like, well, I mean, that's it. And it's like, oh, so all that shit just end up at, well, maybe. I mean, it's so odd. I hear it so much in so many arguments. And I'm like, why are we spending so much time on this and introducing it as though it's an actual thing? And every flat earther says, you got to test and measure everything, and prove it. And then we won't believe it, but we'll know it to be true, except for electrostatics in the atmosphere. We don't need to measure that. We don't need to demonstrate it. But we're going to bring it up in every damn debate. And then it makes us, it gives the Globers an opening to say, like, oh, you guys are just going to claim some electrostatics bullshit. And even if we give it all to you, it ends up it's still like, okay, well, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know why it's been introduced as a thing and why people keep pushing it and why more flat earthers aren't pushing back against it and asking for those proofs and demonstrations. And I'm done with my rant, sorry.
All right, Chris, get on the fucking voice and call out Orion. You just did it in text. Do this.
Is Chris even in voice?
He has to be listening. He couldn't have answered that.
Oh, yeah, he is. But the whole electrostatics thing, like you said, like that's like $1 billion industry. And like, that's new to me. Like, why didn't I know about this like 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago when they were really developing into this? Like, and I mean, I guess all that falls under like classified and top secret and all that stuff because the Department of Energy, they're in control.
Most of the industry is in electrostatic mitigation, or getting rid of electrostatic fields and charges, and it's generally in stuff like nuclear weapons manufacturing, so-called satellite groups, missiles, arms companies, explosives manufacturers, and a lot of electronics manufacturers. But, they're more about, most of the money goes into getting rid of static. And that's where it got me in that debate the other day with Whitsitt and the other guy. Whitsitt was saying there's no way to shield this. You can't get rid of electrostatics. And that's completely false. That's what we do every day is we get rid of static. We can get it down to zero at all times.
Right, you can divert it somewhere else.
And we can get rid of it.
Well, I mean, you can't truly get rid of it because energy is neither created nor destroyed. It's only transferred.
Yeah, but you can neutralize the charge and bring it to zero.
Right, but that charge gets put somewhere else. It gets mitigated somewhere else.
Yeah, into the air. But it doesn't go down some wire all the time and go somewhere else. You can mitigate it in the room.
Right. And I mean, that's probably what he was trying to say. I don't know. I wasn't there for the debate or anything like that. But, I mean, anybody who knows that law knows that energy is not created nor destroyed.
Oh, yeah, but he's saying there's no way you can shield it or get rid of it or control it. And
you can prove that with a Faraday cage. You can shield something from energy using a Faraday cage. So that's debunked.
Well, you can, but I mean, there's also many other ways as well.
Right, but that's just one example.
Yeah, definitely. So the point being that it can be shielded, right?
Right.
And so we have one of the biggest proponents of flat Earth out there, really pushing this electrostatics thing, and is, that's like a Glober saying, well, you can't measure curvature on the Earth. You go, well, you bet your ass I can. You told me a number, I can go out and verify it or not, right?
Yep. Yep.
And so you say you can't shield static. Well, you certainly can. So I'm guessing maybe you haven't done enough research. That's what makes me wonder, why are you talking about it so much? Like it sounds religious, right? Like electrostatics religion.
I get it.
Some people have.
It's the new argument against gravity, though, and I mean,
It
like you
doesn't
said,
even
you don't know
defeat it.
about it. Like you said, we don't know much about it. You might know about it because you said you work in that field, but like I don't know much about electrostatics, and like this has probably been around for a while, like a long while, and the fact that it's just now coming out, it's disappointing. But it makes
Well,
for a
that's
good
because
argument.
he's
It
just
still
now
does.
saying it.
You can shield
Nobody
against
else. Nobody else would try to use electrostatics as a replacement for gravity, except for the people that are doing it right now. That's why I think it's silly, and that's why you
Right.
didn't hear it before, because it doesn't make sense.
Have you
And
seen
it's
that
never
floating
been-
vehicle from the 50s that it seems to be defying gravity? I'll see if I can find it and post it in the chat.
Have you seen it in real life?
No, but
Yeah, me neither.
no.
Same with the Corona motor.
What about that Trev vehicle? TR3B? What's your thoughts on that?
What about what?
The TR3B vehicle?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Do a quick Google search. It's the vehicle that everybody keeps saying is out there that looks like an alien UFO that defies gravity because it hovers in place and then accelerates rapidly, unlike other vehicles that we've ever seen. And they try to say it's UFO technology, but in my opinion, I think they've been testing this technology for a while.
I'm gonna sound like a complete flat earther here, but cool story, bro.
Cool story, bro. let me. You know what? Here, I'll put a Trev link in there.
There's a lot of things on the internet. But yeah, I mean, just simply, like, have any of you guys ever seen a demonstration of this atmospheric static charge where they actually take a meter and show you the actual voltage and display the altitude? Just like on a vacuum chamber test, we'd be like, hey, where's the vacuum gauge, bro?
Right.
Like, are you kidding
No,
me?
I
Are
agree.
you supposed to believe this?
Most
I
people
agree.
don't know how to even think about that. They have no idea that if you put a multimeter to your own body, that it's going to register a charge. It
doesn't. It won't. Yeah, you have to use an electrostatic field meter. It's a very specific one. You can't just use a digital multimeter, because static electricity is static, meaning that it has no current, it's not moving, and so it has no amperage. And so you can't measure it with the standard voltage, resistance, and amperage equation that a multimeter uses. So it has to be an electrostatic field meter. And that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so much talk about electrostatics, but most people don't even know what the hell you'd use to measure it with. Like, we know what sextants are, but we don't know what a static field meter is. I mean, that's a crazy...
dude, and even today, most people don't know what sextants are. So...
Well, I mean, only us nerds, right? But my point is, even us nerds, some of us don't know what an electrostatic field meter is. But we can talk about triangulation and stellar navigation, so just fill in some gaps here. But again, like, none of you guys have ever seen that, right?
Seen what? The electrostatic field meter?
Well, has anyone ever seen a demonstration of this atmospheric static charge where it shows you the altitude?
Actually, you know what? You should actually post what you're talking about. We should force you to do so or get kicked. Like, that's just how it works.
Which one? Or what do you want me to post?
Post it or get kicked. I think that's what I have to do. It's what we tell people.
Okay, what do you want me to post, though? I'm happy to post
The
it.
demonstration. I don't want to kick you.
No,
Oh,
he's
no.
not. No. He's
I don't
asking
have one.
us
I don't
for
want
the demonstration.
to.
Yeah, I
He's
don't.
asking
I don't
us for
have
demonstration.
one.
He's saying because we always ask everybody else for demonstration, but nobody's ever really demonstrated this Gaussian field on a natural level. Is what he's trying to say. Like how do you
Yeah.
go up in the atmosphere and measure static electrical charge with the device up in 80,000, 100,000, 130,000 feet? That's all he was trying to say. And I get the argument.
Yeah.
But gravity is a theory, and incoherent electrostatic acceleration is a theory too. And that whole constant of whatever that fall rate is for gravity, 9.8 meters per second, or whatever it's called. I don't know what it's called. But that number fits in the electrostatic, the incoherent electrostatic acceleration idea also, because you can manipulate electric fields and create a downward acceleration at a constant rate. Like when it comes to math and numbers and like just looking at frequency, you can manipulate a frequency in such a fine-tuned way that it produces a specific event. So why couldn't you do that in an electrostatic field?
My main
It works
Excellent
just as
point.
well on the gravity.
excellent point, Gizmo. But like, really, what all I was saying is like you just said, haven't any of you seen it? And it's like, well, if it's that obvious, like we could have all seen it. You should be able to grab it and like send it to us all. Like you haven't seen this?
Well, that's why he's questioning us. He's not.
No, I was
he's not
saying,
agreeing with us.
have
He's
you
questioning
seen
us.
it?
Like
I
if
was
we
saying,
have evidence
you
of
ever
it,
seen it?
he's saying like with Witset's argument the other night, Witset should have been. So many people have all of these like explanations using incoherent electrostatic acceleration. And I'm not arguing for the guy. I'm just explaining what I think his point is. Everybody has this argument for incoherent electrostatic acceleration, but nobody is showing it on a natural level like we ask when we ask for gravity, like gravity and mass and all of that stuff on a natural level. He's just asking for the inverse of that, like we should be showing like experiments and stuff like that. Nobody's done that yet, and that's why he's just saying like we should be forcing the answer.
Well, here's the
Let's
thing.
go out and get it.
I'm a fan of Witsit, but if he's going to be making that claim, yeah, you got to force that on him. But you pretty much
Right.
have to, right?
Right, and that's all he was saying. That's all. He's just like, where's the experiment at that shows this incoherent electrostatic acceleration, or even the manipulation of electrostatics? And what triggered him to even bring that up was him saying when Witsit said that you can't shield from electrostatics, and I'm like, that's bullshit, because I know you can build a Faraday cage and that'll shield from electrostatics.
Yeah, I was saying, have you ever seen it? Because if so, show it to me. So
That's
I'll
all
shut
he was
up. You
asking.
know what I mean? Yeah.
He's not trying to like pick a fight or make
No,
a claim
no.
that isn't.
You don't. No, you don't.
there.
You don't have to. You don't have to defend me in any way either. Like, you don't have, like. I got this.
No, we're all good. And I love,
Yeah, we're all on the same page.
I love Witsit too. I'm just saying, show me the proof. Have you guys ever seen it? Because I haven't, right? And so we need to start demanding that of people.
We need to make the experiment.
Yeah, we need to see some measurements.
Right.
Because it would be a measurement, not an experiment on this one, and it would be somewhat easy to do if somebody gets a static field meter and properly grounds it and raise that puppy up in the air and see what happens.
Yeah, but how high would you have to go in order to see a difference? That's the thing.
You'd only have to go up 1 meter to see 100-volt difference, apparently. Right? That's an easier claim to measure than 8 inches per mile squared, I can tell you that.
That seems like a huge. I'm not saying. Is that the current claim for incoherent
Yep.
electrostatic acceleration? Because 100
volts. per
100
meter.
volts.
And again, is that
How many
from
volts are
sea
how many
level?
volts are going through an electrical surge? Like how many watts is a volt, and how many volts is the watt?
Well, I'll tell you this: when when a spark comes off your finger to the doorknob and you can hear it and see
Yeah.
it,
Yeah,
it's
that's
between 10 and 20,000 volts.
okay. Okay,
So
I get you on that. Maybe there's a difference. Maybe there's like gradient difference from elevation. I don't know. That would be an interesting experiment to see. Like go down to sea level, go up to a mountain, go somewhere in the mid plains somewhere where there's like a elevation difference, elevation gap, and see if it changes anywhere.
yeah, and I'm gonna kind of coin a term just for lack of a current term or better words.
Right.
But I'm going to call it electrostatic refraction, right? I'm going to sound like the weirdest glober ever. So, but meaning this, right? Like on a hot, dusty, dry, windy day, you're going to have shitloads of static electricity in the air, provably, right? On a moist, humid day, you're going to have close to zero static because
The water is refracting.
Relative humidity. Well, if you get to above 30% relative humidity, that's one of the best ways to mitigate static electricity.
Right.
And so you're going to have, it's just like horizons, based on the day and the weather, you're going to have different readings. So that's where I go, how do you get a consistent 100 volts per meter? Are you measuring, is there a cloud? Is it foggy? Is it a hot, dry, windy, dusty day? Are we talking 100 volts per meter above sea level or above ground level? Right? What if you're on a cliff next to the sea? What does it measure? But we don't know any of this.
That's going to be a generational experiment, though. Like if people start doing that now, like even like if it just in a large group, that may take like 5-10 years just to come up with all the numbers and have a mutual agreement on the information being provided.
Well, an
It's a
electrostatic...
lot of measuring.
Yeah, and the meter costs about $1,200, right? And that's about what a P1000 costs.
Yeah.
So the real dedicated flat earthers, and I would expect the
1200 is that the Harbor Freight version of it or what?
No, Harbor Freight does not sell an electrostatic. If they did, I'd probably have 5 of them, and I'd send you guys some. No, I mean, it's pricey, but for those that are really into it, I would think people like Bob Nodell, who had a ring laser gyroscope, might be able to come up with an electrostatic field meter.
Well, I'm sure. What's his name? Dave Weiss would probably go out and buy one if that was something that he was willing to get interested in, because he does so many videos. I enjoy watching Dave Weiss. I keep bringing him up, but I enjoy watching the videos.
Well, the problem is he'd probably disprove most of what he's said for the past 5 years daily.
You think?
Well, that wouldn't be a problem, would it? That'd be a good thing.
Yeah.
It'd only be a problem if he had a mental problem involved with it and couldn't admit it.
And couldn't admit it, correct. That would be...
Well, he must issue. Because he's pushing an idea that he has no proof for, no demonstration.
Before we go on to the next subject, can I address something you said a second ago or a few minutes ago?
Sure.
So you were saying that like Whitsitt said something that wasn't true because you can shield... he said you can't shield from electrostatics, and you said, "Oh yeah, you can with the Faraday cage." So
I said you could with a Faraday cage.
I didn't say Faraday cage.
He was making the claim that Whitsitt said you can't shield from electrostatics. You can't shield 100%. And I kind of thought about it. And I'm like, well, isn't that what a Faraday cage does?
There's many ways.
Well, you see, the thing is I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong. I'm trying to get Whitsitt's claim clear here that you said he was claiming. So when he's talking about electrostatics, is he talking about the cause of why a rock falls down in the medium of air?
I don't know. He said you can't shield from electrostatics. That's the part I'm working with. But it was in a discussion where he was debating gravity, so he was, I'm sure he could say it better than I can for him, but yeah, I didn't say Faraday cage. I said you can shield from electrostatics, which is a fact.
Well, yeah. Didn't this other guy say Faraday cage or whatever?
I said Faraday cage because I thought I was thinking of like an EMP on electrostatics. I wasn't thinking of like a direct energy type thing, energy direction. So now I see your point when you were asking that. Like if I built a big giant 6 foot by 6 foot Faraday cage box and went inside of it and I took my phone out and I dropped it from the top of the box, it would drop down still, even though I'm inside the Faraday cage box. So.
Well, yeah. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying the Faraday cage doesn't shield you from anything, but I think that the thing that Whitsit's talking about is something that I think is something that
what Whitsit's saying, he would definitely argue that it would go through your Faraday cage. Your Faraday cage cannot stop what he's talking about.
Right, that downward acceleration.
Yeah, if it could, you'd probably have a theme park devoted to it, where you'd fly around.
Dang it! What was I going to say? I was going to say something right before you said that, but I didn't want to be rude. I
think I was talking over Matthew. Sorry, Matthew.
And I did it to you too, Ryan. But I do that on a regular basis, and I'm sorry for all those occurrences.
Oh, that's what I was going to say, man. Dude. So let's say that it's not 100 volts per meter, but it's a different number, and there's a constant that's involved with that. Would you have a problem with that number? Or would you be like, oh, it still disproves flat Earth? Or I mean, like if it was 50 volts per meter, or like if it had the golden constant, what is it called? The 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. That ratio, the golden ratio. If it had that golden ratio number as its constant, like would that be an issue with you? Like 50 volts per 1 point, whatever the golden ratio number is. Like,
no,
I'm just like saying, like if the math wasn't. Like if we were wrong with the math, but we went up and did the measurements, and the measurements showed true that there was a consistent gradient change over a specific elevation, like would that conflict with your gravity? Would you be in cognitive dissonance about it?
Oh no, not at all. See, here's the thing. Just to clear this up, I'm a total flat earther, and so it wouldn't mess up my gravity because that's not real anyways. I'm a relative density guy. But basically, if it came back at 500 volts per meter, I'd go, holy shit, that's interesting. Now we have a measurement. If it comes back at exactly 100 volts per meter, I will say, oh, great. Now we have that to work with and we can stand by it, right? But if it comes back at 0, I go, hey, look, maybe we need to do more research because this is an interesting topic.
Are you saying you're a lose law guy? Is that basically what you said there? Like about
what's lose law?
I made it up the other night. But no, it was just
post something you're getting kicked out.
I mentioned it earlier. Up is up, down is down. Like, like why do you got to get so specific? They've got tons of laws that they're just like, yeah, we can't fucking figure that out. This is just a law. That's like pretty much what a law is, right? It's like they're like, you want me to science that? It's a law, dude.
Another law that they can't explain. Intelligence gives rise to mass, but mass does not give rise to intelligence.
It's like if a Glober says, well, why can't you have gas pressure without a container? And you go, dude, I don't fucking know, but I can show you that it's not possible. That's all I know. That's why it's a law.
Oh, man. I love that shit. But yeah, no, it would be interesting. Like, what if it's like 2 meters, 100 volts per 2 meters? Like, what if the gradient's higher than just 1 meter?
Well, we still have to figure out how to test it. Would we test it above sea level or above ground level?
Right. And then you have the conflicting
the atmosphere.
You have the conflicting moisture over by the sea too. So.
Yeah, electrostatic refraction. That's my term now.
Electrostatic refraction. Yeah. Well, if we ever come across that exact statement in an experiment, we'll be like, electrostatic refraction, dude. That's what it's called. But that's not what the word's like. I don't care. It's like conspiracy theory. It means something completely different.
I mean, it's guaranteed to happen, you know.
Right.
And the other part is that, so, you know, they say, well, there's the charge in the atmosphere and then the Earth, and that's what brings stuff to the Earth, or makes a downward bias. Well, not all materials charge to negative or positive, right? Like if you rub a piece of Teflon on your shirt, it might charge negative, and then if you rub a piece of paper on your shirt, it'll charge to a positive voltage. And so you have negative and positive voltages laying all over the Earth and all throughout the air. It's not all positive down here and negative up there or whatever, right? It's this.
That's true.
It's not homogeneous and it's not parallel. I mean, it's everywhere, and it varies in intensity and charge, negative or positive. So that's why I think it'd just be a real bitch to try to measure it.
Like
It should be done.
I'm still convinced of the whole Freemason video thing where he draws a diagram of what they believe was flat Earth, or it's all in silence anyway, so it's not like they're explaining anything. There's nothing to confirm it, but like I feel like there's something underneath all of this that's affecting all of us up above it.
Yep, you never know.
Can't prove it for the life of me, but when I saw that video, things kind of made a lot of sense, and I took it with a grain of salt because I know Freemasons generally are just liars. But that's my opinion.
Heck yeah. Yeah, the other weird one about that was, you know, in the debate, is they're saying, and I want to put this out there, I love Austin. I think he's a great guy.
Yeah.
But like in the debate, you know, they're talking, and this isn't an Austin thing. They're talking about, many people talk about storms and how lightning is created. You know, they go, well, the clouds create friction and then it creates static and then that discharges to the ground.
Lightning goes up and it goes down.
Right, but we also just talked about how increasing the moisture in the air is one of the best ways to eliminate static charges and the ability for things to create static. Like if you rub a wet sock against a wet carpet, you will not make any static. Right? So now, how do you rub two water molecules together and create static and call it fucking lightning?
High pressure and low pressure, whatever they want to call it, like a derecho. They call them derechos, or they call them what is it called?
The pressure causes the lightning.
Well, I think the pressure, I think the high pressure and low pressure, yeah, when they collide, they start swirling and everything. There's energy that's involved in that. That's why whenever there's like tornadic activity, there's more lightning going down during those times or during those storms. What are those called? They're derechos. There's different names for them.
So along the same lines as that, when you know how weather's caused by high pressure and low pressure fronts, right? So let's say we're at sea level, right? And atmospheric pressure is 14 psi generally. During a low pressure front, how low does that dip to? Are we talking like, and this is just a question I honestly have, I don't know the answer. Does it go down to like 12 psi, 10? Well, or are we talking just...
Yeah. As somebody who's never studied meteorology but works outside and follows the weather, that's a really good question. So like, what are you saying? Are you saying that a low is lower than 14? Or are you saying that, like, is the low baseline 14?
Yeah, I don't know. And then what's the high pressure front? What's the difference between the high and the low? Are we talking 2 pounds of pressure? I would guess that when you have a 50-mile-an-hour wind, it means there's a really high pressure on one side and a real low pressure on the other, and the air is moving, right?
Wall line.
And because
That's the word I was thinking of.
yeah, because there's a huger difference. The wind is more intense, and so it's got to be more than just a couple pounds.
Actually,
So-
it probably wouldn't take much, which would probably be a really, like, you could probably have a discrepancy of literally like 0.003 or something like that. And you will have the motion, you'll have that entropy taking place.
It would have
So let's see. Like I'm thinking, let me see. If I'm reading this right, it says that the high pressure slams into the low pressure. If that's the case, then weather just sitting there and there's no storms going on and everything, it's a slow dissipation of pressure, and then another pressure front moves in, that wall line moves in and slams into that pressure. But here's what it says on Wikipedia. I hate using Wikipedia, but this is just a quick reference. Derechos can cause hurricane force winds. Derechos is another term for squall line. If you know Spanish, derecho means straight, like a straight line. Derechos can cause hurricane force winds, tornadoes, heavy rains, flash floods. In many cases, convection-induced winds take on a bow echo, a backward C, form of a squall line, often forming beneath an area of diverging upper tropospheric winds and in a region of both rich low-level moisture and warm air reduction. I can read more, but it just kind of goes into the story of like the derecho, like what it does.
I've searched for those numbers before, and it is very hard to find what that pressure actually would be, or is, or it's an elusive bit of information.
I still think Witset's making a pretty good point. Greg, I know you've gotten in my DMs about it for some reason, unsolicited about it, without ever me interacting within it. I thought it was curious. Clearly, you have a standpoint that's opposite to his. For me, I don't know what to believe. When it comes to all that. Perhaps there could be an ether. Perhaps Witset's onto something. Perhaps you're misunderstanding him. Like I like him. He's smart, but I'm not saying he's right. There's definitely a chance he's wrong. However, I know within the Flat Earth community, like the fighting that went on around it, that's wrong. That is wrong. Trying to say somebody's not allowed to say certain things, that's wrong. Very wrong.
Yeah, I don't have any beef with the guy at all. I think he's great. I think his heart's obviously in the right place. And my thing is, where you said you don't know what to believe, this or that, just like all of us, right? We don't want to sit here and believe stuff. We want to know it, even if it goes against what we previously thought, just as long as it's true, right? And so I think it'd be great to find out he's right. That would be super interesting, it would be just as interesting to find out that he's wrong. I mean, information's just information.
Right.
So I have no personal stake in the game, besides just saying I'm interested. Personally, I want to see the proof. But
I personally like to see the conversation happen instead of talking crap about each other because they have a certain standpoint.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would even, I have equipment and access to it, and I've been meaning to do some of these tests. Just haven't had a chance, but it'd be interesting to get together even with him or anybody who's interested and come up with some real ways of testing and verifying this so that we all have the information and we can like it or dislike it for whatever it is, but at least it'll be just whatever it is. Just some concrete thing to reference, any demonstration,
So here's something to consider. You were asking about like what's the change in pressure. I don't think it affects PSI. I think it's a change, just a change in the barometer reading, is what the low pressure is saying from what I'm reading. There's no change in the PSI.
Wouldn't that be like the same as atmospheric pressure? I mean, I'm just asking.
Well, I don't know. Like, if I'm going to read more into this, but if I had to take a guess on it right now, barometric pressure probably has to do with electrostatic direction. So, like, if you're more positively charged, you go in one direction, the air will be lighter, and if you're more negatively charged, or vice versa, whichever one it is. But if you're more negatively charged, maybe it's heavier air. The air is has a higher density. Not necessarily PSI. It just has a heavier feeling.
So electrostatics causes wind. Am I getting you right?
If I'm reading what barometric pressure is, like pressure and PSI doesn't seem to be changing.
Do you have any sort of demonstrations where people make wind with different charges? Or is that just something that you believe? I'm not trying to.
I don't know. I don't have a demonstration.
Right. Okay.
I'm just reading online. I did a Google search on the term. This is what I wrote: difference between barometric pressure and PSI. And so a bunch of stuff came up about atmospheric pressure and PSI versus PSIA versus PSIG, differences between air pressure. So all this other stuff's coming up. That was an interesting way you brought it up. And then as I'm reading about like weather, I see barometric pressure. I'm like it said like 29 is when it's low, 29.98 or something like that, and then another number for when it's high. It's like that's not the same as PSI.
Yeah, it should be.
It was interesting.
Square inch, yeah.
Yeah.
And just to address somebody, Virgo Greg in the chat says, are you saying electrostatic voltage is not DC? It is DC voltage, but it doesn't have any current. That's why you cannot measure it with a standard digital multimeter, because it has to have current to measure the voltage. You have
wouldn't you have to zero it out in order to measure the difference in the voltage? You have to find a way to zero it out before you put it in the environment, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you can definitely set it to zero and then take your measurement.
Well, what are you setting it to 0 to?
To earth ground.
I see what you're saying. I'm just wondering, like, if you were to measure the air at like right at your chest level, like you're grounded when you're holding that thing. Like, I don't know, you'd have to float it somehow, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, you'd have to isolate your. So if you want to set it to 0, it has a
Right.
ground wire
Grounded.
attached to it, right? You'd
Right.
attach that to a solid ground, and that an earth ground that would give you 0 volts. Then
Right.
you would climb up this big ladder, right?
Mhm.
And then you would disconnect your ground cable and see what your meter reads now that you're up in the air and it's not attached to ground. If it's attached
My
to ground,
concern is that you're attached to something else that's attached to ground. Like I'm thinking something needs to be floating in the air, separate.
Yeah, electrically it would have to be separated from ground.
Right.
Whether that was through the use of a plastic ladder or whatever you may use. But that's why I say this whole test needs to be dialed in so we can start getting some good information on the topic and have some further discussions on it.
All right. So here, this website, I just posted it. What is barometric pressure? Simply put, barometric pressure is the measurement of air pressure in the atmosphere, specifically the measurement of weight exerted by air molecules at a given point on Earth. Barometric pressure changes constantly and is always different depending on where the reading takes place. And so the average barometric pressure at sea level is commonly cited as 14.7 psi, which is interesting because like a low pressure system that comes in like a cyclone or a hurricane or tropical storm, it's considered low pressure once it's at 29. What does it say? Something per mercury. It had a mercury reading, and I thought that like, how is that different than PSI? So, however, this figure is just an average. In reality, barometric pressure varies across the world, especially at higher elevations. Blah, blah. Although standard pressure at sea level is measured in psi, barometric pressure is typically measured in either inches of mercury or millibars. No other services uses mercury to measure surface air pressure.
One of the interesting parts about that, if you think of these high and low pressure fronts with weather, is that, a lot of globers, they like to bring up the gradient as you go up in altitude. Well, my reason for wondering this a while ago was like, it seems like we have a horizontal gradient as well,
Right.
with these different weather systems. So it's not just up and down. And if you take the difference between a high and low front, let's say you get a really a low front that comes in and the barometric pressure drops really low. Well, what sort of altitude is that equivalent to, Like in a real low front at sea level, is that like you're experiencing the atmosphere of if you were at 6,000 feet in Colorado or something with their same air pressure? So
Right.
it's kind of like the static. The gradient is everywhere. It's not just this standard up and down thing. It's sideways and diagonal and omnidirectional, like gas is basically, since it's all gas, I guess.
One of my favorite things to ask about when they talk about gravity being a downward force, I'm like, which way does gas go when I fart?
Which way does gas go where?
When I fart.
Oh, it's like lightning. Sometimes it goes inside of you too. Those ones are weird.
That's weird. I tried to look up capacitative base pressure transducers, and then they tried to sell me some. So I'm like, okay, I never tried it.
Virgo, Greg, I don't know if you're talking to me, but you said, why can't you read the 100 volts at 1 meter? Please explain. My explanation is I'm the one claiming that I don't know if that's true. So I don't know that
It's
you can
an
measure
experiment
it.
that
That's
needs
what
to be
you're
done.
talking about. If you have questions, why don't you just ask them?
Come in the chat, dude.
What's up?
I'm telling Chris, come into the live stream.
I like Greg. He's an intellectual. But I wish he would get into the voice. Yeah.
And I know, like, we have a bad, we're kind of bad at like interrupting each other, but we're pretty good about it. I think we're all gentlemen here.
Oh yeah, no, this has been pretty civil. Of course, we're all flat earthers, but even then, it can get pretty ugly when there's a difference of opinion.
dude, we don't need to be reminded like how much flat earthers love to fight.
Well, here's the thing, though. We're all like directed towards the truth. Like, we want to know the truth, and we're just getting smarter by the damn second. While Glovers are sitting on the same thing that's been said to them for the last 70 years. Or we could even go back to the 80s, which would be, what, make it 40 years instead of 70? We're figuring it out. They're lying to us.
Well, that's one thing we can all agree on, I'm sure.
Hey, MacGyver, have you ever talked to Matthew Learns?
Yeah, see, Greg, I don't know, maybe there's a delay there, but like, the ignorant thing, I understand it doesn't necessarily need to be an attack, but it sounds a little bit like an attack, like we just described. Like, please get into the voice so that we don't misunderstand each other.
Last chance what? Last chance what, Chris? I guess Chris and Greg are arguing in the thing. Anyway, no, I like these conversations because, like, you know, it's like, how do we create?
I would actually call on Chris. Like, no, sorry, Chris. Yeah, please don't ban him over this, but like, encourage him to get in here. Like, find out why he can't or whatever else. Greg's a good dude. He's not harmful. All right.
No, he's a Cogniz VIP. I don't even have that. Chris, I don't think you can read a voltage in the air with a conventional meter. That's what we were talking about. I bet you he's on the YouTube stream. That's why he's not in here.
Dude, he's obviously listening. Of course he is. And there's a delay for that.
That's true. We'll find out if he starts like mocking me on a delay. Oh. And Greg, we're not claiming that there's a voltage gradient. We want to. There's a claim out there, and there's got to be a way to measure it. That's why we're like, you know what? This is something that just needs to be done, so we can have one more group.
But here's what Greg's saying. Greg's saying, yeah, of course there's a way to measure it, and only people who are ignorant to the topic don't know how to measure it. It's been measured, and it's not there. That's what he's saying.
Gotcha.
I'm saying I don't know that it's ever been measured properly. I've never seen any demonstration of any proper measurement of it.
Right.
And so that's one good thing that, you know, we jumped the gun on and beat the Globers to it and be the leaders in that field.
Yeah. I love bringing stuff to the to here and just getting it sorted out, and it comes off as kind of like aggressive because it kind of like goes against what we believe, but at the same time it's like, I don't know, let's figure this out before they
No,
even get
because
up on
when
it.
you say we, that's terrible. Because all of a sudden, the flat Earth's been split up into two different camps. You can't say flat Earthers believe this anymore.
Yeah, I'm saying like we're all here for the truth, and if we're having an honest question, an honest discussion, like I don't want to have this discussion with a Glober because they're going to sit there and that's going to be the next topic on their fucking flat earth ws website.
Yeah, the thing that we should all agree on, instead of having two camps, is all just join camps to say, let's just see what it is.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know, there's no sense in that's like two people arguing about whose God is the real one, you know, and you're not gonna know until you're gone, and then it won't matter anyway what you were arguing about. And so you might as well just figure it out and then have a discussion, not an argument about it. It's hard to argue with the digital static field meter when it tells you what the measurement is.
And as far as like the whole God thing, like you know, you have your God, I have my God, and if we're neighbors, if the fence gets knocked down, if your fence gets knocked down, I'm gonna come over and help you build your fence. Like I don't know where
Exactly.
that comes into play. You know what I mean? Or like if I'm having a barbecue in my backyard and say, hey, you want to come over for dinner tonight? Like I don't understand where that's coming into play.
Well, it's just like two people that get together and go bet on a different sports team. You know, they're out having fun together. Like, you know, I'm probably the most outspoken person maybe against the static that's not a Glober, right? And and then you have Witsit, and in my opinion, I think it would just be fucking awesome to go do those tests with him, you know, if that were a thing. And so for me personally, I don't have an ego attached to it because I have other things that I could attach my ego to besides some electricity. So, I mean, if we could ever do that, that would be awesome. But that's the way I think it should come together, like as a fun thing, a fun challenge, not a fight.
Right.
And then we could all put money on it, you know? And then we're like, come on, 100 volts per meter. Oh, goddamn it. You know?
No, the over and the under, you know, you're doing all kinds of shit with it. Yeah.
Exactly. You know, it could just be fun.
Wouldn't it be cool though? Like in a hypothetical sense though, like you always hear about the golden ratio. Wouldn't that be cool if it was like consistent with the golden ratio?
It'd be cool. Whatever it is will be a cool measurement.
Right. Even if it's nothing, it'd be interesting to know, like you said.
Yeah.
We could put it to rest. We don't have to worry about that theory. Let's move on to the next theory and figure out what that is and go test it. Because there's got to be an explanation.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's hard, you know, when what creates electrostatic charges is the contact and separation of dissimilar materials.
Right.
So dust and air, or, you know, socks and carpet, or, you know, I mean.
If you look at like the way we all breathe, right? We breathe, the plants breathe, the little, like the little life organisms that are in the ground that breathe, that live on an anaerobic metabolism and exhale methane or whatever, breathe methane. Like everything breathes, right? and that's how we get the different acidity levels for the different environments that we live in, things like that. Everything breathing, like whenever it inhales or exhales, there's an exchange between like those molecules, and those molecules, like an electron is added or an electron is dropped off in order for the release or attachment to occur. So, if when I exhale, I don't know necessarily what the positive or negative charge is to that exhalation, but certainly that's got to be changing some of the energy in the air around it also. The only reason why I know all this is I'm a paramedic and I know all about like homeostasis within the human body. And I've tried to read up on like why I read an article that was talking about that the Amazon rainforest is the largest reason for greenhouse gas emissions because of all the carbon and everything. And I was like, that has got to be the biggest fucking lie I've ever. Like, here you are telling me smog is bad. Now you're going to tell me the Amazon rainforest is bad? Get out of here, dude. So I read this article and I decided to, and it's talking about like all these methane breathing organisms in the ground are making the air more acidic. And so when the rain comes down, it's more acidic and everything like that. I'm like, it all eventually meshes with the ocean and it rebalances itself. But my thing was that got me all led into that was like, I understand like pharmacokinetics and how drugs work and like, our body balances when you're hyperoxemic versus hypercarbic. You have more carbon dioxide in your body or more oxygen in your body. That'll change the acidity. Actually, it's the alkalinity. You're above 7.0, but if you're under 7.35, you're acidic, and if you're above 7.45, you're alkalytic. And a lot of that has to do with ionization. Different ionization. So that's just a theory I'm throwing out there that maybe all this inhale and exhale and everything like that goes on even at the microscopic level, like may have something to do with the transfer of positive and negative ions.
I suppose it's possible. I was working around a group of astrophysicists and aerospace engineers one day, and I said, "So what's the charge level of the ionosphere, right? Because that's charged particles in the atmosphere apparently." And they went, "Oh yeah, I'm not sure what the actual number is." And then I went, "Oh well, you know me." I go, "So how did they measure that exactly?" And then it just got all silent, And that's when Flat Earth really started sinking in for me.
Really,
it was being around, career globers, that think that they're putting satellites in the air and all that sort of stuff. And you ask them, "So do you have to use the curvature calculator when you're doing that or anything?" And they're like, "What do you mean?" And I went, "What do you mean? What do I mean?" I asked a laser, a guy that builds lasers for shooting down airborne objects and stuff. I said, "Well, do you guys use the horizon calculator at all to figure out like how high an incoming aircraft would be or missile if you saw it out on the horizon, right?"
Determine refraction of the light.
Yeah, because it might be 10,000 feet above the ground, but it looks like it's only 5 feet because it's coming up over the curb, you know what I mean?
Right.
And they were like, "What do you mean the horizon calculator?" Every bit of math that you would need to do anything with a fucking ball, you don't even know what it is.
Right.
It's it just really shocked me at the time.
That's fucking.
But so my point, the ionosphere interests me after you said ions in the air and stuff, and I still have yet. I think I found a claim that it was something like 400,000 volts or something up there, but there was nothing that said how they measured it.
Yeah. Well, 400,000 volts, if it's 100 volts per meter, that would be 4,000 meters.
Oh yeah, and the ionosphere is way higher than 4,000 meters, I believe, or it's claimed to be, right?
Right. Well, I mean, and then like, so as far as like a gradient goes and everything like that, like just looking at those cameras with the weather balloons, they didn't build no Faraday cage to like, or did they? To me, it didn't look like they did, to divert energy and keep the camera from being all screwed up and everything.
Oh yeah, they've got even on ones that go on balloons, like so-called satellites. They're very well engineered for static electric charges and things, because they really do get massively charged up, like on a hot, windy, dusty, dry day.
Gotcha.
Just like an airplane, if you've been on a passenger plane and you sit next to the wing and you look out at it, it's got like these pencil-shaped like spear tips coming off the back of the wings, and they go to a little point, and they're about the size of like I don't know, maybe a big permanent marker or something like that. But those are wick off the corona charge, or the static electric charge that gets built up on the airplane, and it wicks it off those points. And because the plane gets so ridiculously charged up through the air while it's flying, but so it's it's definitely everywhere.
Right. Okay. Well, interesting. What do you do for work? If you don't mind me asking.
I work in the electrostatic mitigation industry. So we sell all sorts of tools and equipment, and do consulting for creating electrostatic protected areas for electronics assembly environments, munitions, aerospace equipment, stuff like that.
That doesn't take away at all from him being a musician either.
Yeah, if my two careers ever combine, I'm going to get fired from one of them, I'm sure.
Fuck Americans.
Yeah.
We can't do this again.
Fucking no. Earlier, Helio was asking like why Asian people don't come in here, and I'm like, because they heard MacGyver's song, dude. Stupid Americans.
Don't really like flat earthers. They like spaceships and stuff like gravity too.
Oh man,
dude. Man, I cried. I laughed so hard when I heard that, dude. I'm an old Cheech and Chong fan, man, and I was literally crying. I couldn't stop laughing.
I know. I was like, the boys are gonna get this song for sure. I was like, I'm talking to a bunch of 18-year-olds. These guys have seen this movie. I know it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was pretty embarrassed to put it out at first, so I was like, this song is horrible. Oh my god.
Oh no, dude. Yours is like one of the best. And I keep getting told mine is one of the best too. And I'm like, I don't agree. I'm like, you guys don't know music. Like
well, it's comedy music, man, is what it is. It's not, meant to be like, hey, I'll listen to this, is a great beat. No. It's just like funny stuff, man. I love it.
It's novelty music for sure.
Yeah.
Mine is, yeah.
And then that's the best kind, at the end of the day, it makes you laugh. The other music's good too, but
we should do one with Cheech Marion, where like from Dusk Till Dawn, where he's like, we got white pussy, black pussy, but do it like we got gravity, we got stars, we got horizon, we got Like make it everything they have to argue with. We got Jupiter, we got Saturn, we got Venus, we got Uranus.
MacGyver, did you catch the debate with Whitsitt and the electro professor?
I did, yeah. I was listening to that this morning.
What was your take on it?
I really liked how they had definitely different opinions on things.
Yeah.
But it was real easy to listen to. So that was really nice.
That's true.
But I mean, I don't want to go back over everything we've been talking about for the last hour, but
just to round off.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I thought, that Glober was fairly smart for a Glober, and and I had some disagreements with some static electric stuff. That Whitsitt had said, but other than that, it's like we said earlier, we just need to do some measurements and find out what the numbers really are, and then it's just a discussion, not an argument anymore.
That's it. I like it. Measurements. That's
Heck
cool,
yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I say measure everything you can.
No doubt about it. Measure twice, cut once.
She said.
Yep.
Measure twice, cut once.
That's right.
No, that's what Lorena said.
Not everything's 4 inches.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that Lorena Bobbitt actually got married to a Czechoslovakian guy recently?
Oh yeah.
Lorena Bobbitt.
Her new name is Lorena Kachikakov.
Not bad, not bad.
That sounds old school as fuck, but I dig it.
That's so nice.
Hey, do you know why Mickey Mouse loved Minnie Mouse? Because she was fucking goofy.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Is Goofy a dog or is it like a Wolfie or something else?
It's a chimera, actually. It's a fucking like yeah. Right. Yeah. It's predictive programming.
It is a weird one, man. I always thought Goofy was like, what the hell is it? I don't even know if that's a dog or fucking something else. I don't know. Yeah, I was. No, that's a different dog. Anyway. No, good stuff, man. I wasn't able to listen to the whole debate. I kind of caught the first 10 minutes. I was like, oh shit, this is deep, man. I gotta go fix a fucking screen door. I'll be back. Right. So
I thought it was I thought Whitsitt held his own pretty good. I thought the guy had a lot to bring up.
No doubt Whitsitt's very good at what he does. Okay.
Right.
But it's a let's be fair, it is a debate style. It's fast talker, sounding very confident, putting that down on you, and a lot of these guys just aren't ready for it. They don't know how to react to it properly. And Whitsitt's quick. He gets it, That's kind of the name. Yeah, a debate isn't won or lost. It's just what the audience takes from it.
Right. That's why I don't do debates. I don't want to do debate because it's just about the truth. I'm not selling you on nothing.
yeah, there's a lot of talk about what makes things go down. And I'm a simple guy, man. That shit's heavier than air, man. Keep it simple, bro. Probably gonna go down. And they got 10 million different descriptions for shit falling to the ground, and it's like, oh fuck. I get they build bridges, man. I get it. They have to consider what the forces that are coming down on the bridge and on the ground and everything. That's pretty well known shit, man. That's not complicated.
That's what normies call weight.
Mm-hmm. I get it. I mean, it can be totally calculated to withstand the being wet or rain or wind. Yeah. I think take all that shit into account. Good stuff, man.
Hey, MacGyver, when I see you in like thumbnails and you're wearing that freaking Joe Dirt fucking hair, is that like your hair or is that a wig sewn onto your fucking head?
Well, see, when I was young, I had this accident. No, it's yeah, that's well. I'll just let you wonder about it, bro. That's more fun.
Yeah. Let him lose some sleep over that one.
That's right.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, dude.
Good night, Lou.
Oh, man.
You're going to be here all night, man.
You're going to go to sleep thinking about my hair tonight, you weirdo.
I have nightmares, man.
Oh, I know.
It's 1990. Oh, I don't know. When was the mullet like popular? I don't know. I guess it was.
It never died, dude. It never died.
Maybe it never died. I never thought of it like that. That's a good point.
It just it was like a transfer of energy. It went from one environment to another, one region of the world to another region of the world.
I wonder where the bowl cut is now.
My nephew's got like this weird mullet thing. He's got like a mohawk, like a really wide mohawk, and really long hair in the back. It doesn't come down over like the ears and over the ears, like it's like way above the ears, right?
Right.
But it does go down like a mullet in the back there. And he's 21 as of today. And he loves his mullet. So maybe it never went out of style. Shit. It looks good on
it. Dude, the 80s and the mullet, like all that shit is back. Like it's not coming back. It's back. Look.
I went to a high school football game tonight, dude. And all the chicks are wearing bell bottoms, dude. Big flared out ankle bell bottoms, man. And I'm like, did I fucking miss something, man? Did we skip a couple? What?
Dude, the 80s wasn't bad though, man. I can dig the 80s. The problem is that they've got this like new age fucking distance, like NPC fucking attitude about them while they're wearing the 80s shit. And it's like, no.
All the chicks are wearing 70s bell bottoms. 70s, man. And these are like, you know.
That was no. Like the 70s, 60s, like most of that, like
yeah, 60s so like, bell bottoms.
That was like 15, 20 years ago when they were doing that again. Now they're doing the 80s thing where they got like these jeans that don't show off their butt very well, you know. But then they're high waters and shit.
No, it's still the 70s because the gas prices are through the roof. So,
hey, mom pants have made a comeback.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're mom pants. Yeah, but they're like torn up like mom pants. They're like, so it's like a mix.
Well, you don't want women to actually be feminine anymore. That's what you know.
The next thing to come out is going to be the Daisy Duke watch.
I don't know, man. Dude, I don't know what's going on because watching these teenagers run around tonight at the football game was just like a mind-blowing kind of trip, man. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, I went out tonight and ate at a restaurant, and there was a bunch of homecoming teenagers. They're all dressed up in sequin dresses. They look nice. I mean, well, if I was a young guy, I'd think that they look nice. Of course, I wasn't looking at them. But there still is this concept of femininity that exists. So thank God that our kids still follow that form and the mold of what feminine.
But they're all mimicking Kim Kardashian though. So like you have to be careful.
Sure.
Double-edged sword.
I want you guys to see the wine I'm drinking, okay?
No. I know what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is that there still is, male female roles, and I thank God.
It's very evident tonight at the football game, man. Watching thousands of teenagers walk by and talk to each other and hug each other, and hang out with each other, and
still got the beefcakes on the gridiron. Beefcakes on the gridiron and the cheerleaders with the little skirts, Well, I haven't been to a game in a long time, but
dance team, the band, the band's got their fucking stupid uniforms on,
But you know what? That right there, that's a government mold. You have to realize that. Because
I was thinking the same thing, and I'm like,
the strongest guy to get the cutest girl. That it's formed that way on purpose.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, it's the whole Barbie and Ken thing. It's the whole Barbie and Ken thing. It's always been
social engineering, 100%, man. They set that whole thing up. I was thinking the same thing tonight. I'm like, this is just a big social engineering.
It is
propaganda shit going on here. Fuck. It's fun. They were having a good time. Well, we all went through it. We laughed.
But then again, also, don't the accolades go to the best performer? What would be the best singer, the best athlete, the best guitar player? He's gonna get the chick. That's just that's life.
That's what I always used to say, man. Everybody does all
that's the way it should be. If you really, sorry to cut you off, but that's the way it should be. If you really are good at those things, you know what I mean? The problem is like their moral standards have been lowered so much. Like we now have this thing where fat is sexy. You can look like a man and be a woman, and you can friggin' or not even know and just be an it. Dude. There is no more line anymore. There is no more line. Period.
Dude, I know. There's 5,000 people at this football game tonight or whatever. I don't know. There's a lot of people. All the dudes, they look like dudes, man. All the chicks, they look like chicks. There was one cheerleader dude that was out there that looked like a chick. And he was proud of it. Out of all those thousands of people, man, I spotted one of those kind of flamer. I'm gay. I'm here. Hey.
Yeah, but look. The thing is that even if you question the people in the audience that go to that school or whatever else, they're gonna be like, "I just love those type of people," or whatever.
Californians.
Wait. Quick question: was he wearing a skirt?
He was wearing shorts with a cheer shirt on. I don't know. He was just some kind of high shorts, not the long shorts. And I don't think I got a picture of him, but it was the only one I noticed. The rest were just normal. Everybody was normal, man. There was no weirdos and fucking super pink gay fucking.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. It hasn't changed that much in real life. Like when you go to the audiences, it still looks pretty much the same. The thing is that what we see and what's okay and not okay, that's what's changed.
Well, you can't sit there and go, hey, that guy's totally gay. Well, he looks very feminine. Could you say that? Is that even okay? I don't even know if that's okay.
That guy is total full-on sodomite. Can you say that?
He's the smartest boy in school.
Gregory's back. You know what? You can say it. You can say it, man. Don't be afraid.
I do. And like, well, okay. I have to in the circles that I run in, I have to do it in tongue in cheek because, you put a stake in the ground like that. you're going to be ostracized. So I actually have to make a joke of it to actually say it straight out.
Well, I heard
this is the day we live in.
I heard Paul McCartney at a talk show once say, "Yeah, I'm the guy that replaced Paul McCartney."
Wow.
Yeah. So words have meanings, right?
Well, right. Unless he's,
but is he being
a shtick, you know?
Well, was he being shtickish, or was he just telling the truth? So you thought it was shtick, but it actually is the truth. You know what I'm saying?
It might be, but whoever that guy is super
Whoever
talented.
He is very talented. I saw him in concert once. Amazing. Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah. Oh
Great
man,
band.
Wings. I think Wings to me is better than Beatles. Well, no, I like a lot of the Beatles songs, but Wings to me is.
Did you see Get Back?
Yep.
What'd you think?
That's amazing. Oh my gosh, I didn't watch all of it. I haven't actually.
I know it's like 8 hours long. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I watched every second of it.
I like the in the studio where they have those things on the walls where they can turn the baffles over and then have like sound absorbing, or have like metal where it's reflecting to get like a plate reverb.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
Yeah.
And they turn
had a lot of problems. That the whole documentary is actually ended up. There were supposedly 2 albums that really kind of came out of that.
I feel bad for George though, because he had a lot of ideas and he was just shelved.
Well, Tavistock pretty much runs the show. So
and either way, you can't really feel too bad for them. They're the Beatles.
I know they're all messed up. They're my God. I mean, I think that they were one of the most Luciferian bands, satanic bands of all time. Zeppelin also.
Certainly the biggest.
Right, yeah. Right, maybe not the most prolific in their content.
Right. They were more obscure, but kind of, I mean, there was, you get the Ozzy Osbournes in your face versus the Beatles. I mean, it's just not really a fair comparison. You know what I'm saying?
Well, right. And then you have the Stones and the Sympathy for the Devil.
Kiss, or whatever.
Sympathy for the Devil. When you listen to those lyrics, it's like, yeah, they're talking about Pilate washing his hands for killing Jesus. That's straight up.
Yeah, man, it's straight in your face, man. Read the lyrics. I love reading lyrics. It really tells a lot about what's going on.
And they love it.
Yeah. And people love it too because it's got a good beat, Craig.
But you don't have to be a Satanist.
It's got a nice hook to
Here's the thing: you don't. Musicians aren't usually that intellectual of people most of the time. Like, especially when they start young.
Right.
You know what I mean? All they need is to.
That's what Tavistock
catch on to something that they know is gonna push buttons or catch. Just be edgy. That's a big deal.
I want to know about the Tavistock Institute and really hook into it and see if I can become an insider and then jump out and expose it.
Don't waste
I'm
your
a
time,
musician.
man.
I'm a musician myself.
It won't be good. It won't. Well, it might be good for your pocketbook, but it won't be good for your.
Well, no, I would just like to figure it out and then jump out and just expose it. It's sort of like the WEF. There are people that joined the World Economic Forum and they jumped out and then they expose it. Or the insiders that got involved with early on with the European Union and the United Nations and the marching toward the New World Order.
Back in the 50s, man.
Yeah, and they exposed it, but and they were invited, and so they're like, "Yep, I'm coming," and you don't have recording devices or anything like that. You're not allowed to have any of that. So all of it's from memory.
Yeah, you don't write it down. You get your instructions through television, radio, print. they have keywords and shit. They can communicate worldwide just by putting out a news article. You know?
I think we know enough now. Well, at least
we know a lot. We don't know it all, man, but we got
enough
portion, at least questioning it, questionable
enough to go no, to say no.
Hey,
you're not going to control.
You know,
I'm not going to go along with this,
Greg.
At all.
Day one, Coco, man. You know, I'm screaming from the top of my lungs, man. No, this is fake, man. This is bad.
Right.
You know, day one.
No, I'm sorry,
I was screaming actually, you know, when they were Chinese were getting locked down. I'm like, wait. This is a hoax.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry if I cuss sometimes. I just said the SH word.
Ah, fuck. What an ass. Dude, I'm
see,
sorry.
I don't like that. I don't like that when it comes to like bands playing on stage and stuff, when they're cussing and all that stuff. I hate that. And I play in bands. So
yeah, I don't think it's appropriate for a live music show, man. You don't need to go there. In private, we say, holy fuck. You know? Sitting around a campfire, having a couple beers, talking about, you know,
right.
music, whatever. Yeah, F word's going to get dropped for something.
Yep, right.
It's
not
here,
from kids. Not from kids or anything like that. Yeah.
I get really pissed off sometimes at the amount of stupidity out there, and sometimes I just have to kind of call it out with a few cuss words and say, there's a bunch of cuck motherfuckers out there, cuck motherfucking bastard bitches, assholes, or you know.
No, it's a release.
It is a release. You're right. Yeah. You nailed it. That's exactly what it is. It releases it back at them, and it, you know, kind of just bounces off of me, right? When I do that.
Right. We're so bound up by rules that you don't dare say what they are. They are motherfucking assholes.
Motherfucking cuck assholes.
That's right.
Yeah, and if you call them out, man, it helps. Believe me, man. It's worked well for me.
I know.
Try it out for yourself. See, we'll give you 100% money back guarantee on it. So take that.
Right on, brother.
Same with the flat Earth, though. 100 just try it out for a while. If it works, cool. Don't 100% money back guarantee.
Yeah. Right on, man.
Anyway, I'm drinking this Flat Top Hills red wine.
What's that?
Cabernet Sauvignon, made in California, 2018.
Oh yeah. What? 2018?
2018. Yeah, it's a couple of years down the road. It's really fucking good.
So, like, what? 6 years is no, that's 4 years. 4 years.
Yeah.
I feel it starts to sell.
Really, yeah. I mean, it opens up. It's got. It's not too strong.
Nice.
It's not going to give you a hangover or anything. It's tasty, man. I got it at this cheap store, man. It sells wine. I probably paid like $8 for that or something.
2018. That's almost pre-New World Order and shit.
Dude, it is actually BC, baby, before Coco. Okay,
right, BC. I got a bunch of Pinot Noir that I'm saving up.
Really, man. I've had very hit and miss with Pinot Noirs. Some are good, some are great. Most of them are shit.
I really like the texture of it, and it's dark. It's dark.
I mean, it's right, dark. Man. It's the same grape as the Burgundy French grape. It's the same grape.
Yeah.
So if you can get a really good Burgundy, you can. It's the same as the Pinot. That you get out of California or something. Oregon.
Well, my dad. My dad was in Napa Valley for quite a while, and then he moved to Texas, and so he's growing. He grew his own grapes, and nice. He has Duapple Famiglio, which is my family name, Apple. Well, you see me as Gregory Glover, but if you look at
who changed your name, man? Who changed
someone did it in here, but I'm Gregory Apple.
Gregory Apple. What was it? Well, I'll just click on it.
I'm Gregory Apple.
Yeah, I knew.
My dad, Thomas Apple. He's a. And no, I'm not hiding who I am. Thomas Apple. He's a semiconductor. If you semiconductor senior fellow developer, and he's already retired. But he's a hamhead. He's a big hamhead. So if you look up K5TRA, you can see his ham rig. Thomas Apple.
Cool, man. Did you ever get on the ham and talk to people like on the other side of the world?
Well, I did with my dad. Right now, I just have GMRS radios, and so GMRS can use repeaters, but I don't have a license right now. I do have an FCC call sign, but I have yet to get the 10-year license. So.
Hey, man, once the internet goes down and we're all fucked, you're gonna be like the fucking voice to the people, man. I need you to.
I know.
Get on there every night. Just spew it, bro.
Those guys like Alex Jones, they're talking about like they're selling the sat radios, the sat phones. It's bullshit, because how are you going to pay your bill and keep your account if you don't have the internet? It's like you think you're going to have this thing if the grid goes down. No, you're not going to have your sat phone anymore. It's going to go down with the rest of it. Like the only thing that's going to live is ham radio, man,
and generators, baby.
Yep.
Or some kind of solar power, like with a battery fucking bank. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, baby. I have a couple. I have a 2.4 kilowatt battery bank. It's nice.
I worked on a guy's piano once, man. He had the whole garage floor was full of batteries. He was way out in the country, and he had all these solar panels everywhere. He goes, "Yeah, man, I can run my dishwasher at night, no problem." Or fucking,
that's cool.
TVs, lights, all that. Yeah. He goes, but in the morning, man, it starts to drain down after a while if you're running. So you got to kind of mix and match. This week we'll do dishes. We'll do laundry, at night. But during the day, it was okay.
I got the new lithium.
Run everything during the day. When the sun are full lit on the panels, you can just fire up everything, go.
Oh yeah.
But
my battery bank is lithium iron phosphate, so it's the newest technology.
Keep that shit dry, man. Keep that shit. Do not let any water near any of that shit. Batteries.
Well, the lithium iron phosphate, you can even run them like on their side. They're not like the lead acid where you have to keep them.
Yeah. That's different.
They're fantastic batteries, and you can drain them down to zero. Drain them down to zero and charge them all the way back up, and they can cycle like 4,000 times.
Yeah. You have to have battery memory, and a lot of people
don't. No, they don't even have a battery memory. You can cycle them all the way down to zero and all the way back up. So they're not like the old. Yeah, none. Yeah. They're fantastic batteries. Look up it's LiFePO4. So it looks like LiFePO, but it's lithium iron phosphate, and they're the best motherfucking batteries. So what I did was I got a pair of them. They're 200 amp hour batteries, so a pair of them, and they're 12 volt 200 amp hour batteries. $1,400 for the pair.
Right.
Yeah, and that is the battery bank of. And I got this thing on casters, so I built this the plywood box. And I coated it in that truck bed liner, so it's like really it's hard on the outside, it's like a black plastic on the outside, and then
like a road case kind of protection.
Yeah, and so the two batteries are strapped in with like cam straps, so they don't move around.
Beautiful.
And then on the top is my inverter and charge controller. It's very cool. I could send pics. maybe I'll do that. I'll stick some in.
If anybody's interested in seeing
all right, I'll stick them in
a modern battery bank of solar charged batteries that will outperform most batteries on the market, right?
Yeah. Actually, what I have is
they're expensive as all fuck, but they'll blow away lead acid all day long, right?
Yeah, the whole project was over $3,000, but I have an account here with Imager. So
MacGyver, man, he's got a lot of experience with electronics, man. And,
no doubt, man. Okay, let me see if I can find this. I gotta find this.
He thinks this is awesome. It is awesome, man.
Here we are. I'm going to paste it in for you.
When I first started looking at solar, man, it was like $1,000 a watt.
No shit.
Yes. That's when I was like going, oh, I need to go solar. And I'm like, oh, fuck. $1,000 a watt? Fuck. Oh, that's not going to happen.
A watt?
Now it's like what?
Impossible. You're talking about kilowatt hours, or what?
Whatever. I mean, I just the solar panels, man. It's $1,000 a watt for the panels, not the batteries or nothing else. That's when I was looking at it back in the 90s, dude.
Hey, doctor, check out the chat. I posted an imager.
I see the solar panels. So you got two. Those are two.
200 watt.
200 watts. So you got 400
24 volt. It's a pair of 24 volt 200 watt panels.
In series, they're 12 each, right? There's two of them, so that makes 24, right? Series.
Yep. Okay. And so if I'm running on average like 250 watts for about 4 hours, panels will charge it up in about 2 hours.
Wow.
If I'm running it for 4 hours, the panels will charge it up in about 2 hours.
That's amazing.
It's really efficient. It's really efficient, and they're monocrystalline PERC. So they have a second layer. The PERC second layer is collecting electrons or photons that go through the first layer.
They go from what?
They go through the first layer, and the stuff that the first layer can't use, and it goes into the second layer, and you get extra electricity. It's from Rich Solar. Go to Rich Solar, and you can.
So
and you can find those. Those are my panels.
Those panels
are
really
flat, cheap.
Those panels are flat and angled,
and they're light.
That's all I'm saying, man. You know, solar panels are flat. Come on.
There's no bumpies on them.
there's no curvature in the solar panels, man. That's all I'm saying. I've seen the parabolic fucking solar panel situation.
I have, yeah. It's kind of strange.
Oh my god, those things got to get so hot, dude.
What do you think? What do you think of my?
But in the winter, the parabolic would be good in the winter, like
yeah, you might be right. Yeah. What do you think of the build?
Where the sun's not as intense in the winter because it's it's low on the horizon.
Hey, click on that link and tell me about my build sequence. I started with the box, and you can see the box. Wow. So the pair of batteries that was 1,400 for those two lithium iron phosphate batteries, and each one of them is 12 volt. 200 amp hour, and then in parallel or in series, you maintain the same amp hours, but in parallel you would double the amp hours, but you'd still stay at 12 volt. But in series, you have 24 volt, 200 amp hour.
Yeah, I think it's pulling it up in a funky browser. I gotta try a different browser here, man.
Yeah, and you should. It'll give you a. like a series of images, and then you can see all the comments down below. It's Imager.
Yeah, I see that. There we go. Now I got a different browser.
So you can see kind of
Dude, those are little teeny batteries, bro. What?
They're each of them are about 50 pounds. So they're like 48 pounds each.
That's pretty heavy, man.
Well, altogether, it's 2.4 kilowatts. So it's a lot of power. That's a lot of power.
Look at you, man. Got the nice junction boxes and shit hanging out there. Nice cables.
Yeah. That's 12 gauge wire. 12 gauge.
Nice. Very nice, man.
Three strand wire.
Nice wiring, man. Got to hand you on that. That's 1/2-inch plywood. Nice.
Yep. Well, it's a 3/4 on the base, and then 1/2 on the sides. Yeah, because the base needs to be fatter.
Damn, look at that.
And it's got casters on the bottom. You can't see the casters.
$3,000 ish. Might be a little more with inflation and everything, but
about around $3,000 for the thing. And I just built it myself. And man, that thing.
That base is sweet. Yeah, that 3/4 shit is nice, man. Damn, that's great plywood. Yeah.
It is, yeah. And I like the lid. It's got the struts. You can see that there's one picture where I put the gas struts in, so you can like lift the lid and it goes. It lifts up.
Like my toilet seat.
Yeah,
does the same thing, man.
Like the back of your truck.
Like the back. I know. I just got one of those.
Like your toilet, you got gas struts on your toilet seat.
Gas struts. Well, I don't want to. I don't. In the middle of the night, man, I can't have that shit slamming down.
No shit. That's awesome.
Keeping it real, man.
Right on. Well, I'm glad you appreciate it. Thank you.
I do appreciate all that, man. And there's so many great craftsmen in the world, man, that put together.
This is my first one, though. I've never done anything like this, but I made sure I did it right. It took about 6 minutes.
Obviously, you've done some cabinetry or some kind of.
Yeah, I did. I did cabinetry. Yes.
Electronic, installing air conditioners or something.
And I've done electronics. I worked for Wabash and Norand, which was another. I did soldering and all that stuff.
Yeah. The skill shows through the preciseness of your wire harnessing and.
Yep, I did wire harnesses for Wabash, so yeah.
Yeah, I do the same kind of stuff, man. Where it's got to be like perfect right here, going in this hole. It has to. Yeah, there's no extra slack that's not gonna fucking flop around.
You know what I'm doing right now? I'm doing software development for an attorney. for a law firm. That's what I do for a living.
You're doing code. I get it.
No, but they're defense attorneys for personal injury and they look out for the man, or for the common man.
One of my best friends, man, that's what he does. He's an IT guy for lawyers. It's like
it's funny. They need it. They need it.
I mean, you got to be real competitive out there in today's digital world, man. You got to be on that shit, man.
Twitter, you know what I did before that, though? I worked for an ABC affiliate. I'm serious. I was working for an ABC affiliate in the Midwest, United States, and they are just liberal ass fucks. They're terrible people, terrible, all of them. And it was the worst. It was the worst thing. I mean, I learned a lot, and there were some good people there. But man, what a terrible environment! And they're just like they try to like stick it to you all the time. They try to like corner you and try to make you into, or try to force you into the liberalism.
Here it is, Gregory.
Liberalism.
Leadership defines culture. Period. That's it.
Yeah.
Write that down. Spread it around. Leadership defines culture, man. If the leadership
is the one in charge,
the one in charge sets the standards, man. That's what happens down the shithole.
They know it, and they grind it into you like a screwdriver in your ribs. Just like they try to hurt you. I got fired because I went to a Donald Trump rally.
Wow.
That's but they didn't say that. But
so you're a controller on the top, man. The mop.
What?
Map? Is that the map? The white box on top of the black box.
Oh, that is that's an MPP. If you want to look it up, it's an MPP PIP 2424. PIP. It's like PIP 2424.
Okay.
And you can find that box. It's a 12 volt 110. So you basically get a 110 pure sine wave out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can run anything 110. I can't do 220 out of it, but I can do pure sine wave 110, and it's 24 volt. 24 volt. I said 12, but it's 24 volt.
Right, it's 2 12s.
Yep.
Yeah, just like your solar panels.
Yeah, exactly.
It handles both solar panels, both batteries.
It's a beautiful system, and it's so efficient. Cool, I think it's about 40 watts as it's running, which is really when you fire it up, and it consumes about 40 watts, which that's pretty high. But it's doing so many things. It's doing the charge controller. It's doing the inverter. It's doing everything.
Input, output. You got that nice LED screen. Yeah, man, beautiful, man. I don't know. It's so simple that it's almost unbelievable, man. It's almost unbelievable, like the globe.
Yeah, I know that green glow. It's like it's luring me to my grave.
The globe, man. The globe, not the glow. The globe.
Oh, you're right. But man, it's what? Well, yeah. I mean, as far as I know, but that I look at all kinds of things. I've looked at the hollow earth. I've looked at the growing earth. Have you guys looked at that? The growing earth thing? That is messed up. That's messed up. And
I looked at something the other day. You'll dig this. It has something to do with the charging of batteries and stuff. But there was this company, man, that started up in like 2012, 2013, called Nikola.
Yeah.
And it was this trucking company that was going to come out with these hydrogen electric big rigs, man, that were going to revolutionize trucking, bro. We're going to get rid of diesel. We got this new company called Nikola, and they are going to bring out the big show, and I got these really fancy looking high tech fucking diesel trucks, big rigs. And it turned out that the guy was just a scam artist, bro.
Oh my god!
He didn't build fuck all, man. And
vaporware.
It was so fuck, and he took everybody for like $9 billion.
Yeah, well, check it out. That's not unfitting, because that's what Nikola Tesla was actually kind of known for up until like all this stuff we're going through now. Now all of a sudden we give him all this credit. Yes, he did have a lot of awesome inventions, but he was also known for being sort of a carnival sideshow too. Like,
well, that was Edison. Edison was a lot of trickery, and Edison was the sideshow, man. Nikola was just the guy who built shit, man.
No, it was a thing of the time. They all did it, but they were just trying to create a spectacle for the people to try to sell,
and that's exactly what this company did, man. And they made a spectacle. They got it on the stock exchange. They sold $9 billion worth of stocks. The guy he wasn't doing anything he said he was doing. Nothing. He just had. It's all fucking just show. It was all show, man.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
So the point is, man, that it's easy to pull off a show, apparently, and collect $9 billion. Anyway, the guy's going to be sentenced to jail.
That's an excellent way of putting it, because it relates it back to the moon landing and all kinds of other things.
Exactly. It does relate it. It's, there's how long can you keep the scam going? That's all.
How many spectacles? How often do you have to give them a new spectacle? What is that timeline? About 20 years or so, I would say.
Yes, I'd say every decade for sure. You got to give them a new.
You got to give them a big one. It's like every couple of decades, dude. Like when we went from 9/11 to the thing we're going through now, the big ones, right?
Well, wait a minute, man. We had a couple of wars in there. Those are spectacles.
No, those weren't big ones, though. Everybody.
But yeah, the big ones. You're right. It's every 20 years for the really big one. For the next one.
No, I wouldn't even call those really big. I would guess that every 100 years we have a really big one that.
Right, yeah, we could scale it. Yeah, we could scale it around.
Yeah.
I dig that. Yeah, that's a good point, man. Mud floods. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, star forts. Hey, you got answers for star forts? Anybody? That's a good one. They're everywhere. Oh, okay, that's weird.
Hey, Ironheart.
I love throwing that at normies at a dinner party or something. I'll be like, hey man,
at a dinner party, just like, so what are you guys' thoughts on mud floods in Tartaria?
Or you can go star forts, Tartaria, or you can go ghost cities, man. Ghost cities.
You're at a Friday night fish fry, and dude asked for more tartar, and you're like, funny thing about the tartars,
tartar sauce.
Funny thing.
Anyway, if you're at a party next time, I just bring up ghost cities, and I say, hey, you've seen these cities in China, man, and Turkey that they built hundreds of buildings. They built an entire fucking Paris, France, in China with the Eiffel Tower, and nobody lives there. And you just watch the look on their faces, dude. Watch it, and you could see their eyes fucking turning, burning. Their brain is fried. They don't know what to make of ghost cities, bro.
Those places are just crumbling. And actually, I've seen people go on site and drive around and look at it. And they're made so shitty. And
they're like made of it's a Hollywood set shitty kind of building, man.
Yeah, facade.
Mm-hmm. But it's still fascinating. It's a great conversational piece, man, to bring up at a normie party, Just get people thinking about other things other than fucking football or some shit.
Well, that's the perfect name for it, and it lures people into the topic.
Yeah, ghost cities.
Kind of ghost cities.
But I just start.
Anybody see those chemtrails on the way in here?
Don't go near, man. No, you can't go chemtrails on these people, man. Don't do that. That's
right. I know most people
you can't go anti-coco on these mongos either, man. You got to hit them
down immediately.
You can't just bust them straight up from the top, man. You got to kind of ease them into it. But Ghost City, Star Forts, Tartaria, beautiful, man. I've seen the reactions on people's faces, man. They look dumbfounded, and they're like, Tartaria, what's that? What the?
Here's the thing. It's because they already know you're a nutcase, but they were expecting the usual.
I never met these people, man. I've never met these people before. I'm at a dinner party. I'm sitting next to some dude, man. Looks like he just got his master's degree or whatever. Whatever.
Okay. Well, either way, my point that I'm getting to is it's the Tartaria thing is. The normies have never heard of that shit. They've heard of flat Earth. They've heard of chemtrails. They've heard of 9/11. They've heard of JFK. They've heard of.
You got to feel out everybody, man, because you can't just throw flat Earth at everybody you see, man. You kind of just
right. I know a midwife. A midwife, you know, the ones that help deliver babies. They're not registered nurses. Well, what she did was she went over to Moscow, and she brought her whole family over from the Midwest, which is where I live, and they're friends of mine. And she went over and studied under midwives in Russia. And brought her husband and her kids and everything, and like they had a saying, and like her husband, which was one of my friends, and he said they have the saying that if you scratch a Russian, you'll find a Tartar, and that's what they have the saying: you scratch a Russian, you'll find a Tartar. That meaning it's almost a joke, you know, meaning under the surface of every Russian is a Tartar.
I thought that just meant that they had the sauce.
Well, it means that like scratch a Russian. It's like once you scratch the paint off, then underneath that there's a Tartar under every Russian.
Yeah, no, I understand.
They are the Tartars. That's what they're trying to say. They are the Tartars.
Yeah, well, if you look at the maps and stuff when it comes to all that stuff, if you believe those maps, that's a big if. But a lot of those tars is definitely what they own now, right? That map, there's one map in particular that I know you're referring to.
Tartaria.
I got a question. I got a question. What if we scratch an astronaut?
You find a liar.
You find a Russian.
Oh, good.
You find a Freemason. Okay, I wasn't implicating Iron Horse. I want to get Iron Horse talking again because he's a master Mason. But you know what? I'm not trying to expose the guy. He was a very kind and nice guy the last time he chatted with us. So
I listened in for that. Iron Horse, you did say that I'm the one who called you out on that, I believe. Like you said something that was very clear, and I said, "So you are a Mason?" And you said, "Yes, sir."
Not me. No,
Iron Horse did. This was a couple months ago.
Yeah, right. Iron Horse is a Mason, but I think he's a good guy. He might not know what he's into, but I think he's a good guy.
Yeah, he's only 32nd, man.
No, he's third. He's third.
Oh, he's only third? Oh, shit. Oh, never mind.
Dude just walked in the fucking hall yesterday. Like, he was like, dude, can I be a Mason, bro?
I want to do it with like a rubber chicken type.
Dude, we should both do that tomorrow and videotape it, man. Hey,
with a rubber chicken.
I just want to be like a Mason, bro. Can you hook me up?
With a rubber chicken, you know, when it's sweet.
They'll be like, get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out.
Why, bruh?
What's up, bro, man? Far out.
Yeah, I thought I'm inquiring. Give me the secret.
Man. Let me in.
Give me the secret handshake, bruh.
What's the secret handshake, man? Do I have to knock 3 times? You know?
Dude, I got some secrets too, man. Call me up, I'll hook you up. You know what I mean?
Bowie.
Come on, that would be a really funny, like a fucking Spicoli goes and tries out to be a Mason, right? Yeah. That would be perfect. Yeah.
Bill and Ted goes to the Masonic Lodge.
Yeah. Come on, man. I'm surprised Hollywood hasn't jumped all over that shit, man. What the hell's wrong with them?
They don't dare.
They have weak minds in Hollywood, right? Gregory, come on.
They don't dare blaspheme Muhammad because they'll get firebombed.
Dude, what do you think of Hollywood? Dude? Do you know? I don't know if you know, man, but I was Flat Earth Hollywood for 2018, and I went out there and talked to people on the streets in Hollywood for every Saturday.
Oh, were you?
Yeah. Flat Earth Hollywood.
Nice.
You can find some stuff on us out there if you search it up. You'll find it. Anyway, we went out Hollywood Boulevard. Saturday nights, we're flat earthers. What do you got? And my goodness, Hollywood, I don't have to tell you how crazy Hollywood is, man. It is insane, man. And anything goes there, man. People don't give a fuck what you're doing. They're like, we're in Hollywood. Everything goes in Hollywood. I never got one chased away or called an asshole, man. Dude, you're an idiot, asshole. No, nobody ever did that, man. There was always like people would run by and go, right on, flat earth, man. And they just keep moving, or people would stop and go, what the fuck is this? I'm a scientist. I'm like, well, come on over, man. Let's talk about the earth, And anyway, it was out there just having fun in Hollywood because I knew that nobody would ever I want to fucking knuckle punch your ass, like what? Yeah, no, Hollywood, they don't give a fuck about anything out there, man.
But you know what? I don't think anyone where I live, at least in the Midwest, would be violent toward a flat earther.
I've seen it in the Midwest. Have you never seen that video where the guy's out there at the lake and he's flat smacking? He's got the signs.
Yeah, dude, there's assholes everywhere.
And then the guy comes up, man, grabs his fucking phone and throws it in the lake.
Even there's assholes even in the
and they, want to fucking kick your fucking ass, Gregory. I've seen it at least 100 times where flat earthers are getting chased or called an asshole or fucking or getting beat up with a baseball bat and having their speakers smashed.
You know what? And actually, I live in Wisconsin, dude. So I know kind of what you're saying. We're more of usually we don't really care too much. We're allowed to think what you think, and we're not going to care too much, But if somebody is being loud and obnoxious and they're fucking up your vacation day or something. Dude, we're probably the bigger asshole because we're not used to that type of behavior.
Well, if you're specifically going out and setting up a table or like we did in Hollywood, we had this cart. We had a model of the flat Earth lit up with LEDs. We had a big sign that says flat Earth, and we were trying to draw attention to ourselves in any way we could. We were on a really low budget, but, we did what we could. We live streamed and, never once did, anybody want to come by with a baseball bat and trash our shit. Now, Witsit was out there in Utah, of all places, and they came and attacked his actual live stream with a baseball bat, and you're like, holy shit, man. People get violent.
Yeah, hey, Lou. I went to school in kindergarten and first grade in Madison. I remember Wisconsin, and my memories were fond. I love that place. Madison, Wisconsin was great. And of course I moved away, but I'm still in the Midwest. But listen, where I lived, my dad was he was a student. Also, he was getting his double master's in physics. So he that's where
your dad was the asshole. Is that what you're saying?
No. He's brilliant. My dad is brilliant. He's very, very conservative.
No shit.
He's a tea. Yeah, he's a tea party.
That's hard to say coming out of Madison, man.
I know. He ended up in Portland, and he's like he had to leave Portland because of all the psychotic liberals.
Okay, yeah,
and
Madison looks bad.
I don't want to get too personal, man, but how old's your dad, man, right now?
He's 74.
All right. I got a really good friend who's 72.
My dad's in good shape.
I can relate totally to his upbringing, generation. That kind of, mindset, the Beatles, all that. Yeah.
Super smart. He's smarter than I am.
Did he let me ask you, man, did he like the Beatles?
he wanted Beatle boots when he was and then he told me, it's like, well, Greg, why do you want to have long hair? And yeah, that's my name, Greg. And I said, well, I love the bands I listen to. I'm playing in rock and roll bands and metal bands and stuff. And he's like, well, I wanted Beatle boots when I was a kid, and he goes, now I think it's silly. Well, yeah, okay, but you wanted them at one time, so you understood that whole thing.
Do you feel silly, Gregory, now that you've gotten past your playing in long hair metal bands?
I'm still playing in long hair metal bands. Look at my picture.
You're
actually
one
my
of
hair's
them.
a lot longer.
Oh, you're one of them.
I'm still
kidding, man. I'm just fucking with you, man. Totally fucking with you.
I know.
I've been in the music business, man, for like over 30 years. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff, and I know how it works. And
there's destruction in it.
There is a pattern. Yeah,
I recorded 2 albums, 2 high fidelity albums, really good ones. Yeah,
high fidelity. Okay.
Really, really good, punchy.
So is it like an hour, 2 hours worth of music? You think?
Yeah, about 2 hours. Yep.
About 2 hours.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Dude, I'm working on Gregory. That's been in my DMs talking about hi-fi music and stuff, right?
That's great.
Yeah, yeah. No, I got kind of a decent, halfway decent setup. Not quite audiophile, but it's pretty good.
Nice.
Hey, man, with today's technology, somebody's got a feedback coming back.
Well, I've told you I've got a my receiver amplifier that I got in the living room. It's a Pioneer SX 980, I believe. Yeah. Whatever it's
how many watts?
How many watts? It's I think it's 280. It's 280, but it's obviously not solid state. That's tube amps, so that's big.
Oh, nice. I love tube. Tube sounds so good. Vacuum tubes are the best.
Why do I have an echo? Do you guys have an echo?
It's probably coming from me. I've got my computer open right now.
All right.
Okay.
I was hearing like a double speak.
I have 3 receivers around my house. I have a 500 watt Yamaha, and then an Onkyo that I picked up at a garage sale.
I got
a 700 watt. 700 watt Onkyo, and then I also have a 700 watt Sony upstairs in my jam room, which I do like casting, so I can like play along with songs and stuff, like on my big TV up there.
This is amplifier talk on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and we're gonna get into some deep amplifier tone.
Deep tone, baby.
Amplifier tone quality comparisons.
But my guitar rig,
Bluetooth.
I wish Sonny was here. Sonny knows a lot about
Bluetooth connector thing to go to that old Pioneer.
Right.
Yeah, I'm running a 2400 watt Crown XLS. The 2500 is 2400 watt bridge mono. But it's I'm running it in stereo right now because one channel is going for my synth. I got a floor synth that I use with the pedal. I got a Roland PK5A that I use. It's like the organ pedals, and then I run that into
so you can play the bass notes on
Korg Triton. So I can either use bass notes or pads or synth any synth. And then I also set the MIDI channel so that I can send it to an Akai MPC-1. So I have like samples and all kinds of stuff that I can trigger from the floor while I'm playing guitar. And
Gregory,
then
let me ask you, do you know who Joey DeFrancesca is?
I've heard of him.
A lot of people have heard of him, man.
I don't know him. No.
Right. You never saw him in concert or anything?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I'm going to Steve Vai in November. Steve Vai, you know him.
Anyway, I know Steve.
See him. Yeah, I'm going to see him in November. Got tickets.
Not a big fan. Great player, man. Fuck.
Oh yeah, right. Oh, phenomenal.
Not a big fan. It's a little too.
It's heady.
It's heavy bluesy. It's a little too much of that. I can take like maybe 30 minutes of that, but
it's shredder. It's shredder. It's sort of like
30 minutes.
Bluegrass.
If you can shred for 30 minutes, and I'm like, that's cool, man. All right,
but you listen to bluegrass for like 3 songs, and it's like, okay, I'm done.
But yeah,
it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it is, man. But I love Steve, man. He's a great player, man. Saw him in person.
Awesome. He's awesome.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah. But the tones that we get out of our guitars, if you have like a 69 Marshalls, right?
Oh yeah.
And a Les Paul guitar.
I like the JCM. That's my favorite.
And you can plug those two together and go.
The Marshall JCM. The Marshall JCM is so good, man.
I mean, there was whatever Jimmy Page was using them back then. Great tone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whatever you're into, man. I mean, there's
right on. And then there was the Mesa category of amplification.
The Mesa Boogie stuff.
Oh yeah, this stuff is brutal.
Brutal, man. I mean, we're talking new technology, amazing.
Yeah, and
Mesa Boogie will do it, man. Yeah.
Have you heard Rev? Have you heard Rev amps?
No.
REVV.
I like the name.
They're awesome.
Right on.
Old tube. It's tube technology, you know.
Well,
so
I play an old Super Reverb, and that's it, man. And a wah pedal and one distortion pedal. That's it, man.
There you go.
Anything more than that, man, I'm fucking like, I don't know what to do.
As far as tube stuff goes,
it all sounds the same to me after, like, whatever, 22,000 hertz or something.
If you guys got any old tube amps or whatever laying around or whatever, like, it's time that need to be refurbished. It's time to like make sure to get that shit done, because those old fuckers are almost dead. They're like,
yeah,
dude, they cannot. There's nobody left that can actually.
Here's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem I'm running into, Lou, man, is that I've had some people come to me recently, man, that were like looking for guys that could fix a pinball machine. They're like,
yeah,
I can't find it.
That type of stuff is gone. There's nobody left.
Who's the guy that can do it? Well, I happen to be in one of those professions where I'm the guy, but I don't advertise, and eventually somebody finds me, and I say, it's going to be a lot of money, man.
Yeah,
so the caps and resistors.
Okay. And
I just had this old Pioneer refurbished like a year ago, and it took forever because there was only one guy that in the state that could do it. And fucking
there's one guy.
So, Doctor,
I'm that guy. I am that guy, Lou, man.
Doctor, you know caps and resistors. You know how to do all that shit.
No, I'm not I'm in a different profession than that one.
Okay, so like the old solid state.
I'm even way before that, bro. I'm even way before solid state. I mean, I actually might even be in a genre that's pre-fucking radio. Yeah, man. I have a skill that very few possess. Very few.
It's called mind control.
Well, but here's the thing too: is a guy like me though would say, "Are you going to?
You guys haven't?
Are you going to? I want it restored as original as possible. I don't want like
Yeah,
you know what
exactly.
I mean? Like people are gonna mod this thing and put they're gonna have a burnt out incandescent bulb and they're gonna put a fucking LED in there instead.
Right.
Dude, Lou, you guys have not listened to me over the years. You know, I work on these things called player pianos, bro.
Oh.
I don't know if you guys know what those are.
That's mechanical. They're mechanical.
It's 100% mechanical, automated musical instruments. Okay.
It's beautiful.
They are beautiful, and they're very charismatic. They're very romantic. They're very nostalgic for sure. 100%, right? So yeah, they're in a genre of I'm the only guy in the country right now that I think can fix these things, man. And it's a funny position to be in, man, because I get calls from all over the world now, and it's like, oh shit, fuck, you know, yeah.
You need to be on the air when it comes to
you
know those.
I'm on the air right now, man. I'm on the air right now.
Well, I'm talking about like you know the antique roadshow and the antique the pickers.
Not interested, man. Gregory, man. I'm just I'm a golfer.
I think it would be really cool to actually hear from someone who is a professional like that. You know, what is this worth? Well, you have a piece of shit and rats.
It's a piece of shit. It's a rat-infested fucking nightmare. Okay.
There's turds in your
25 grand. They're gonna get it restored. 25.
Right. I know.
Is it worth 25 grand after that? Probably not. But
see, I used to give guitar lessons, and I have people come up to me all the time. They still do. Right. Hey, do you give guitar lessons? And I would say, used to, won't ever again. And, well, part of it was because I rented out a studio in a local music store, and I had to have an observation window so that I wasn't touching a girl or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, fuck this! I don't want to do this ever again. I don't want to ever.
Dude, I went to a studio for music recently where they rent out rooms to the teachers. And everything has a camera in it, and it's 20. Every room has a fucking camera in it.
Actually, that is way better because we used to actually
in the lobby where you sit and wait for your 12-year-old to go do her fucking flute lesson or whatever. You can see her in the room the entire time in the lobby.
Right. Well, what I used to do I would put a cassette tape in.
You can watch it on your phone in your car.
But back in the day, I would put a cassette tape in, and then I would write on the cassette the date and the student, and I'd pop it in, and so then the whole thing was recorded because there wasn't anything.
Right.
I was
we didn't have the internet.
I was covering my ass.
Discord. We didn't have
CIA. CYA. You know.
Great. That's good on you, bro. Good for
I know.
That.
And like I got tired of it. I'm like, I'm not going to do this ever again. I'm not giving guitar lessons. You guys can fuck off. I got tired of it because it's so much stress. You have to prove yourself, and you know you have parents coming up, and you see it in their eyes. They're like, "Are you a good guy? I don't think you are a good guy.
You don't look like a good guy, Greg."
Right? I know. It's weird, and so I'm like,
I'm a conservative, liberal, moderate cuck bastard fuck. You don't know what you're dealing with, man.
And then they send their kids to liberal school where they get taught about like gay transition bullshit, you know. And like these people, they're the product of liberalism.
It is stressful, man. Even me working on pianos, it's stressful, man. It's not easy, man. It's like you got to lift this, turn that, screw, fix this, glue that. I mean, it's like there's.
Do you use like old school glue or like modern glue?
Well, I go modern a lot of the times. I'll tell you.
But what if someone wants
sure, man? I can do horse hoof. What they call hot, hide glue.
Yeah.
Hide glue is, I think, it's the
proper hide glue. Yes, it's from horse hoof. Yeah,
I can do hide,
which would be traditional, and then you would actually, if you were doing a restoration, then you absolutely want to keep with the same materials.
Yeah, you know what? That's the customer who's paying. If he wants to pay for the extra work, yeah, great, man. We'll do it.
Right on.
No problem.
That's awesome. Man, you know your stuff. You know your stuff. That's awesome.
Well, I had 4 years apprenticeship with some masters, and they were great. And
I'm glad you enjoy it, though. That's the thing. You need to really enjoy what you do.
It is, man. Really comes down to that. And this world's so cocked up sometimes that it can really suck you into some shitty jobs, man. I've seen it over and over and over with friends and family, and it's like, wow, man, what a shitty situation. Even my wife. My wife's been through, I don't know, half a dozen company turnover purchases.
And what's she doing here?
These people are gone.
What line of work?
Everybody fucking quit. Like,
what line of work is she in?
What's that?
What line of work is she in?
She's in the education business.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I started out with educational software.
There you go. Yeah.
That was like state education.
I sold educational software for a couple of years, dude. Yeah. What a trip.
It is a trip, because then you have psychometricians deciding what are the test questions.
Say that again.
Psychometricians,
dude. Somebody write that down, man. Fuck.
Yeah, and they're the ones that decide what the questions are on the tests, and they're psychology experts. Yeah,
those are the ones that get to decide the curriculum.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why standardized testing is decided by these psychologists.
My wife's in this business, man. And I was in it for a couple of years, man. When
I worked with Pearson.
When software first started coming out to the school districts, man, it was like literally like floppy disks and CDs, man. It was ancient. It was ancient technology compared to this shit now. But back then, man, it was totally high tech and shit. It was the shit.
Yeah. And then the company I work for was owned Houghton Mifflin, Prentice Hall.
Fuck off.
Yep. That's Pearson. Pearson.
Okay,
they own Prentice Hall.
Houghton. It's called Houghton Mifflin.
Houghton Mifflin. Okay, Houghton Mifflin and Prentice Hall, and also Penguin Books. They own the whole thing, and the Financial Times. They own that, and it's like
Houghton Mifflin was owned by that they published Mein Kampf. Hitler's book. I don't know if you guys know.
Sure did.
That's a fact. That's a fun fact here this evening.
Houghton. Okay, I thought it was
Houghton Mifflin, man.
Houghton Mifflin. Yep, and Prentice Hall is the main.
That's more of a
textbook publisher
for education. Prentice Hall is that's higher education. Prentice Hall.
That's all exact textbooks for colleges.
Yeah. That's higher. It's high education. Yeah, they're the ones that produce those books. But Houghton Mifflin produces the like K through 12.
That's right. And so what I did was I worked on
I know scoring. My shit. I tell you,
I worked on test proctoring and student registration and scoring software. So
wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, for state contracts, and we had Virginia, Texas, and all kinds of big players in there. Millions and millions of dollars.
Millions, yeah, millions, hundreds of millions.
It's huge. It's
huge money, bro. Yeah, they pay my wife good to help. Yeah,
I could go back there if I wanted, but I don't want to go back there.
Information into the students' hands, teachers' hands. Man, what a manipulated system, man, that we happen to find ourselves.
I made so much money there. I made so much money working for those people.
I did too.
I could do it again, but right now I'm making probably a quarter of what I could make there, and I don't want to be there. And I don't want to be with the ABC affiliate, working for the man, the prostitute whores.
You're working for the man.
I don't want to work for the prostitutes, and or the state education bullshit. I mean, it's terrible.
It's terrible, man. But so many things are terrible. But remember to pick out the good every day, man, when you're looking at the world,
That's right.
Try to look around and pick out some good shit, because there is some fun, good shit going on.
There is.
And you can observe that shit just as well as you observe the absolute cuckery shit we have to look at. It's like, really, do I have to look at, the Illuminati baby eaters today? Really?
Right.
Come on. I mean,
you're a good man, doctor.
Where am I going to draw the line today?
Do you have a name?
Kenny.
Okay, Kenny. My name's Greg. Good to meet you, Kenny. Man, you're a breath of fresh air. Thank you.
So are you, man. And I think we work well together, and we're just laughing, and we're just pointing out the obvious bullshit that we have to deal with.
It's terrible. It's terrible out there.
It is.
And that's why we need
amazing out there. It's amazing out there too, man. At the same time, man, it really is. There's so much amazing, cool, positive things going on, bro. They just don't get reported on, and we're not looking for them. And
that's right.
We're not. We got to go looking for the positives occasionally, dude. Just go. Type in, instead of typing in, the end of the world, type in beginning of a new beautiful thing or something, whatever. Just there's got to be somebody going, hey, man, there's some positive shit happening here. It really kind of hit me yesterday, man, when I met this, I was sitting with this real estate person who really has invested like 30 years into real estate. Up, down, in, out. And I was like, she goes, if the market goes down like tomorrow, man, great. I'm going to buy some more properties. She wasn't worried. She's like, oh, yeah. Of course, if the market goes down, that's a good time to buy. And I thought, it just hit me like, wow, man, she's really on a different level than I am right at the moment,
Because we're thinking about the dollar. The spending power of the dollar.
Right. She's thinking like, that's the best time to buy, man, when it's crashing.
If she can sell later.
Well, the thing is when you buy like investment properties, man, you can get, it's like 0% down sometimes. And it's like 0%. Oh, yeah. 3.5% down or something. You can get some amazing profits. Anyway, she was just pointing out all the positives that can come from a downturn, and she's a normie-ish hippie chick. She was, anyway, she's a great person. It was an amazing sit down. We spent about 30 minutes talking about real estate and renting. She's been through it all, man. She's been through it for 30 years. And I was like, all I was doing is listening and saying, hey, that's interesting, man. I brought up the subject too, man. I was like, you're into real estate, so what do you think of the market? And that was all I said. And she told me like 30 minutes of all kinds of, it was like a fucking download. You know what I mean? I was getting downloaded, right? For positivity. I was downloaded with positivity, man. How dare her?
Yeah, right. Hey, Kenny, what do you do personally as a financial buffer, not just financial, but physical buffer against hard times? What have you done? Well, I don't know what kind of family you have. Yeah.
I like your question. I really can relate to it because 2008, going up to 2008, I remember living in this house I'm still living in now, that the prices of our houses were going up, and people were buying at a very high rate, way more than I paid, man. 3-4 times what I paid for my house, and I watched people move in and move out between 2006 and 2008. That's when it really hit, was 2008. I saw this super incredible downturn of what my house was worth according to the market, right? According to the paper. They call it the paper. Whatever. But I watched this, I'm like, dude, I'm not moving. I'm not, taking out any seconds. I'm just going to continue to pay my mortgage, man. And I had to hustle, man. Everything crashed, man. You guys, I don't know if you guys remember.
Oh, yeah.
It was a brutal hit. I mean, work dried up, everything. I got fired. I lost the job. It was like making, $50 an hour, kind of, this shit. Yeah, it's all gone, man. But I didn't overextend myself. So I was able to go out and like buy a guitar for $50 and fix it up and flip it for, 200, whatever, 150. Yeah. So I had to kind of hustle during these super crazy times. I think that was the answer to your question.
Well, I'm wondering, like, about right now, in terms of food, water, heat.
I live in Southern California. I'm not worried about the weather.
So heat's not a problem for you.
Heat, cooling's not a problem where I live. I don't even think about that, man.
I'm in the Midwest, where
I'm about 3/4 of a mile from a river of water.
There you go.
I'm not. That's not terrible. I'm about a mile from a really good spring creek, which isn't terrible, but it's really good, clean.
How many months? Water. How many months of food do you have?
I'd say about 6.
Well, that's good.
Guaranteed. I could stretch it, but I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go out and pick somebody's orange tree at some point or something.
Sure, but you should double it.
Yeah, I'd like to double that, but you know what? I'm not too that worried about it, Gregory. I have a more different mindset. If it is really meant to be, I'll end up fucked up. If that's the way, I'm okay with that.
Well, you don't have to be, because it doesn't take much. Doesn't take much.
I get it, man. You always want to hedge your bets, and that's cool, man.
Yeah. But also, like, I have to think about something else, because I live in a place that can become the coldest spot on the planet.
Right. And you live in a really, really wicked.
I'm in the middle of the Midwest, where our temperatures.
Yep. Minus 40.
Minus
40 or some shit, right?
Yeah. And engines don't even turn over.
We're just not going to get that here, man.
Yeah. And so we have to think about fuel, where we are. and it is brutal, and and so our preparations have to be, and like in order to have water, we can't just expect that it's going to be liquid water. It could be frozen. Right. So we have to think about heating water in order to extract that liquid.
Have you seen those rocket stoves?
Oh yeah, rocket stoves. They're nice for outdoors, but even in like 20 below, a rocket stove outside is not going to do you much good. You actually have to have something indoors, which would be like
you can do a rocket stove indoors, man.
Well, yeah, right. You can, but a cast iron stove inside is going to be better.
Yeah, well, of course.
And then you have to have an air intake. You have to have an air intake.
Fuel, man. No.
Air intake, and then your pipe, your pipe that goes outside.
You have to have fuel, man. For the
say that again.
For the cast iron stove, man, you got to have, pretty decent sized logs of wood, right?
Oh yeah, like 18-inch, probably 2 cords.
Yeah,
and a cord, and it's usually about 4 by 6 by 18, something like that, for 2 cords.
Yeah, I've seen a cord of wood, man. I know what that looks like, and it's like, wow, that's a lot of wood, man.
You need about 2 of those.
You need 2 of those to last through the winter.
Or alternative heating, which could be propane, and then kerosene is another one.
Chopping of wood, man. Chopping of wood.
Kerosene's great though, because you have like about 98% conversion into heat with kerosene. So kerosene's really good.
Well, I'll just say, man, I'm really glad I don't live in those harsh conditions.
Tundra.
I've been through there, man. It's great in the summer, man. Where you live is probably the best people, best times, the best weather you could possibly imagine, right?
It's great. It's great in the summer.
It's amazing, man. I've been there.
We use the summer to get ready for the winter.
Yeah. Well, I've always said, man, summer's to be celebrated. It's not like something you just.
It's awesome.
Here,
I love the summer.
Summer does something to the soul, to the mind, to the body, that you don't have to like work so hard. It's like kicking back a little bit.
Relax.
All we gotta do is plant the seeds in the spring, and the shit comes up, and it works out, man. Usually, but summer's a fun time.
Oh yeah. I put together a nice pergola for the summer. I should show you that. I'm going to post that in the chat. And,
post it, man. I got to go.
Yeah.
It's 3 a.m. for you, Gregory. You got to go to bed.
Okay. Well, you'll see this here in just a sec. Yes, and I showed you the solar build. Now you have to see the pergola. And I built this for about 200 and something, maybe $250, and it's in my backyard here. So here I'm gonna paste this in. Boom. And I built that for about $250, and someone donated some pallet wood. And so I built the pergola bar out of the whole thing, and not much money went into it. But this is the type of thing that I enjoy in the summertime.
Well, summer is to be celebrated, man. And that's why they have like dance and festivals and that, there's so many cool things that go on in the summer. I don't have to tell you guys. But at the same time, man, you just enjoy the moment, man. Carpe diem, man. Yeah. I'm sure you guys have heard that term before.
Seize the day.
The moment. Seize the day, man.
Hey, what do you think of the blue lights on the silver? So I did a rattle can.
Is this your
rattle can?
Wait, I'm looking at Miguel's.
It's Gregory Apple.
Okay, I see your little bar there, man. Is that what I'm looking at? Bar stools.
Yeah. So you see like the progression as I just put it together.
I love it.
This year,
dude, man, I can't believe you just did that, like out of nowhere, man. Fuck off.
Yeah, I just thought I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it, and rather than buying one, it was $250, pretty much. With the screws and all the shit that I used.
The bar. You're just talking about the bar, right?
Well, no, the whole thing.
Fuck off. You can spend $250 on this whole thing, man.
Yeah, whole thing was $250.
Somebody gave you those bar stools, man?
I got those for $25 at a garage sale.
3 of them.
Yep, 3 of them.
Yeah,
they were. Yeah,
they look like they're sitting on the ledge, man. If I sat on one of those right now, man, I'm gonna fall over a ledge. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Well, they're pneumatic when you sit on them. They're pneumatic when you sit on them. They're
okay. They're pneumatic. I'm just gonna say, man, it looks a little photoshopped, man.
No, it's real. I could take another picture right now and show
all right, take another.
All right,
dude. I'm just saying, it looks NASA-ish. Looks a little NASA kind of CGI going on there, man. Why is the bar stools on the edge of the drop off there, the curb, I see.
Okay, I'm going outside right now. I'm taking a picture. I think I need to turn my flash on, though.
There you go. Turn the flash on.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Can't figure out how to do this.
Take your time, man. Take your time. I'm going to say hi to Miguel. And
I got it. I took a picture.
Chris. Yeah, man. What's up, Chris? I'm just about done here, man. Chris is just getting some coffee, taking a piss. Sunday morning for him. He's enjoying the conversation. Maybe I don't know.
Here we go. I'm sending it now. I just took a picture.
All right.
This is a new one.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay. I see. You got like a little platform there. I'm just saying it looked a little beautiful little scene there, man.
Yeah, it's a nice little place. I like it.
If I ever get out to the Midwest again, man, I'll hit you up, bro. I'll come by and have a couple whiskey.
There you go.
Beautiful little. I like the blue with the wood.
Yeah, that's.
I kind of like that, man. It's a nice touch, man.
And the top is a dark walnut stain on
with the
top.
Lights on it. It probably looks a little. It changes a lot of the colors, I would imagine, with the lights.
It does. Yeah, the front is a rattle can, Rust-Oleum, silver sparkle.
You gotta give this place a name, bro. This is like Gregory Land or whatever. It's got to have a fucking name, man. You don't just build a space like this and not give it a name, man. It's wrong, man. You got to have a name for your space, and it can be known as a thing. My friend of mine, man, his name is Tim. He built this area in his yard called To Mexico.
Oh yeah.
I thought that was a cool fucking little trip on his name and Mexico. But he did it total Mexico Cabo theme with tequila, you know. He did the same kind of thing, man, that you're doing here. You could call this
well, I wanted to call it Solar Bar or Sola.
Sola? I like it.
Solar Bar, like, or Sola Saloon. And like, well, I was going to put solar panels on top, but it snows here, so I didn't want to have solar panels on top of it.
It would look cool with solar panels, though. It would be so cucky, liberal. Shit.
so what I end up doing is I just run a drop cord and like I fire up the. Think
about the name, man. Come up with the name for your stand there, man. Kind of. It might be Gregtopia or whatever. It'd be something cool, man.
Apollonia. Someone changed my name to Glober, but it's like my name's Gregory Apple.
Please don't mark that against somebody changing your name.
I know. I don't know how to change it back, but
I'll get them to change it back, man. But
I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care either.
It's Greg Apple. My name is Greg Apple, and that's actually my given name. My dad's name is Thomas Apple.
All right. I want to see Gregtopia.
Apolopia.
There we go. Apolopia. Perfect, dude. That totally nailed it. That's what I was looking for, man. I'll tell you, man. To Mexico, I have this thing I'm building right now in my yard called Canapa. Canapa. My name's
Canapa. There you go. Canopia.
Yeah, I could call it that. I haven't put up the sign yet, man. You haven't put up your sign either yet.
Well, we're gonna like wood burn it and then hang it.
Let's wood burn it. Yeah. Wood burn it. Light it up with some lights.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we got To Mexico, Canopia, and what's yours?
Apolopia.
Apolopia. There we go. We got 3, man. Trifecta. Hey, man. The dark forces work in 3s. You guys know that, right? You guys.
Right.
I don't have to tell you, man. But the light forces can work in those too, man. And that's what we have to realize. We can cuck those motherfuckers just as they cuck us now.
And while I was building that thing, I just kept thinking, why am I putting this energy into it? It was probably about 30 hours of time. I mean, you saw all that stack of pallets.
Dude, I've seen it. Yeah. I know what you built, man. Dude, I want one. Straight away.
It was about 30 hours.
I want Canapa to look like that without the blue. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
that's where I'm going.
My girlfriend, I said, "Do you like the Suddenly Sapphire?" So I showed her the. It was Glidden, the Glidden paint. It was at Lowe's. No, not Lowe's. Home Depot. And I said, "Do you like Suddenly Sapphire?" She's like, "That's great." So I went with Suddenly Sapphire. We did a white primer on all the wood, and then we went with Suddenly Sapphire. So it was just one quart. No, not even 1 quart. I think we got away with a pint to cover the whole thing.
In the blue sapphire.
Yeah. It was 1 pint.
That's some good primer, man. What'd you use? We
Kills white primer.
I love Kills, man. Yeah. Dude, that's just standard lumber. That's just like pine lumber.
Well, it's also all the stuff is reclaimed.
Really?
Pallet wood. It's pallet wood. Yeah.
Oh.
So pallet oak, and you kind of want to kill all the shit on it because it's
looks great, man. Dude, I can't wait to come sit there and drink a fucking brewski, man, and go,
we
hey,
love
man,
sitting out there. We just got some new chairs.
What do you think about Tartaria, bro? Really? Yeah, whatever. We'll just laugh. Yeah.
I don't know about Tartaria, man. Like, can we go there? Is it really like a hidden land, or is it just gone? Is it gone forever?
Man, is it gone?
I don't know. What about like the man for Torrid? There's like, did you hear about that? The Tokyo police, like they had a guy at the airport said
with the guy in a cage.
Well, he was from Torrid, and they were like, "What the fuck country is Torrid?" And like his passport and everything checked out, and it said the country of Torrid, and then he vanished out of their custody.
I watched a video yesterday. Again, it's just a video, man. I've seen videos of, dude, I don't know, what do you think about deepfake and the implications of deepfake? Now, I know for a fact, man, that the government has 20 years advanced technology on all of us, man. 20 years. I saw deepfake, they had that shit in the 90s, bro. And it freaks me out a little bit, man. I've seen a lot of videos where people are pointing out shit that, like, man, the people on TV, man, may not be even real, dude. That's a head trip, man. That's a deep rabbit hole. It's going down the big rabbit hole, that potentially a lot of the shit we see on TV is not even real people, dude. I mean,
it may have been that way for a long time.
20 years, I think they've been doing this. But they did, Ronald Reagan, an actor, was our president. I mean, do you guys need any more information than that? For fuck's sake. I mean, really. I mean, an actor was our president back in the 80s, early 80s, man.
Well, I think that what's interesting is he was a known actor, but I think we all know now that they're all actors.
Well, of course we know that. But at the time, man, it was like, here's the Hollywood actor is our president, for fuck's sake, man. I mean, here's the funny thing, man. My uncle, even my dad, they were like, they would love Ronald Reagan, man. They love that guy, man, like to the core. Yeah, he's the greatest president ever. That kind of, oh my God, oh shit. Okay, he's the greatest.
Just the way you said it. Just the way you said it was great. Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, the psychological operations that have been perpetrated on humanity has been amazing, man. I'm very happy that I've got to recognize it and see it, and for all its glory. We've all been able to witness it, firsthand.
All of its folly. How about all of its folly?
There you go. All of its
There's no glory. There's no glory whatsoever.
Well, there's no glory.
I know what I mean. Yeah.
We get glory out of it because we recognize that they've completely fucked up the Mongo trip every which way they can. But
you see, no lie can like a lie that's perpetrated to be truth will never hold up. It will never hold up.
Never holds up. And that's the same as the scammer, the swindler, the guy who, the gypsy. Yeah. Eventually, somebody catches up to him and whacks him in the head with a stick.
Sooner the better.
And eventually, we are going to catch up to these people and be able to hit them in the head with a stick. Or,
the thing about it is, these people are going to continue lying and keep on lying, no matter what happens.
No matter what,
they may be untouchable. Our job, I think, is to help the people they're trying to convince, help the average man.
There you go. I like that. I like that better.
And then that way we diffuse them by we lay down we lay down a cover over the common man, so that they're immune to the lies.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, man. I see what you're saying. We are the ones that are going to spread the information. It kind of blankets their negativity. Yeah. We're going to bring the positivity, kind of like the Gaussian plates of negative and positive, right?
Yeah.
Same thing, right? We're gonna blanket your negativity with our positivity, and we're going to be the ones that kind of like really control what the hell's going on.
And when the common man is educated, truly educated, the common man is truly educated, he can't be deceived.
Exactly. And I think we do a great job of that here, man, to try to bring everybody to a really great level of thinking about reality.
Yes.
Looking at what we actually see versus what they tell us on TV.
Right.
We go out and actually look at our own world that we live in. We do measurements. We shoot lasers. We do crazy cool stuff, and we're out there just saying, "Hey, man, this is what I'm seeing. What are you seeing?" I don't know. I mean,
yeah. Well, the best thing to do is to expose them in their lies, and then tell everyone. And like, I know, it's weird because a lot of people are like, "Oh, I don't want to hear about it exposing lies and nonsense like that." The average person that wants to just plod along in their life and just get along,
right?
Go along and get along. Yeah. They don't want to hear about conflict.
They don't want to hear about it, bro.
Conflict.
They don't want to hear about the Ukrainians and the Russians and
the risk averse. But you see, we are a different type. You and me, and those of us that we know, we're a different type. That we face these things head on, and like conflict, bring it on, bring it on. Well, we're different. We're different, and they are not. So the average man is not like you and me. So we have to think about, how do we get through to them? So we have to think differently, because just telling them, it's going to turn them off, because they're already risk averse, conflict averse.
Greg, how many times did you were the fucking preacher at Thanksgiving dinner that said everything they're telling us is a bunch of shit, man?
I did that like 20 years ago.
Right, yeah, like 20 years ago.
And I'm like, everyone, let's pray.
I want to ask you, Greg, man, how did the fucking shit work out for you, bro?
Didn't work out.
It didn't work. Of course it didn't work out.
No.
We know once you see the reality of the situation, and you want to energize everybody else around you of this information, it doesn't work out.
They have to be open. How do you open them?
They have to be open. If they're not open, man, they're locked if they're not open.
How do we do it? How do we do it? How do we open people up?
I think we're unlocking more than you think. I really do, man. I really think we've done a great job. Dude, I don't know if you know about Twitter. But Gregory,
I don't have Twitter. I don't have Twitter. Or I don't have Facebook either.
Twitter is flat earth, fuck off, all fucking from here to the moon through videos. And I mean, it has absolutely made YouTube look like an ancient relic, really.
Really? So there's flat earth stuff on Twitter now?
Blowing up on Twitter, dude. I mean.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that. But how about opening people up first to the idea that they've been lied to? And I think a lot of people don't.
I like that. Dude, I mean, you can go down, Tartaria. You can go down the money system with these people. If they understand the money system from start to end, where it started, how it, I mean, even if you can get them in that realm, you've done.
I was trying to tell someone tonight. I was trying to tell someone tonight about the money system, 1913, and the establishment of the Federal Reserve and the IRS, and like how money is created out of nothing.
Out of nothing, dude. The money is created out of fucking thin air. Holy shit! Hey,
and what's a
come
loan?
on, Gregory.
What is a loan? That means a loan is me signing my name on the dotted line, and I created the money.
Exactly. Hey,
so then it's my money, and I don't have to pay it back.
Well, I don't have to tell you, man, that we watched even in the last week. We've seen at least a few headlines that said the entire system's about to collapse.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, like, what? Oh shit!
You know why? Because
whole thing
the lie is failing. The lie is falling apart, and they can't keep it up anymore.
That's right.
Can't prop that.
Yeah, the cocoa lie. We're talking about the cocoa lie.
Yeah.
Cocoa lie is falling apart, and I don't know if you've talked to at least half a dozen people that have actually started to wake up because of the cocoa situation. I haven't. I talked to at least a half a dozen people in here that have said, "Hey, man, the only reason I'm here on this Discord is because of the Cocoa 19. It woke me up to like something is not right. Something ain't right. Right. And once you get past the realization that something's not right here."
Now, what about the people that you still in public? They got their facial diapers on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, I feel so sad. I feel sad for those people.
Me too, Gregory. I totally was like, even tonight at the football game I went to, I was like watching all these teenagers and faculty and the band directors wearing a mask, dude.
What the fuck? Why?
And I was like,
virtue signaling.
And he looked like a total nerd. I don't know.
Is that what it is? Do you think it's virtue signaling? Like, well, there's no question. I'm good. I'm good. You're not.
Come on. You know that, Gregory, for a fact. Without a doubt, 100%. Everything we went through during the whole, masquerade is that we've all watched all these people put their fucking masks on just to buy some toilet paper that's not even there. and
they feel good. They feel good. And you're bad. You're bad.
We don't have any toilet paper. It's your fault because you're not wearing a mask.
Oh, you're bad.
I can't wipe my ass because you're not wearing your masks.
You're putting all of us at risk. You're putting all of us at risk.
Write that down, dude. Write that down. I can't wipe my ass because you're not wearing a mask. Write that shit fucking down.
You're putting all of us at risk. We're all at
risk because I can't wipe my ass because you're not wearing your mask.
My ass is at risk.
See, I mean, it was day one, dude. We knew. Oh, fuck, here it comes.
Oh,
yeah,
so
I was with my buddies, man, at the time, and I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck? Oh,
I was so angry.
They're pulling the fucking fucking shit, all cards in.
Oh, I was so angry
here, man.
I was so angry when it happened because I knew what it was. I knew immediately. I knew immediately what it was, and it pissed me off.
It still pisses me off, and it still gets my blood boiling, and it still gets me like calling those cuck motherfuckers the cucks of all time.
How did they do it? How did the control? I'm sorry, I'm hiccuping.
I'm pretty sure I know how they did it, man. First of all, man, you have to control the media.
They pull it off.
They control the whole media. You don't know.
They got all media. There you go. You got it.
I mean, it's not like complicated. This is not a.
How did they get all the media to do it though? It's like
because you own all the media, and
so they didn't want to lose their jobs.
Well, that's certainly part of it. I mean,
and just like the nurses and the doctors and the pharmacists.
Did you not hear what I said, man? Leadership defines culture, and the leadership all stepped in line, and the leadership said, "Hey, man, you got to get this Cocoa Poke, and you got to do this thing."
Wasn't it money that was the deciding factor? Because like you're going to lose your job if you don't do this. You're going to lose your job if you don't do this.
Dude,
it had to have been money.
I know
like the coercion.
Dude, the fact.
I'm sorry.
You just skipped it, man. Okay, first of all, you can create money out of nothing.
Right. But the common man doesn't.
Second of all, you can control the message. Yeah, okay. You get the money and the message. You got both of those controlled. You're done, man. The rest is easy, man. Come on.
Right. It is.
It is. It's super easy.
But then the fear comes in, and you have pharmacists and doctors and nurses, and they're all scared to lose their fucking jobs. Yeah. So they are fearing losing money. So they end up worshiping money.
Agreed. 100%. I agree with that. Yes, they worship money.
It's a worship of money that leads them into doing dastardly things man. To the common man. Yeah.
It's a common psychological play. It's not complicated, man. I want you guys to get this straight.
Wow. Man. Can you imagine formulating something like
lay it out real simple for you, because the fact that the greed and the self-sustaining, egotistical mindset sets in, you become manipulated through your own survival.
Yeah, yeah.
And once that happens, self-preservation, you can manipulate it into anything.
I know. And I think about that today.
I want you guys to fucking smoke that one, man, for a couple days and get back to me. But yeah, you guys can get back. And Yeah, you smoked that one. I hope somebody clipped that. I hope somebody clips that one, man, because that was epic deuterism fucking psychology right there, man.
Completely. And yes, it is self-preservation.
Self-preservation.
It goads the masses into a corral.
Mm-hmm. I want you guys to think about that for a couple days. Get back to me. No hurry.
Marinate on that motherfucker.
The doctor's just laying it out and saying, "Hey, man, think about this. Think about that. That's it, man. I'm not going to be the guy that says yes or no on any one of your explanations of where we live. I'm not that guy, man. I'm going to be the guy that says, you think you live here? Okay, I want to talk to you. I do. You think you live on a spinning ball shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour? I'm your guy, man. I want to talk to you. I do. I want to bring you back to Earth and reality. I'm not trying to manipulate your mind or convince you that trillions of miles away of this rock and space. Oh my God. I can't go there, man. No. I'm not that guy.
You almost can't. For the average person, you can't go there. You have to start with something else. Start with 9/11.
Dude, that's what I was saying, Greg, earlier. I think Ghost Cities is a great opener on a
JFK.
Really,
JFK.
Yeah, you could do. Nobody died on the Ghost Cities, bro.
but then again, 9/11
and Tartaria is great, man. I mean, just to bring up the architecture,
they don't understand
the coincidences of architecture throughout the world.
Could be like Tartaria. I don't know what that is, but they know what 9/11 is. And you can say, look,
it's a big step, man. And that's like hitting them with flat Earth, man. 9/11 flat Earth. You could go fake moon landings.
Right.
You could go there. That's pretty soft, dude. That's like a softball.
But you still have to show them a lot of media in order to show them that. Yeah, with 9/11, you don't have to show them much. You can just say, really?
Building 7, man. That's all.
Building 7. How did that fall?
Or Building 5.
You show them one video.
A lot of people don't even know about Building 5, dude. That was a whole nother fucking nightmare for the controllers, man.
They're dissolved.
5?
They're dissolved. What kind of weapons they got? It's I don't think it was planes. They were dissolved.
Exactly.
Disintegrated.
Great word.
Completely dustified.
5, dude.
Dustified. Whatever it is. What do they got?
Whatever it is.
They got something. They got something that can do that.
Yeah. Man. So, there's so many things you can bring up at a dinner party. I'm saying at a wedding, at a reunion, whatever. If you're at you don't want to just smash mouth them with flat Earth, man. Nah, that's not going to work, dude. You gotta kind of ease them into the conversation, see where they're at. Ask them about the moon landings. That's good. Ask them about Tartaria, Ghost Cities. These are soft, man, like little softballs, man. Gulf of Tonkin's a beautiful one, man, because that is registered, guaranteed, without a doubt. Been proven factual through documentations They're
motherfucking liars.
Fucking liars. Gulf of Tonkin, CIA is importing drugs. The CIA started the crack epidemic in Los Angeles.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt, man. I've watched 100 hours on this subject.
Then what is the Cold War then? It's the same. It's the same thing.
It's a psychological operation.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I would say that the Cold War is the same thing.
Yep.
Because
I agree.
They're partnered with Russia in the Cold War. There's no enemy. The enemy is them and the people. That's that.
Yeah, you nailed it, man. It is them.
If people knew that, they would realize that there's no big bugaboo. It's like it's Putin, it's Bush, it's Trump, it's Cheney, it's Biden,
it's all those
Obama, it's all of them.
All the Mongos, I call them, man. And if you're on TV spitting shit,
it's Reagan. It's Reagan. It's Bush Senior. It's all of them.
Bush.
Clintons. Yeah, it's all of them. They are the enemies of the people, and we are their enemies.
Yeah, 100%. And be proud to be their enemies, because that comes with a badge of recognition, honor, whatever you want to call it, man.
Right, without even having to look to fire a bullet. We haven't fired a single bullet.
We have to stand against the tide. That's it. We don't have to move into the tide. We don't have to move out of the tide. Just stand against it, man. And
think of this.
We're gonna win.
How would you fire a bullet against them? And what would even be effective? Nothing. So we say no. We just say no.
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 Fucking no. Fuck no.
That's it. That's what we do. We just say no. And that's how you resist evil. We deny it.
I agree 100%, Gregory, because years ago, man, it caught my eye that we're so much more perceptive of our reality than the controllers have propagated their reality on our reality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
And we have been way more perceptive of their tricks, and I think that makes us super strong. And I want you guys to continue to portray this strength and do the positive things that we can do to help, preserve our positive, beautiful existence that we all experience.
Yeah.
And keep that in your, the forefront of your mind, and enjoy it, embrace it. Don't, I know that's going through these negative shit, man. Their negative shit is so hard, man. It's terrible. So fucking incredibly hard.
It is terrible. But also, what we have to realize is they are weak. And the reason why we know they're weak is because they have to use these types of devious things to try to corral us into like a collective a collective, so that they can control us. And that's the whole point of it. And if we realize that they are that weak, they cannot fight us directly. They have to somehow isolate us so that they can pick us off one by one. That's the only way they can work, because they are weak. They are weak. Yes. They're weak. They're weak.
Yes. They're weak as shit, bro. They are weak ass bitches, man. And
they are. That's why they want us separated. That's why they want racism. That's why they want Nazism, and that's why they want to push the Jews, the dirty Jews. Make us weak. Yeah. It's so that we're critical of everybody, and that they want us to not get together.
Yep.
And if we get together, 100%. They're done. They're done, because we'll just flip big birds at them and say, "Fuck you, we won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, we won't do what you tell me."
I'm gonna fuck this.
You won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Remember that? I don't really like.
That was
that band.
That's punk rock, man. That's punk rock. And it was from, wasn't the Sex Pistols? It was.
It's
the Clash.
No, it was the band is the one that does Bulls on Parade, and it's Tom Morello.
Hold on.
What was it? Bulls on Parade. What was this?
Hold
on. Rage Against the Machine.
Rage Against the Machine. What a psyop that motherfucker.
I know. Are those guys?
Are you fucking kidding me?
CIA psyops.
Now,
the guy.
You know what? Gregory, man. Elvis was a psyop. Frank Sinatra was a psyop. Fucking
I know. He
Beatles were a psyop. Led Zeppelin was
Frank Sinatra was a satanic motherfucker.
We're talking psyops here, man. We're talking about psychological operations, man. On the mass.
I did it my way. What? You gonna say?
Fuck
you didn't care for the Bible? He doesn't care for the Bible. He's gonna do it his way. Satanic. That's Luciferian. The whole thing.
I want you guys to get this, man. I want you guys to pay attention. Say, man, the world has been portrayed to us in a certain way. We woke up to us like, oh man, God, it could be a totally different way. And if you look at the similarities of what they taught us and versus what we've realized, the fact is, man, they've tried everything they can to satanically pervert our fucking minds, man. 100%. And if you guys don't get that, man, I can't help you, because these Satanist motherfuckers have done everything they could do through media to pervert your perception of where you actually live.
Yes. And when I say it's amazing, I'm not saying it's great. I'm not saying it's great. I am amazed. And I watch and
Me
look.
too, man. I'm amazed too, bro.
I look,
amazed.
and I'm like, I can't believe what I'm seeing. That's what I say. When I'm amazed, I'm not saying, oh, this is amazing, it's great. No, I'm not saying it's great.
No.
I'm saying I am amazed at the power that they have.
Yes, and
they have
power. That's the power of mass media, bro. And they control it 100%, man. I know this for a fact. Though they control the media, whether you live in Italy or California or the Midwest, it doesn't matter, man. These cucks. It
really doesn't.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. These cucks have all conspired together to create this beautiful media propagation. And
I feel like I want I want them to serve their time and be charged with crime, and that means there are so many hundreds of thousands of people that are guilty.
Yep. We call it the Nuremberg trials back in the day.
But even during Nuremberg, there was I think there was
like 24 people.
Yeah, it was under 50.
All of the atrocities.
Under 50 died.
Do you got a couple of dozen? That's it. Yeah.
What about all the enablers? They should have died. No,
but that didn't happen.
And I have a hunch that it's going to be the same.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. It's going to be the same, man. And
only about like maybe 20 or 30 will be like figurehead executions, and that's it. And then everyone else.
Gregory, man, let me ask you this, man.
Yeah.
Do you think Fauci will be one of those heads?
Nope. He's going to go get off scot-free.
Yep. Me too, man.
Well, how about all the pharmacists at Walgreens? How about all the fuckers at Walgreens and Costco and all of the supermarkets that are injecting people? They are criminals.
But Fauci isn't. Oh, that's
nurses and doctors and politicians. You know how many hundreds of thousands of people are going to die by being in? I mean, if there is actually a trial.
Yeah,
I don't think there is, because what judge would accept that? Because those judges there's going to be judges in that trial too. It's going to sweep all of them in.
The narrative was, hey man, if you are 6 feet from your neighbor, you are an absolute pathogen of destruction.
I'm a factory of ill.
You're a factory of ill. You gotta write that in the song, bro. You're the factory of ill. Yeah. Write that in the song. So you're 6 feet away from the pathogen that's gonna kill you. It's going to destroy you. Oh, you got to stay 6 feet away. I mean,
pathogen. The pathogen.
Put your mask on. You're going to kill me.
Get your fucking mask on. Get your fucking mask on.
If I shop with you, picking out my fucking, Chinese Dorito package, whatever the fuck they're
Imagine how those people, if we catch them all, that means there are so many that are going to die. so many.
That's the fun thing, man, Gregory.
They're killers.
They're killers. They're a pathogen, the nightmare that's going to destroy your entire city. Okay, that's how dangerous these people. That's how dangerous these people are, man. If you're standing,
they didn't know they were spreading it. They didn't know that they were like killing people with it. They believed it was good. Doesn't matter because
it doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
At this point, it doesn't matter. I think you're lying when you say they were good and they didn't know any better. I think you're lying, and they all need to die. They all need to die. All of them need to die. And I don't know how that's going to happen, but like that needs to happen. They all need to die because Gregory, I don't think any of them are good.
It's not going to happen. But
I know.
I just want to give it the next couple of years to see what happens, because
I know, like you said, the Nuremberg trials.
Yeah,
so many people got off scot-free, and there were so many people that weren't even tried. They were enablers.
Yes, that's the point, man.
Hundreds of thousands of enablers.
Millions of enablers.
Millions of enablers. Yeah. And they never got charged. They never died for it.
Yet.
You were right. I know.
I want to say chemtrails I've been looking at for the last
my friend, they're so disgusting.
They're disgusting, man.
It's I look up and my sky is gone.
I've been looking at it for at least 21 years, man.
I started seeing it in about 2006. It was when I started seeing it. I started seeing it with my own eyes because I got a pair of glasses. They were like glass.
Yeah.
Glass sunglasses, and they're polarized. And I looked up, I'm like, what the fuck is up there?
What the hell is going on?
Yeah. And I'm like, I had these polarized glass sunglasses. I'm like, do you see how there's junk up there? What the hell is up there? And I gave my glasses to the people at work. There, I'm like, look at this. And it was like all dirty orange, like grubby. Like this, that's not jet trails. Contrails. Contrails is just air. Air and oxygen, or no, not oxygen, but when fast airplanes hit moisture, it puffs up and blooms into water vapor trails. So and then it puffs back out and they're gone. So when you watch a real airplane going across the sky, you'll see, the contrail, and then it dissipates because it's just water vapor. These are not that.
Yeah, this is definitely something different than a condensation trail, man.
Right. It's dirty. I saw it when I first got those glasses. I'm like, they're spraying shit. I saw it in 2006. 2006 is when I first saw it. And it freaked me out. I'm like, nobody can see this. And I showed it to people.
I saw it like year 2000, bro.
Oh
I
yeah,
knew.
I didn't see it that early. It was about 2006 for me.
Fuck? I mean, I pointed it right to my friends. I'm like, what the hell's coming out the back of that airplane right there? What? And then, like you said, like 3-4 hours later, man, the entire sky is like mega white milk shit, fucking cuck fucking sky.
It's nasty shit.
Thanks. Thanks, assholes.
Delicious. Give me another helping.
Yeah, thanks.
Give me another scoop. I couldn't eat another bite, but give me more.
Hey,
what the fuck?
On the same subject, man, we've had a tremendous amount of information coming in recently about this winter. They call it the dark winter.
Dark winter, yeah.
Dark winter. Have you guys heard about
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be last year, man. It didn't happen.
Yeah, I know. They announced it, but they keep it. They're announcing it again. I think that their plans were thwarted last year.
Yeah, I like that
because they wanted it, but they couldn't get it.
I like that. I like your thinking there. We disrupted their plans and execution.
How did we do it? I think
we did it through just sitting around talking about it, exposing it.
Yeah.
Man, I think that's how we defeat their plans, is we expose it. And you guys are the best at exposing their narratives, their intentions, I think you guys are really good at it. I think I'm really good at it. I think you're really good at it, Gregory.
I do my best. I do my best.
There's some guys around here that are.
Sometimes I bicker with people, and that's not always the best. That's not always the best because it'll turn people off. But my goal should always be pure. And it's not always. Sometimes I bicker with people to try and like make everyone realize, look, this is genocide, guys. And then the Q people are like, no, Donald Trump, no, Donald Trump, he's the smartest man alive. It's 3D chess. It's 5D chess. No, 5D chess. It's beyond 3D chess. He's like so smart. And like when he says like get the vaccines, he's like, yeah, but he's saying that because he's like he's smarter than they are. And like, okay, if there was a psychopath saying get injected and you loved him, you'd be like, yeah, well, he's just saying that. No. Oh my God. How do you get through to people like that? You might not be able to. I think you might be. You should probably write them off and say to yourself, don't talk to them ever again because they're brainwashed. So unless you want to get into deprogramming a brainwashed person, there's no way to talk to them. The QAnon or whatever the Q followers, it's cult. And they're stuck. They're so stuck in that they can't understand anything else because it violates their faith.
Quick question.
What?
Yeah.
So, question is, I saw a video. It looked kind of fake, but it said, this is what it looks like past the ice wall. And then he looked up to the sky and he saw, the caption said planet Nibiru or something, but it looked like the moon, kind of. You only see half of it.
I've heard about the Nibiru system. I've heard about that. Well, I've heard about the Nibiru system, and where it's this, it's a secondary sun that travels around our own sun and has like its own planetary system, and it wreaks havoc on all the other planets, and including the Earth, and so that's what I've heard that they believe. And if that could be part of Revelation, where there's blood, fire, and vapor of smoke, where you have like the blood, where like the Nibiru system is supposed to have iron oxide and it enters the atmosphere, and then you have raining blood, and which is a hemoglobin, which would be like a blood type liquid. That seems plausible. I don't know if that's true, but I put it on the back burner and I shelf it.
But there's a lot to take in.
It's interesting, to say the least.
Round earther.
Well, I believe that the Earth is a sphere also, but I think that flat earthers have a lot of interesting insights to things.
Like, I've read some crazy shit that makes me like question the world now.
I know. So the flat earthers do have a lot of insights that that you know there are other channels out there that are just the globe Earth, and they're like, you better get vaccinated too. I'm like, well, wait a minute. What are you talking about? There's like that 24/7 flat Earth debate thing. Those guys are like vax crazy. They are nuts. They're nuts. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. They're not flat earthers. They're anti-flat Earth. Okay, that's fine. But they're pro-vax. Everything they say is it seems like they're fake as fuck.
Bruh.
Bruh.
What did I say?
I know, that's great. You said it perfectly. I wish I could do that. Bruh.
That sounds like a Minecraft zombie.
Right.
But yeah, a lot of interesting. There's a lot of calculations. There's a lot of calculations they made, and it's just, I don't know, it's too much for my brain. But it is interesting. I want to see what's over that ice wall. I want to see. I want to see it.
Well, the ice wall is only at the Rhone ice, the ice field, and there's also where Middle America is, the Middle America Island. That's the other ice field. And the rest of Antarctica is rocky. It's rocky shore. So there's only a couple places where you actually have a nice big glacial ice wall. It's only on a couple places on Antarctica. The rest of it is like rocky shores. Yeah.
I have a quick question for you though.
Yeah.
Do you think a moon landing was fake?
I think so. I think the moon landing was fake as fuck.
Honestly, I've always believed it right as a kid, right? But now, I don't know. Honestly, I don't really know if it's fake because that'd be really hard to fake. But at the same time, when I look at the videos, I'm like, a lot of this shit looks kind of like sus.
It's terrible. It's terrible looking. Right, I know. Me too. I was in the same boat, and I don't know. It doesn't look real. Plus, there are also some leaked footages with the same camera angle as Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin jumping off the ladder. There's same camera angle, same scene where they're screwing around, and then a bunch of like stagehands come over, and then they adjust the helmet and everything, and then they run off once they got it right. Yeah, and I've seen that, and it's like you can't unsee that.
Well, what I'm wondering is how the fuck they even got there and that shuttle thingy. Like, what the hell? And how they left? How they left the moon and got to Earth safely? That makes sense.
How they blast off that little thing? And
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, and then you go back to Earth. Like, how the fuck is that?
They connect again with the capsule, and then that thing like blasts back to Earth. It's like, how does it have enough juice? How does that even work?
It is very sus. Like, you look at the footages and you see, a bunch of different shadows casted from different things and different angles, and like you look in the reflection of their helmet, you like a spotlight looking thing. There's just a bunch of like shit that looks sus. Like, I don't know what to decipher from it, but
I don't either. I don't know.
Also, didn't like Neil, either Buzz Aldrin or Neil, I think Buzz Aldrin or one of them, they said that they didn't go to the moon or some shit like that. I don't know what. I need context. I only saw the clip, but
that was Buzz.
Yeah, remember he told the kid like, we actually never went to the moon.
Yeah, we never did.
Wait, why did he say that?
I know. He was speaking to innocence, and he couldn't help himself.
Yeah, on camera though. On camera, he did that.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that means what it means.
I think we know what it means. That he said.
Crazy, though.
You don't just say that as an astronaut that supposedly went to the moon and did one of the most amazing things of all time, and then he says to a little girl that we never went to the moon.
I wonder what the girl thought. She's like, wait, what the fuck?
Well, she was probably starstruck, because all of her teachers, and it's like you don't dare question a person like that.
Facts, yeah. That's actually insane, dude. Like, bro, if that shit really is faked, honestly, gotta give it to them. They pulled that shit off really well. People thought that shit would have been real for over 20, 30, 40 years.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy. Honestly, W America. If the shit is fake, that is the biggest troll or the biggest cover-up in history.
Yeah.
And it's right in front of our faces. So that is, I don't think there's anything more controversial than that. If the shit turns out to be fake, bro, that's the biggest W in history. That you fooled us for 50 years.
Yeah, I think so. And then why? We have to ask why. Why would they do such things?
100% space race. America loves being number one.
Yeah. Well, that's one of them. The other is to convince us that space travel is great and it's perfect and it works. We just so long as we don't have enemies. Space race is great. We can have rockets and whatnot.
Yeah. You want to know something interesting?
Yeah.
Elon Musk, in a podcast on the Nelk podcast, you know, the Pranking Boys.
Yeah.
They asked him, "Hey, what's your plan with Mars?" Right? He said he still wants to go to Mars, but he said most likely his team will visit the moon first before Mars. So if that doesn't happen, I want to see how that goes down. Like now let's see, like, you know, how is Elon gonna get to the moon? Let's see.
Well, I think what he's saying is the guys that he sends on a mission to Mars, it'll take them so long that people will visit the moon before they even get to Mars.
Oh. No. He meant like, I remember the context. He meant like that before they do the Mars mission, they're most likely going to do a moon mission. He said something like that. Okay, no, I get what you're saying, but like, no, that was the context though. Isn't that insane? So they're gonna.
It is insane.
So I want to see what that will look like, because imagine they do pull up to the moon, and like it just looks completely different than the Apollo mission. That's gonna be sus. That's gonna be sus. I mean, of course, better cameras, right? But like at the same time, if like the moon itself, like the surface, like and like everything else, like different than the OG footage, then that's a lot of sus questions right there. A lot of Wait, you know what I just realized? Have you seen that clip of Elon Musk where he's being interviewed and he starts crying because he says that Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong didn't advocate for what he was trying to do for space exploration? Hello? All right, awesome. Is anyone else here? If anyone can hear me, I'm just curious. What if they didn't advocate for a space exploration because they didn't want him going to the moon? What if that was a thing?
Hello? Greg? Hey. Oh. Hey. Hey, Greg. Hey, bud. Right.
they lie? Why would 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 they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They win out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron? Is not that important. Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus shirt clown circling the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles as easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 Oh gee. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mrs. Strawman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi, how are you?
We got our torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Oh, what a way to start a morning.
Yeah. I love this. Here's 2020. It's Chocolate saying it's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like road arsonists. Y'all could diss, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist, always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies, begging the question and never saying please. Claiming flat earth is only arcade, while you sit back and paint these mosaics of Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro, it seems profound. 2,000 years is still sight 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, what's really going 6 feet deep is the value of your radius, it's RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. Yo, I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain, cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game. It's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane. The cartoon world will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only want to help you be attained and reclaim your sense of home in your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism as it starts to race. Globetrotters scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think NASA really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. line. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water balls losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time to throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay, though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
for sound bites. This is awesome.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah. Thanks for giving me the intro. Yeah, it's 10:05 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel, just north of Mexico. Man, what a great time to be alive in this wonderful deception we live in, where people think they live on a cartoon ball and literally think their friends are Gumby, and then call people crazy.
Everybody needs to wake up.
Reality. So other than the little lag that I'm having, I'm sure I'm lagging a little bit. We got a special guest in the chat right now. Let's go there right quick so we can see the intelligence of people raised by cartoons. This particular individual, I think, is named Ahmed. Let's go check the name real quick in the chat. There we go. Yeah, Ahmed, the is. Buddy, I know this is hard for you. The topic is flat Earth, not there's an ice wall on the edge of the Earth that's 150 feet high. Your question is, how do flat earthers know the ice wall? It's 150 feet tall or whatever. Do you have a video from the edge? Okay, have you stopped beating your wife yet and eating your children? Have you stopped doing that? So I'd like to know if this Glober has stopped eating his children, the Soylent Green children of the world that the Globers apparently eat now. That's normal part of Globe World, because I see that there's cannibals that are Globers like Jeffrey Dahmer. So apparently I'm just going to blanketly paint a brush over all Globers now. You're all cannibals. So why are all Globers cannibals? As soon as I get this answer, I'll tell you why all flat earthers supposedly claim there's a 150-foot tall ice wall. So let me know when you have that. Other than that, in the meantime, shout out to Triple for the Truth, 1006. Thanks for playing. There he is. Triple for the Truth. He is wrenched up. He's ready to go. It is game day. This is Sunday, the first day of the week. I know that's confusing. And here we are. So back to you, Ahmed. Yes, Ahmed, I don't know where you got your information, but nobody in this chat for the last, I don't know, about 9 months that I've been listening to, I haven't heard one credible flat earther, any flat earther, say that they saw that there was a 150-foot ice wall. So when you're ready to back your claim about somebody else's claim, let us know. However, we do know that you claim you live on a magical spinning water paroid ball in a magical vacuum that's going in a helix formation because there's magical gravity things that go on in outer space. That's your claim, which you have no evidence for. I haven't claimed a 150-foot ice wall. I claim that I know the Earth is a stationary plane of existence because not only have I proven it, but the entire military industrial complex admits they depend on it. That's my claim. Would you like to prove me wrong? Best of luck. Thanks for playing.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simmons' job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon beauty shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play something. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Peppy in the house. Tell him bounce.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper fleets, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line for scientific. All the sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime that we're Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigma that sweet. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks in the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best team since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you ballers never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since that shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately, you fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual and you're defiant, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize he's smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Yeah. ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
We sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit.
by the elites. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply and all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make, from the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites.
When they try to prove they're spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their Rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites.
Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
in the world. What up, everybody? Thanks for kicking it. We got 250. Smash the Rogans up. Because, you know, we got algorithms out here trying to hold us back. All right, so Brian and I are going to have a little debate. The two primary subjects will be the spin, or shall I say the alleged spin, of the Earth and gravity. We're hoping to have it be cordial and respectful. Last time he kind of had to go 4v1, so we want to give him a fully fair opportunity to voice his side. And we will, barring how the time goes, have a Q&A session at the end. So we ask everyone that is going to super chat a question to be read off the Q&A to be respectful, no insults or personal attacks. If you have a specific question for me or for Bryant, then you can super chat it and we'll read them off. But like I said, try to be respectful, and also try to be respectful in the chat because, truth doesn't fear investigation. There's no reason to stoop down to any type of vulgar behavior. Okay, cool. So there is the opening. Jaren will be modding. So without further ado, let's add everyone in. Wow. How's it going, gentlemen?
Doing great. That was a great intro, by the way. That's even though I don't agree with the premise. This will be fun. This will be fun.
And just to piggyback off what Austin said, make sure if you're in the chat to try to be polite. Maybe think of Brian as your grandpappy or something. Just be respectful. We don't need to attack the person. Attack the argument if you want to attack anything. And
not that old yet.
No, well, close. Maybe
I'm getting there. 52 is not.
That's grandpappy age. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So I guess the way it's going to work is we're going to just have each guy give 10 minutes to give their opening, and there'll be no interruptions. So it should be pretty simple from there. And I think you're going to start, right? Right?
Yep. I'm going to start.
Do you want to tell people who you are real quick?
Oh, yeah. Bryant Myers, actually a former physicist and teacher. I did teach at Central Michigan University, so I actually was a college professor. I've been really into energy medicine, pulsed electromagnetic field therapy. I have a best-selling book on that topic on Amazon. And it's basically magnetic fields that change with time, and it has tons of research. It's been one of my main passions the past, I would say, 15 years or so. But I'm a passionate. I love science. I read science for fun. So I had a lot of friends that got into the flat Earth movement, and I did look into it and the claims, and obviously my side. I mean, I feel the evidence is overwhelmingly on the globe side, but that's just my position as a physicist. And I'm hoping to, in these two departments of gravity and spin, present that evidence. And
Word. So Jaren, I think you just whoever's talking, I guess presenting, like just make them big.
Okay.
We'll just kind of do it that way.
Okay. And just
did you say there's a sound problem, or is everybody on the same level?
Someone complained about the levels of the mic, but I don't know. A lot of people were saying it sounds fine. So, there's always the one person that does that. So
yeah, we love that.
I think we're good. Sounds pretty equal to me.
Oh, it just says Brian needs to get closer to his mic. So I remember last time you said that you thought you were a little quiet.
I think he sounds fine right now. We say something.
Joking around. That was mute. He was muted.
Oh,
you're muted.
I think you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll turn you up a little bit just because I think you're going to be quiet. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just I got to get used to these mics and keeping I like to just kind of go free for all. But just tell me when we're going to start, and
good. I got you a little higher on your mic, so you should be all right.
Okay.
Ready to begin?
Well, all right. Well, great. So we're going to start with gravity. And I just wanted to begin with a quote by Albert Einstein. No one must think that Newton's great creation can be overthrown in any real sense of this theory of relativity or by any other theory. His clear and wide ideas will forever retain their significance as the foundation on which our modern conceptions of physics have been built. So that's Albert Einstein. And I just want to, before I get into my my presentation on some of the evidence that I have for gravity, I just kind of wanted to lay down University of Berkeley is kind of this idea of a scientific law, because it does seem there's a lot of confusion on what a law means in science. And in everyday language, a law is a rule that must be abided by or something that can be relied upon to occur in a particular situation. Now, scientific laws, on the other hand, are less rigid. They may have exceptions, and like other scientific knowledge, may be modified or rejected based on new evidence and perspectives. In science, the term law usually refers to a generalization about data and is a compact way of describing what we'd expect to happen in a particular situation. Okay, so Newton's universal law of gravity, let's just start here on Earth. Things like bridges, roof systems, stadiums, aircraft hangars, bridges, auditoriums, building structure, bike frames, ladders, scaffolding, pliers, scissors, automobile suspensions, just equipment, planes, trains, automobiles, just the structure of the world around us is based on Newton's laws of gravity and Newton's, 3 laws of motion. So I just wanted a little show and tell here. At Georgia Tech, I was electrical engineer, and I had to take these classes called statics and dynamics. And this book right here is 1,400 pages of just using basically Newton's laws, no electrostatics, pretty much just all Newton's laws of motion and Newton's laws of gravity. So the world around us is living testament that Newton's laws work. And this is what a scientific law is all about. It's about things that work. It's not about trying to explain why they work or necessarily the deeper meanings behind them. That's the job of a theory, and those also can be modified. So I had a little fun last night. One of the beautiful things that I like about Newton's laws is they're so simple. And again, you don't have to really follow along. It's actually not that hard to follow along. So, Newton's law of universal gravity is G m1 m2 over r squared. And here I have me and m. So that's the mass of the Earth and a small m, which you'll see in a minute why I'm doing it this way. And now we can rearrange this kind of in a clever way that F equals ma, as a lot of people know from school, right? We all heard that equation. So if you regroup the first equation up here, and you see that you get your little m out, the rest of it is a. Oh, I'm sorry, over here. So this basically, you can now then say, okay, that's the acceleration due to gravity. Just very simple. It's so this g here, this little g is our well-known 9.8 meters per second squared. And to complete this whole process, all we need to know is big G and the mass of the Earth. And this is where the Cavendish experiment comes in, and Cavendish-like experiments. And it's just kind of worth noting down here that the acceleration is also, you can say it as F over m. So if you have a small mass, that's going to have a small force acted on by the Earth, and it's going to accelerate the same as a big force with a big mass, because the acceleration due to gravity, or the force, is more on a bigger object or a more massive object, but the inertia is also more by the same exact amount. This is why all things fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. So it's really cool. And we can even take these laws, and this is where the universal motion comes in, and we can derive Kepler's laws. I mean, I won't get into all of them because I don't have time, but Kepler's laws basically said there's 3 laws. The first is the ellipses, the second is equal areas and equal times, but the third law, he didn't know what this proportionality constant was. So we can actually just use Newton's laws, and then we just know that the centrifugal force is going to balance the gravitational force, and we can get an exact number for that constant proportionality, and all the planets follow a straight line. So again, we don't have time to get into it, but it's really nice that this law of gravity here on Earth extends to our solar system. One of the first scientific ideas that got extended beyond just the Earth. So let's look at just Cavendish real quick here. We don't have a whole lot of time to go through it, but the Cavendish experiment here, let's just look at the experiment. Basically, there's 2 large masses that are fixed, and you will have 2 swinging smaller masses on a swinging torsion scale. As the smaller masses are attracted to the larger ones, they twist the wire, and that twist, along with the oscillation times, allows us to calculate G, the gravitational constant. Once we have G, the gravitational constant, we can then determine the mass of the Earth, and based on some of the equations that you just saw. So now I just kind of want to go through, and by the way, it's not just Cavendish. There's other, can we share my screen now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you. Can you share my screen?
I don't know. I only have a remove. There you go. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. So anyway, besides Cavendish, there were other measurements of G, totally different ways, and they're getting the same number. This is kind of a key theme here, is that we can calculate the gravitational constant in many different ways. And now, but I want to just look at a few modern day Cavendish experiments here, because these are the ones that are just so very accurate. And I know some of the rebuttals of some of the flat Earth enthusiasts will say, but you got to understand these tests take everything into account. The exact, the balls are perfectly homogeneous. The dampers, they put coatings to eliminate the electrostatic effect. A thin gold layer is very, very carefully done to ground it out, no electrostatics. The air density, thermal effects, electrostatic is also shielded and grounded. And then the magnetic effects, they'll use mu steel shields on the balls, and mu steel blocks magnetic fields. And here's just a little table. You can see all of these different, and they know all of the things that can lead to inaccurate results, to incredible accuracy. So there's been a lot of different Cavendish-like experiments done over the years. And recently there's actually now about 200 to 300 peer-reviewed Cavendish-like experiments. And here we have the Committee on Data for Science and Technology, that the CODATA, which lists here the most accurate, most careful experiments, and they come up with a value for G that's around 6.67 times 10 to the minus 11, but it's out to 4 significant figures. That's incredible accuracy. And from the lowest, if you swing all the way back and forth from side to side, that's only a 0.07% difference from the highest to lowest. So it's incredibly accurate. But interestingly, other constants of nature are more accurately known. It's just gravity's one of the most difficult to measure, but it's still very accurately measured. So based on time, we don't really have time to go into the details of all these, but I did set up a page on my dfe.net, my debunkingflatearth.net site, and /G, you can see these studies. I got 12 really good peer-reviewed studies, and they're not all Cavendish, but a lot of them are. And you'll see that these, like I explained just a little bit ago, these were all incredibly carefully done, meticulously. And the fact that they're all getting almost the identical number, if you had like electrostatics or magnetism or other confounding variables, you would be getting wildly different numbers from test to test. You would not be getting this precise numbers every single time. And just look at the precision here. They're putting these in vacuum chambers. Some of these experiments did them almost near absolute zero. Just absolute incredible accuracy. Now this is one test I wanted to share, because I've heard some flat Earth enthusiasts will sometimes say, well, that's just a man-made piece of equipment. I want to see something in nature where mass attracts mass. Well, here you go, the Mount Schihullian experiment, which also has been done multiple times, and even recently, there's been a more recent study with the Mount Schihullian back in what year was it? It's a much more recent analysis. And again, this particular study that was done more recently came up with a density of the Earth that was very, very accurate. And Mount Schihullian is just very symmetric, so it makes it very easy. So anyway, we're just kind of running out of time here, but you can just check out my link, and I have a lot of good other things you can see. And don't really have. Oh, this is from Statics and Dynamics. These are the kind of free body diagrams that you need to know. And in science, like bridges, this can be life or death if you do not construct these bridges properly. And by the way, it's not just G, it's actually mg, and it's you can't just use G alone to build these things with statics and dynamics. And so we're out of time, but I didn't have time to get into Einstein's gravity, but I think we can talk about that later.
Okay. And Austin, you gonna go? You're not sharing your screen, right? Okay.
Well, I do want to actually, let me just share the screen real fast. I want to play like a couple seconds of this video. All right. So, yeah, when you start it, I'll just play this video. Hopefully they can hear it. I don't know.
I will now show you a short video of former MIT physics professor Walter Lewin.
Oh, wait. No.
Mike is gone.
Quite clearly.
So what holds our world together?
Well, on the nuclear scale, 10 to the minus 12 centimeters, very important are the nuclear forces. On an atomic scale, up to thousands of kilometers, it's really electric forces that hold our world together. But on a much larger scale, planets and stars and the galaxy, it is gravity that holds our world together.
Yeah.
And now you may say, that's very inconsistent with what you just told us. Because didn't you tell us that D cancels? If you compare...
All right, anyway, that's enough. All right, so there you go, explained up to 1,000 kilometers, everything you observe on the Earth is electric, everything that you observe on the Earth. It's 10 to the 26th, some argue 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be. As for this law, talking point, downward acceleration is an effect. So not everything goes down. Sometimes things go up, but there's a downward bias on the Earth. I actually agree with that. 9.8 meters per second squared is agreed upon average. It doesn't happen every time. Objectively, it doesn't happen every time. It changes. It's just an agreed upon average. It fluctuates. But we use that convention so that we can build things like bridges, etc. You can replace little g with the letter A, acceleration. You don't need it. You don't need the cause, claim, effect. Talking about Kepler's law, that's planetary movement of bodies. This is a whole different conversation than what we utilize on the Earth for everyday use cases of downward acceleration. It has nothing to do with planetary movement or this idea that there's bending and warping of space-time. In fact, Newtonian physics isn't even used anymore. It doesn't work. It was debunked. It doesn't work to explain the solar system, much less further than that. So when we talk about what's on the Earth, well, we're talking about we want to use science. We want to actually prove things. Okay, so when they proposed the globe, they thought, well, the only way the Earth can be a globe is there has to be something called gravity. That's the actual evidence for gravity. So if we want to say we have a dependent variable and naturally occurring observable phenomena, things go down. Things go up and down. So things have direction or different vectors. So what causes something to go down? Well, let's figure it out. Everything that goes down or up, everything that exists in the world is electrostatic. So all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. So anything going up or down is electrostatic. So let's manipulate the variable of electrostatics and see if it can actually affect the direction something goes. It does, objectively. Things go up and down relative to the electrostatics. The electrostatic field, you have electrostatic induction that goes to the object, and that relationship will cause things to go up and or down. We have all kinds of things that happen in nature that show us this. In fact, bumblebees actually levitate over flowers, and seeing as they accumulate positive charge, which there's actually no such thing as positive and negative charge. You have charge and discharge. It's a convention. There's nothing negative in nature, but that's a different conversation. So it gets positive charge in the air. It floats over the flower that has negative charge, and the pollen will actually levitate up to the bee and stick to it. Okay, so we watch this happen all the time. The clouds, of course, are electrostatic, and then based on the charges in the clouds, that's when eventually the water will come down. Right? So based on density and buoyancy alone, or based on gravity alone, there's no reason for those clouds to be up there sitting the way that they do. Now they just claim that it's basically counteracted. So whenever you talk about the Cavendish and you said that they control the variable of electrostatics, well, you said no electrostatics. That's not true. There's no such thing as no electrostatics. The gold that they use is electrostatic, right? So we have things that are called dielectric materials because they have small amounts of magnetic permeability, right? They have high levels of dielectric permittivity. They maintain their charge very effectively, but that doesn't mean that there's nothing there. Just like there's no such thing as anything being neutral. If something's neutral, it doesn't have a net charge, but it still has a charge, including all these quote unquote nuclear forces and the neutron. They have elementary charges, and everything that exists has a charge. So there is nothing in the world, nothing that doesn't have electrostatics. In fact, whenever Cavendish first did his experiment, he didn't even account for electrostatics. I know people personally that have done it, and they know that electrostatics will indeed make the balls move around. It's the primary thing you have to worry about because of the fact that you have attraction and repulsion with electrostatics. You can never eliminate it. So then, well, what are we observing? You said that it's always the same. It's not always the same. It varies. It's such a small change, though, that you get a decent little window and you can say, oh, look, it's pretty accurate. It's never exactly accurate. And then whenever it's not, people just assume it's user error because even the slightest bit of energy or motion transferred to the Cavendish mechanism will actually affect what you see. So you didn't account for electrostatics. If you manipulate the variable electrostatics in Cavendish, you will literally get the cause. You can't eliminate it. If you ground something, it still has electrostatics. If you put it in a Faraday cage, it still has electrostatics. There's no such thing as eliminating it. And it's 10 to the 36th power or 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be. So all this stuff about 9.8 meters per second square, that's an agreed upon average. It's not consistent. That's just an effect. It isn't exclusive to the idea that the Earth is a gigantic ball with bending and warping of space-time. It's not different on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. If things fall down, we have an agreed upon average. That's the effect. What's in contention, what gravity is the claimed cause of that effect. That doesn't mean anything. Like I said, you can change little g and you can replace it with a. So what we know to actually be true, and I just show you Walter Lewin from MIT explaining it, everything up to thousands of kilometers, which I don't make claims about thousands of kilometers because I don't believe in fairy tales, but the point is that everything on the Earth is electrostatic and it's just objective, and we can manipulate that variable. We have spider ballooning. They proved that they took them outside of the wind because they used to think that they did that because of wind, and actually based on electrostatics, they levitate more effectively. They basically fly because they propel themselves with electrostatics. Bumblebees are not aerodynamic, but they use electrostatic resonance, and they can fly through crosswinds up to 60 miles per hour unaffected because they have like a little electrostatic force field. So what we have, I'll use the last 3 minutes to explain this. All the stuff of just begging the question of gravity doesn't mean anything. Conflating the cause and effect of downward acceleration to being the cause, which is claimed to be gravity, doesn't mean anything. Just saying, look, we have an equation that we can use for technology based on 9.8 meters per second squared doesn't prove gravity at all. Like I said, you can replace a little g with a. So what we actually see is that we have atmospheric electricity on the Earth. So we have an increase, equipotential increase. It goes up 100 volts per meter. Okay. So there's positive charge, potential charge increasing up from the surface, 100 volts per meter. Now, the only way that that can be replicated or accomplished in any way, in any actual demonstration in the world, is you have to have two Gaussian surfaces. You have to have a surface above and a surface below to get that equipotential increase. It's the only way. There's no other way that can be demonstrated. Well, we have that on the Earth. We have equipotential increase, which means there has to be a surface above us acting as the second Gaussian surface, and that's what gives you this downward flow of electricity on the Earth. So that's what gives you the downward bias. So when something fluctuates between 9.8 meters per second squared and 9.73, well, okay, because electrostatics is super weak. So the change in electrostatics would never be drastic. It's an agreed upon average. Not all things go down. Sometimes things go up. So we can actually manipulate that variable. We can prove it's there. All matter has it. It's tangible. We can actually manipulate it in an experiment and prove that it causes things to go up or down. So what we have from the beginning is scientific evidence that has demonstrated objectively that electrostatics is always present and it causes things to go up and down. And we have an electrostatic field in the Earth with equipotential increase, and there's a downward flow. You can, in fact, run something called a corona motor, electrostatic motor, with this current. Okay, so we have downward flow pushing down to the surface of the Earth where we have negative surface charge. Again, this is how bumblebees operate. So if we're going to make an additional claim, because like I said, not to be too reiterative, but 9.8 meters per second squared doesn't prove anything. That's just an effect. That's the agreed upon average of downward acceleration. That changes a little bit, but it's just an effect. So we want to find out the cause. The question is, does gravity exist, and is it the cause of the effect? That's the actual point, right? Well, when you say you try to control for the variable of electrostatics and stuff like that, you can never eliminate it. It's always there. It's 10 to 36 power stronger than gravity even claims to be. How could you find a force much smaller than that if you can't actually get rid of that force when you know it's stronger? Okay, and we can scientifically prove it. We cannot scientifically prove the bending and warping of space-time. No one's ever manipulated space-time. They just manipulate mass, reify it, beg the question, assume that it's true. So one of them is scientifically valid and can be proven, and then one of them just has to be true if the Earth is a ball and has never been proven. So in summary, like I said, people often conflate big G and little g. They just invoke 9.8 meters per second squared saying that it proves gravity, but it does not. And Newtonian physics is not what the globe Earth model uses anymore because it doesn't work. And the reason that they didn't just acknowledge the natural intrinsic electrostatic nature of all things, and that's why things go up and down, is because it's way too weak to cause gigantic planetary bodies to move around each other in a vacuum at vast distances. And that is the only reason that something else was come up with. And there's no empirical scientific evidence for it, but there is for electrostatics. It can be manipulated as the IV, and you can prove it. There you go.
Okay. Now 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You're gonna go first, Brian.
I'm gonna go first. Just to
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Yep.
Good.
Okay. Well, we only have 5 minutes, so I'm just going to go through. From my understanding, I mean, this is just my time, but that it's density and buoyancy, or electrostatic, incoherent electrostatic acceleration, and density and buoyancy takes care of the rest. So the density and buoyancy are still there. So let's first look at the problems with density and buoyancy. So the problem number one is things that are more dense and less dense fall at the same rate. And I actually did an experiment with a lead ball and a cue ball. The lead ball was 7 times more dense than the cue ball. And I got up on my ladder and I repeated, and I'll videotape it if anybody wants to see it. And I dropped it again and again and again. They both fell at exactly the same time, every single time. And again, you hold both in your hands, and the lead, you can tell it's like 7 times more dense. Second problem with density: things should fall faster further up as air resistant is as the air is less dense as you go up in altitude. But we know the downward acceleration slightly decreases with altitude because, again, little g, we got the formula for it right here. It's a very simple formula. We can actually calculate very accurately the gravitational acceleration at any distance above the Earth's surface. And the only thing that we have to account for is the centrifugal force, which does vary that from the equator to the poles. But once you take into account the centrifugal force, everything is very smooth. The gravity is very constant across the surface. And it drops off by 1/r², big R. That's the radius of the Earth. So you got to be a radius of the Earth distance away before you get a 1/4 drop off. Now, density is a scalar with no direction. Gravity is a vector. So we know, but I know you guys use your incoherent acceleration to try to give the vector there. Here's another thing: density towers break down in microgravity. If you've ever seen some of the images of that, you can see that the density towers don't even work when you got a zero gravity. Now the problems with buoyancy. Can I share my screen here for just a couple minutes, Jaron?
Yep. Oh, got it. Thank you.
Okay. So the problems with buoyancy is that buoyancy literally is defined by gravity. I mean, the actual formula for buoyancy is it's the density of the surrounding fluid times the volume, which gives you m. That's units mass times g. That's gravity here. So it's basically mg, and it's not just g replaced for a in these books. It's mg. It's the weight. So you got to incorporate the mass there too. And you can see right here a great little demonstration of this is in like a free fall environment. So when you take out gravity, you can see buoyancy doesn't work anymore. So again, this shows you buoyancy depends on gravity. So we got over that. So now I want to get into electrostatics here from our remaining time. So, and I'm not going to have enough time to get through. We can talk about this in our discussion. So there's some catastrophic problems with electrostatics. I say catastrophic because they are. So gravity depends on mass. Electric field depends on charge. Electric fields and electric charges can be shielded. Gravity cannot, provably. Shouldn't we be able to step inside a Faraday cage and levitate? I mean, we can shield electric charges. Why don't objects of different electrical charge or magnetic properties fall at different rates? I mean, we know this. Different diamagnetic and different, conductors versus insulators. I mean, in electric fields, they would have forces acting on them in different ways. And again, why do magnetic, paramagnetic, and diamagnetic objects all fall at the same rate? So again, you can get a magnet or a non-magnetic object, and gravity will pull them down equally every time. Electrostatic charges can be attractive or repulsive. Gravity is only attractive. The source of the electromagnetic attraction and how it works on, so what is the source of this electromagnetic attraction? How does it work if bulk matter is neutral? So again, I got my little thing here. I wanted to have Austin, oops, it's my camera here. So we want to kind of go over this side here. We want to get an F equals something up here. I'm sorry, share my screen real quick. I just had just a couple slides here that are important that I just, so the problem with this too is the fact that these electric fields that Austin talked about, they fluctuate wildly, and that at about 30 kilometers, it's almost zero. And we know gravity keeps going beyond 30 kilometers. So it just doesn't work. It doesn't match reality at all. In fact, the electric field changes not only around thunderstorms, but around, the time of day and the seasons. So again, we can get into this in discussion.
Okay, Austin, you're up for 5.
All right. So I never claimed. So you started off talking about density, why density does. Oh, it says the host says, oh, never mind. So yeah, my bad. I never claimed it did, right? Like density is one thing. You can't have density without electrostatics. So everything that has density, and if you look at the periodic element chart, I don't necessarily believe all the atomic theory, but it's a convention. There's a correlation in density and electrostatics. That's why it's one of the main variables addressed on the chart. But anyway, density itself isn't the full answer. I actually agree with that. Your examples aren't particularly great, though. If you use 2 different densities and you drop them, well, you drop them from a few feet above the Earth, and they're going to go roughly the same distance down. The primary thing to figure out, what is the determination of the vector? What determines the direction itself? Once it goes down, then, it's agreed upon average. I mean, until you drop something 5 miles in the air in a vacuum chamber, you really don't have much to stand on, and dropping it just a few hundred feet in the air doesn't really mean much. And again, downward acceleration does change drastically. We use gravimeters all over the Earth, and it's different all over the Earth. The downward acceleration of little BB using interferometry. They also have spring-loaded ones. They show different rates, actually. So it's not this magical, consistent 9.81 meters per second squared every time. That isn't true. That's like a misnomer. I don't know why people say it. But yeah, so it's not just density. But whenever there's a density of an object relative to the density of the medium, that's going to determine direction. That buoyant force that's resultant is much stronger than electrostatics. And in fact, of course, it's even stronger than gravity, right? Even in this theoretical idea that there's gravity here, this other type of gravity, because actually gravity means gravitas and weights. Anyway, the buoyant force is stronger. It goes up and down, just like the elastic velocity, the kinetic energy of gas. It's stronger than electrostatics. What it does is it sets the bias. So even if we have slight fluctuation in thunderstorms or lightning or whatever, it's very weak. It's very weak. Like when you use a Van de Graaff generator and you make like a little paint chip float or a piece of paper, you can use iron, you can use all kinds of stuff. That's like, those little chips are equivalent to like Mount Everest, right? So the point is that it's very, 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 very weak. It just sets the up and down. That's why you wouldn't see much of a change in downward acceleration, because it would have to be such a drastic manipulation and variance to get any type of difference. But that's not the question. The question is like, what actually causes it to go up and down? And there is no problem with electrostatics other than it's not strong enough to make the Earth spin around. And you said something about at a certain height, right? Like, so you're talking about like at a certain height, it drops off. I don't believe any fairy tales above 50, 60 miles or anything like that. But all of it has electrostatics. Even in the globe paradigm, they claim there's something called the ionosphere. And that it starts right at around 40 miles. They say 40 to 50 miles to like 400 miles, which we don't believe stories past 60, 70 miles at all. But the main thing with that is, that was the first time ever that was claimed. Maxwell actually changed his equations, right, to say that you could have electrostatics without matter, because you can't. You can't have electrostatic conduction or electrostatics without matter. And they made up the ionosphere to basically save the globe. But the primary point here is we have equipotential increase from the surface up, and that creates a downward flow. And the only way to have that is to have 2 Gaussian surfaces. So what we know we have on the Earth has to be there because of 2 Gaussian surfaces, and that is 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity claims to be. So I don't know why it's so hard for people to accept it, but it just is what it is. And this is why it's not discovered on the quantum scale at all. There's no evidence for gravity on the quantum scale at all. It doesn't work. It's incompatible. The relativity doesn't work at all on the quantum scale. But we know that there's electrostatics there. It's everywhere. And a Faraday cage does not block electrostatics. Sure, it can stop like electromagnetism. It doesn't stop electrostatics. The cage itself is electrostatics. The air inside of it's electrostatics. Whatever objects are in there are still electrostatic. There's still electrostatic induction. And no matter how much you try to neutralize it, like on the very smallest scale, right, which you can't remove it, because if you removed it, you wouldn't have the matter in the first place. On the very smallest scale, it's 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity claims to be. And Cavendish is super inconsistent, of course, but it doesn't even matter. So the primary point here is we need actual empirical evidence that you're isolating something outside of it, and you're not, and it isn't completely constant. So it's somewhat reiterative to my first 10 minutes, but it's the same point. I'm not claiming that it's density alone. Buoyant force is much stronger than electrostatics, but it's what sets the up and down. It's measurable, it's testable, it's provable. All matter that exists is electrostatic. Not one piece of matter can be invoked that isn't electrostatic. And so that's all there is to it. There's there's not really even a debate to be had, because until we have like other empirical evidence to substantiate the idea of the bending and warping of space-time, which is considered to be incomplete at best, right? And there's really not much to discuss other than we need it. So yeah, there you go. And yeah, just because things change during thunderstorms or whatever, it doesn't matter because it's electrostatics is super weak. So there you go.
Very good. Very good.
Land the module.
Okay, is that okay? So now we just opened up just a discussion. So, so basically, Austin, like what? So I have an equation that can make excellent predictions. So what do you have for predicting all these things? Because I'm telling you, the electric field of the Earth, and I have a book here on the Earth's atmospheric electricity at about 31. This is about 50 kilometers or 31 miles. I mean, there's a very highly conductive layer. The electric field is falling off to, I mean, almost zero. It's like in just like the millivolts per meter. I mean, it just gets really down, and the average is 8 volts per meter going up to 30 kilometers. And this is actually from one of the things you were showing on your Corona motors, right? They actually had this diagram on your Corona motor little thing. The guys that did the Corona motors drew this diagram. And I saw you using that demonstration on one of your videos on Corona motors, right? And they were basically saying the same thing that I'm saying. But see, gravity doesn't stop at 31 miles up. Gravity keeps going out. I mean, so this just doesn't work. I mean, and with lightning storms, it's even worse because you say it's a incoherent, incoherent dielectric acceleration.
Mm-hmm.
That you says that gives you the bias of the downward acceleration, but during a thunderstorm, it reverses direction and increases 100-fold. How does that work? It doesn't.
Okay. It doesn't reverse the entire Earth's electric field. That never happens.
Wait, 7 million lightning strikes a day? That is a lot of reversals. And if you
that's what gives the Earth its negative surface charge.
If you pick up a book and understand Earth's atmospheric electricity, you would start to realize what you're saying is nonsense.
Do you think the entire Earth's electric field flips?
No, what's happening, it's a global circuit. What you have is you have the downward, like you said, the fair weather electric field, as you're saying, coming down. Then you've got like currents in the Earth, and then the lightning strike, it's putting it back. So it's a circuit going around. So in the current, the fields are going sideways here up on these upper layers. So that would mean gravity would be going sideways up here. It's always down, Austin, always down.
It's always down because there's an equipotential increase of positive potential.
Why don't we start levitating around a lightning storm?
Okay, because that's just a very temporal discharge, and the density of whatever it is that's on the ground has a buoyant force that, again, is much stronger than electrostatics. So that's what sets the up and down, but your density, the buoyant force that comes from your density, is much stronger. And again, the entire electric field of the Earth never flips. It never happens.
I didn't say that's the entire field. I said there's around 7 million lightning strikes a day. So that's a lot of reversals of polarity. And the point is gravity is always a very, very smooth. I mean, again, you said it varies a lot. It does vary. I agree. But it doesn't vary by more than 9.77 to 9.83 at the surface.
That's not even entirely true. It doesn't matter.
I got a source for that. Actually, it is true.
There's gravitational anomalies. There's like 7 different types of gravitational anomalies.
But I'm telling you, the acceleration of gravity is very well mapped out by geodesists. Very well mapped out.
Why wouldn't that work with electrostatics, though?
Again, I just told you, because the electric field is dropping off a lot more quickly than the gravitational field is. You know what the gravitational acceleration is at 30 miles up, Austin?
The gravitational acceleration?
Again, I can use
it's pretty much always the same.
I can use my equation to make accurate predictions. You don't have an equation. You don't have anything over here. See that red box, Austin?
Yeah.
You don't have anything to put in that box to make any predictions. Or if you do, let me know.
Well, for force, that says F equals. So yeah, force equals mass times acceleration.
Okay, but again, what's the acceleration? Where are you getting that from electrostatics?
That's what everything is it's literally all electrostatics.
Use Coulomb's law to derive that then if you're using electrostatics.
We could use Coulomb's law, but it doesn't matter. That
MA to Coulomb's law, and I tried that. You know what you get is nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
That's a lot of specificity you got for us there, Bryant. The thing here is, my God.
That's what Walter Lewin, when he did his presentation on electrostatics, he derived Coulomb's law. That's the equation you use for electrostatics.
I know. Yeah, it's almost exactly the same as the gravitational law, but it's just charge is different.
Give us an equation that will give us
finish that thought. Go ahead, Austin.
It's just charge that is different, but the point is that downward acceleration is just roughly agreed upon 9.8 meters per second squared, Brian. It fluctuates a little bit. It's not constant. It changes all the time, and it actually changes during thunderstorms. I've read the data. During thunderstorms, how fast something falls at the surface changes. So how does that work?
Well, show me the research. Can you give me a reference on the study that shows that, please?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, send it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to.
I'd love to see that how gravity changes during a thunderstorm. I would love.
And
to
during rainfall.
Okay, I'd love
Isn't
to
that
see
interesting though, Brian? But just I will send you all the resources.
Well, listen,
hypothetically, what would be your answer? Because this is well documented at universities.
Well, I'm not going to say anything until you show me that study because I'm skeptical. Because I know gravity cannot be shielded, Austin. I know this. So what you're saying can't be possibly true.
What can't be? You're just reifying it. Do you know what a reification fallacy is?
You know, 1 minute back and forth so that we're not talking over each other. Are you guys okay?
I mean, I think we're fine. So we can just try to keep it both. Do you know what a reification fallacy is, Bryant?
Yeah, I do know. But again, science doesn't claim to be. We're using models to make accurate predictions. We're not trying to say the model is the thing. We're just saying that these models of gravity that we have work, and the ones you have don't. You don't have any model.
Yeah, I do. I just replace your little g with the letter A.
Okay, but then you got to set MA equal to what's the force then? That's Coulomb's laws, electrostatics. If otherwise, is it F equals D for density? I mean, what are we going to put in there?
There's an electrostatic field.
Is density equal to MA? I mean, is that what we should put? D equals MA?
Wait, time out. You know, you said gravity can't be shielded. You know, electrostatics can't be shielded or removed.
Yes,
it's all
provably. It's called a dielectric constant. Every material has a dielectric constant which shields electric fields.
You can't shield an electrostatic
Yes,
field.
you can. Your body
objectively cannot.
Yes, you can't. Your body has a dielectric of 50, Austin. Your body actually shields electric fields up to 50-fold.
Are you saying that we can shield electrostatics?
Electric fields, yes.
Electrostatics.
Electrostatics, if you have an electrostatics object, it's giving off an electric field. That's how it works.
There's an electrostatic field. But can you ever shield from electrostatics?
Yes, you can. You can shield electric fields.
You can't, Bryant.
Well, show me the paper that says that, please.
Okay.
I'd love to see that evidence.
You're making the positive claim that you actually can do it. So what, you use a Faraday cage? That doesn't do it. So what else are you going to use other than a Faraday cage?
Look up any electrodynamics textbook. Electric fields can provably be shielded. Provably.
You cannot eliminate the variable of electrostatics, and you can't block them. Faraday cages stop electromagnetic transfer, not electrostatics. So this is the point, man. You don't have evidence for your claim. I can tangibly manipulate my claim. That's the difference.
I gave you evidence. I gave you. There's 12 peer-reviewed studies that I gave. I didn't get one peer-reviewed study from you.
Yeah, I can give you all kinds of evidence. I'll give you, but listen, here's what I want to know. Why does the acceleration change at the surface if gravity's constant and always there? Why does it change?
It changes because of the centrifugal force. It's actually gravity doesn't change. Okay, what changes is you got to subtract the centrifugal acceleration. So the effective net force at the equator is less than the poles by about 5%, because for two reasons why. Number one, the poles the equator is about 14 miles wider, right, than the equator. And then the equator is 14 miles wider. So you're a little further from the center of the Earth, and you're spinning. So you got to subtract those two things. So it comes out to 0.05, but it's only a difference. 9.77 to 9.83, Austin. That's not a very big difference.
But you said it was constant. So the point is that it changes because electrostatics is super weak, Bryant. So the fluctuation in fluctuation in the electrostatics won't change it much because it's super weak, but it does change. And I already told you, I haven't showed you yet, that it changes during rain and thunderstorms and lightning storms, which goes to show you there's a relationship. We can manipulate the variable, make things go up or down way more or fall faster. This proves that it is objectively a variable that's relevant to all of these things. And your gravity explanation can explain clouds, it can't explain anything. It's just an idea to try to claim the Earth's a ball.
Yeah. But let's get back to this for a second. So up here at 30 kilometers or 30 miles, you got near zero electric field, okay? But the gravitational acceleration is still 9.71. It didn't fall by very much, but your electric field's almost zero. So how in the world can that account for, again, the 9.8, 9.8, you're right. It's an average across the surface of the Earth, but it only varies from 9.77 to 9.83. But it does go down with altitude, right? So the top of Mount Everest is going to be lower. So again, this equation I gave you. I mean, it's simply, you can calculate the gravitational acceleration at any distance from the surface of the Earth. But because we live on the surface of the Earth, we're almost always dealing with 7.83. But your model has no equation that can tell us what the acceleration is. Do you agree it's a 1 over r squared law? Can you at least acknowledge that maybe it's a 1 over r squared drop off?
Well, I need to verify your r there, wouldn't I?
Well, okay, but I'm saying it is a 1 over r squared drop off provably. I mean, we can take the measurements. I mean, you can measure the acceleration going up in altitude and see that it is falling exactly by this equation right here, by the 1 over r squared.
Is your claim that there's no proportionate relationship to acceleration and then how high up you go in the electrostatic field?
Say that again. I didn't.
Are you claiming there's not a proportionate relationship to acceleration and how high you go up in the electrostatic field of the Earth?
Well, the electrostatic field of the Earth is, again, it's a very complex thing. Gravity is just straight down towards the center of the Earth.
You just keep on reifying it, though, man. I mean,
I'm not reifying it. You don't have any equation, no model, no research to substantiate your claims.
We have all the evidence ever because we know we have the atmospheric electricity. Now, gravity is just assumed to be there.
The atmospheric electricity is just using, I mean, it's tapping into the gradient of electricity, but that doesn't prove that things fall 9.8 meters per second squared.
What keeps clouds up?
Clouds, it's a very complex fluid dynamic situation where you have warm air rising and a very fine mist of water. It gets to a certain altitude, cools off, it condenses into clouds, and at some point it's going to rain and come back down. I mean,
Why?
just like well, it's basically heat, pressure. I mean, there is gravity involved because the water rains down and comes down again. I mean,
Wait, doesn't the clouds hold like millions of pounds of water? So just accounting for gravity, why wouldn't it just fall down?
Again, the clouds are spread out, and it's a very fine mist. So just like dust in the morning when the sun comes through your window, you can see the dust particles, they're floating in the air.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, gravity's still working down on them, but when you have a very, very small surface area, it's a surface to volume ratio. The air resistance gets proportionally greater as you get a smaller and smaller size because your surface to volume goes up, right? So for example, let me give you an example. You can drop an ant from like 10 feet up and it'll walk away. Why? Because the air resistance, because it's so small, it's got a lot of surface area to its small little volume. So when you have little tiny mists of water like that, they have, warm air rises, right, Austin? So hot air balloons work this way. So the warm air that rises up, then it gets to a certain altitude, it cools off, and then it kind of condenses into the clouds. But it's not like there's just like a big ocean of water up there. It's very fine mist particles that have a very high surface area to volume ratio. So they will come down. Gravity eventually brings them down. That's what we get rain, right?
All right, that was a lot. Objectively, even within your paradigm, clouds are held together with electrostatics. What happens is there's a friction. Ryan, come on. There's a friction that builds up inside the clouds, and it creates charge, and the charge continues to build, and then the charge within the cloud begins to like situate out, and eventually you have what's called negative charge. It's discharging going on at the bottom of the cloud, so much so that eventually you will have something like lightning happening, which is a discharge going down to seek equilibrium to the surface because there's a downward flow of electricity on the Earth. There's a downward flow. Clouds are held together with electrostatics. They're within the electrostatic field. All of the water and the ice crystals in the cloud are electrostatic. They all situate themselves based on that. That's what lightning is. It's electrostatic discharge seeking equilibrium. So we have a downward electric flow on the Earth. Electrostatics is 10 to 36 power stronger than gravity claims to be, and everything has a downward bias, and then the different forces like kinetic energy and buoyant force is stronger than that. This is just objective.
But the lightning strikes go back up though too, Austin. It goes the other way. You know, lightning bolts go up and down. They don't just go down.
Okay.
So that's it just nullifies what you just said about
No.
downward. It's not a downward acceleration then. That's because if it's going up, we don't levitate. Again, we're not levitating around thunderstorms.
You wouldn't levitate because you're so much more dense in the air. You're still going to be down. Electrostatics is very weak. It just sets the up and down. That's a ridiculous response to say that we should levitate if electrostatics was real. That doesn't make sense.
It does make sense because the voltage increases by 100-fold, Austin. So not only does it reverse direction, it's going to like 15 to 20,000 volts the other direction instead
You
of
have to go by like 1 million though, Bryant. That's what you don't understand. The whole Earth's electrostatic field just sets the up and down. Your buoyant force of density is so much stronger. We do have things levitate, and we have electrostatic levitation in nature. It happens all the time. The fact that lightning goes up and down, which actually looking at slow motion, it's really crazy. Lightning is a baffling thing. Yeah, there's discharges from the surface as well, based on what charge is on the surface and what is in the clouds above that. That's what it is. It's just seeking equilibrium relative to the charge and discharge levels of the cloud and the ground. It going up and down doesn't change anything. My point is that all of it's electrostatic. Everything is, and that's way stronger than gravity.
Everything's not electrostatic.
Name one thing.
Well, first of all, you know there are 4 forces in nature, not just electromagnetism, right?
Can you name one thing that's not electrostatic?
Gravity. Well, it's part of everything, but so is gravity, and so is the nuclear force, so is the weak. And then you got the electromagnetic force, which you're referencing, but you're ignoring for some reason the other 3 forces.
No, I'm not. They're all electric.
They're all electric. The nuclear
Name one of
force,
them that's not. We're not counting gravity because gravity isn't actually real.
The nuclear force is electric.
Yeah.
Okay, show me evidence for that. Because
Okay.
it literally does the opposite. It actually holds like charges together. Do you know that?
You didn't know that was electric?
Do you know that like charges repel? Do you know that?
Yeah, but incoherent charges always attract. So you need polarization. You need polarization to have attraction and repulsion. But listen, even the neutron, the nuclear forces, all that, they have elementary charge, something that's called elementary charge. They still have a charge on the most fundamental level. That's the only way that you could have any of this stuff held together inside the atomic theory. The protons and the neutrons, you say they cancel out. You have bosons and all these different, particle physics, pseudoscientific terms. It's all charge. Everything has a charge. It's all electric. Everything is. Okay, so that's my point.
Charges repel. I've done many little pith ball experiments when I used to teach physics. Those little balls will repel each other. They don't come together, Austin. You're just talking nonsense.
Incoherent.
What is
Electrostatic acceleration is always attractive. You have to have polarization to get repulsion.
Where does that come from? It doesn't. I mean, what can you show me a research study that references incoherent dielectric acceleration?
Well, it'd have to be something from like electrical field theory, like decades and decades ago, before the pseudoscientific derailment of modern science because of the devotion to heliocentrism. But yeah.
Austin, look at the world around us. We are advancing in technology. We're not going back in the dark ages. So don't say that the science of the 1800s is somehow better than the science of today.
Actually, it is because of the Michelson-Morley, and then everyone went the wrong way. We don't have to change the subject, but the point is they threw out the background medium for electrical field theory, and then they ran over here towards trying to explain the Earth as a ball. So that's what happened. So yeah. I don't agree with subatomic particle pseudoscience. It doesn't work. Particle physics has been debunked. It claims electrostatics is the exchange of virtual photons because the math doesn't work. So objectively, you guys are falling apart as time goes.
We're not falling apart. Again, you're not understanding a scientific law and what a scientific theory need. They work in their domains of application. If that didn't work, we wouldn't have, computers, quantum mechanics is the basis of the computer you're looking at, of lasers and cell phones. So you can't say that these things are disproven when you have technology all around you that is actually using those things.
Wait, you think virtual photons are real?
Virtual photons are part of a mathematical. You know what the difference between a mathematical model is versus
reality? Yeah, I do.
Again, it makes predictions that we can use to make things and to do wonderful things in this world and this universe. So a mathematical model is about gathering evidence from observations, creating a model that can be used to make predictions and to create a theory that can then, we can apply this in engineering and do a lot of wonderful things with.
Yeah, I don't dispute the just to wrap this up, we can maybe move on. I don't dispute the conventions are valuable, Brian. It's the fact that they're not reality. They're wrong. Particle physics made a prediction for magnetism and electrostatics, and it was debunked, and they had to invoke virtual photons. Everything's electrostatic. That's 10 to the 36 power, stronger than gravity even claims to be. You can't eliminate the variable. We have an electric gradient on the Earth. You have to have two Gaussian surfaces to have the equipotential increase in electricity. So the globe can't even explain how we have equipotential increase of electricity, and it has a downward flow on the Earth, and it's much stronger than gravity even claims to be until you get onto the planetary scale, and even Walter Lewin from MIT will tell you that.
Yeah, again, this book right here actually explains the electric field and how it's created through a very complex interaction between the sun, the magnetosphere, and the atmosphere. So it actually, we can explain it, and it's not downward, an incoherent dielectric acceleration. Not once is it. I've never seen that anywhere in any book. And again, if you don't have any studies that can actually verify what you're saying, and if you don't have an equation that can actually make any predictions, which you guys don't, I mean, seriously.
I just told you we do. We have the same equation. We just put A there instead of little g. Why do you keep walking past that and saying it anyway?
Because that equation uses on the other side of it Newtonian's law of gravity. So where is your, again, you said F equals ma equals what's the force? So ma equals Coulomb's law equals gravitation equals kx for the, for springs.
There's electrostatic field,
So every force it's equal to ma. So what are you using? What equation are we going to use to be able to make these predictions?
What predictions?
Because you basically got to use gravitation. The only way you can is to use a gravitational equation. You got to
No. You're not understanding that the gravitational constant is just the downward acceleration agreed upon average. You put little g there. It's just the effect. Little g is not gravity. It's downward acceleration. It doesn't prove the cause of downward acceleration. It's non sequitur. That equation is not exclusive to you, nor does it give your point any type of value in this discussion.
It actually does, Austin, because little g is only, we only measured empirically at the surface. We can predict with this equation what g will be, 100 miles up in the air.
And it's wrong all the time.
How show me evidence for that claim, please.
Okay, I'll show you the gravitational anomalous chart, and it's starting at the surface all the way up.
Here's the problem. Where is your evidence? If you can't make a prediction and to get these numbers that we all can observe and see,
we don't see them.
You've got
they fluctuate greatly. That's not what happens.
You've got nothing. You're just saying words. That's all it is words.
Objectively, it isn't exactly as predicted by gravity all over the Earth. There's all kinds of anomalies.
Again,
and if they were to account for the electrostatic field and all the variables based on electrostatic induction, they would get much more accurate readings, but they don't do that. So we may have exhausted it. It's been an hour if you want to move on to spin.
Okay, I know, but show me some evidence. I haven't seen any. I'm still waiting, and I've watched a lot of your debates. I haven't seen you provide any solid, tangible evidence for this claim.
We can manipulate the independent. We can manipulate the independent variable of electrostatics. So this is how science works, Brian, right? This is how science works. You have a naturally occurring observable phenomena that you want to figure out. That's how natural science works. You want to study that effect and see, can I figure out what causes this? It's a cause and effect relationship test that you then propose called a hypothesis. So it's like things go up or down, okay? Things have vectors, directionality. We see things go down. That's our naturally occurring observable phenomena. Now we're going to presume the cause is electrostatics. So if I manipulate electrostatics, it will cause things to go up and or down. And we're going to run an experiment to test that. And when we manipulate electrostatics, like in a Van de Graaff generator, things will go up. They will weigh more. They will accelerate faster. You can make things go up and down manipulating electrostatics, and you can replicate that equipotential increase with two Gaussian surfaces like we have on the Earth. This is actual science. Gravity has none of that.
I know that's just electrostatics, so that's not gravity. I mean, I used to teach physics. I used to use an electric Van de Graaff generator. You could just get a wool sweater and a balloon, and you could add. You don't even need to get those Van de Graaff generators. I mean.
I know, you're right. You can do it with all kinds of... Now, can you do the same thing and give us scientific, experimentally valid, verifiable evidence that gravity's real?
But do you have an equation that can make any predictions, a model that can make any predictions at all? I mean, seriously, just one prediction. I mean,
I can just call it the electric constant. I can just call it the electric constant acceleration, put the letter A there.
I mean, can you solve this with your model? If a ball drops from a 10 meter on the ledge, what's the object's velocity before it's the ground using your model? I mean, I'd love to see you use your model to solve this little problem. It's a very simple problem with Newton's kinematics and gravity. But if you can't solve a simple problem like this, you absolutely have no model at all, because you got to be able to make a prediction, Austin. Otherwise, you've got nothing.
Okay, but we can make all kinds of predictions with electrostatics, because all you're doing for yours is factoring in an agreed upon average of downward acceleration.
It's much more than that.
What is it?
Have you even read a book on statics and dynamics? And you even know, I've taken these classes in Georgia Tech, okay?
Okay.
It's much more than just substituting. I mean, G is not the only thing that goes into this. It's actual gravity, is also mass times that. And then you got to deal with torques and all kinds of other things.
Yeah.
But it's not just G. You can't just say, oh, that's RG, and you're just you're rebranding your gravity into electrostatics.
You think that you have exclusive acknowledgement of the conceptual quantification of matter that we call mass, which is resistance to acceleration? You're saying that, but we're actually now can't use the idea of mass because you believe the Earth's a ball? That makes no sense whatsoever. You don't have any type of exclusivity with the idea of mass. It's just a concept, and it has many different definitions.
So if I step on a scale, then what's going on? I mean, I know in my Newtonian model what's going on. So if I step on the scale and see 150 pounds or whatever, 100 kilograms.
Yeah.
What in your model? What does that mean? I mean, it's please tell me what is weight?
So we could just say weight equals ma.
Okay, but again, weight equals ma is not good enough, because
Why not?
you have to, again, because again, if you understand physics, force equals ma. You always have some kind of force on the other side of ma. Like I said, electrostatic force is Coulomb's law. Gravitational force is Newton's law. The spring. If you're dealing with springs, you got minus kx. All of those, you need some force equation, Austin, or you got nothing.
Weight equals mg is what you believe. Okay. Little g is 9.8 meters per second squared. That's how you determine weight. That's an agreed upon average of downward acceleration that isn't completely constant. We also get to use that number. Weight is actually specific to many things, including vector, coherency, medium, location. It changes based on location on the Earth. There are all kinds of variables that should be in that equation. It's downward pressure over a certain area. It is objectively electrostatic, and it's in an electrostatic field. I could make something float off the scale with electrostatics, Bryant.
Okay, but you got to add, again, you got to add charge to it into a small little thing. I mean, I used to do that too. That's not proving anything.
Are you saying there wasn't charge there before I added it?
When you stand on a scale, that's mg. So that's mass attracting mass. You do get that, right? When you're on. So in your model, if you are acknowledging mass, then you're basically admitting that mass is attracting mass.
No, your model doesn't even claim mass attracts mass anymore. So, but it doesn't matter. Like it. No. Gravity is no longer considered an intrinsic property of matter for over a century. It's the bending and warping of space-time.
Did you listen to what I said about what a law is?
Yeah, your law is nothing more than an equation describing the effect of downward acceleration.
It works. Like I said, the world around you is filled with examples that it works.
Yeah, and we can use it too. It's an agreed upon average for the 10th time.
That's gravity. You got to, again, you don't have a force equation, Austin. So
we'll let the audience decide.
Okay,
let's go to the next one.
Yeah.
Let's go on to the next one. Okay, so
who's going first this time?
Let's go to rotation.
He can go first.
Okay, we doing 10 minutes?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on, give me a second to load up my.
That's 5. Okay, 10 when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
So the subject on this one, we're moving on to spin of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you have a hard stop at 8, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Or
your time. Yeah, that's right. So,
okay, go ahead.
We'll make this kind of fast. Okay, so go ahead and start.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm getting some notifications here. Hold on. Okay, can you share my screen?
Yes.
Share.
I don't know, Austin. Why come mine says remove only when I go down there? I don't know how you.
I don't know. You should have admin.
Yeah, it just says remove is my only option for some reason. All right, we're good. We're fine. Go ahead. Who's? Oh no, Brian wants his up.
Yeah, I want mine up. If you can.
Oh my bad.
Reset the clock there. I mean,
you don't want to use Walter Lewin, bro?
I love Walter Lewin. In fact, again, you got to watch his gravity lectures because they're great.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously,
okay,
they're really good.
Clock start.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about the Earth's rotation. And I just want to provide many different ways that we can see that the Earth does rotate. So the first one I want to briefly go over is sunrise and sunsets and lighting. Then I want to look at counter-rotating star fields, equatorial mountain telescopes, we'll just mention really quickly. The centrifugal force itself is great evidence that the Earth is rotating. The Earth effect on east to west flights is a good evidence that the Earth is rotating. And then, of course, we got gyroscopes. We got optical gyroscopes, mechanical gyroscopes, the Foucault pendulum, long-range ballistics. And so let's just start with sunrise and sunset here. So I really like this little proof. So I just want you to watch this little animation. You can see the mountain here is lighting up from the top down. This is looking west at sunrise. So sun's rising, you're looking west the opposite direction. Now this is sunset on Mount Everest. So you can see the opposite. The last thing to stay lit is the top of the mountain. So now if you look at the way that the sun works on a flat Earth, the spotlight sun, any light source, even a laser, has divergence. It's going to spread out. So the bottom of those mountains should be lighting up first on a flat Earth. And at nighttime when the sun sets, the last thing that it's the opposite direction too. The bottom should be lit up last, but it's just the opposite, which is perfectly explainable by the rotating Earth. So you can see the light rays are coming in here. And then as the Earth rotates around, the top of the mountain is going to come up first and get those light rays. And if you just play around with this and kind of think about it, you'll see this is a really great proof. The second one is counter-rotating star trails. So this is, I call this the insurmountable failure of flat Earth, to try to explain how the northern and southern hemisphere can have not only two different star trails that are rotating in different directions, but two totally different north stars. But this works perfectly on a globe. And I really like the equatorial, when you look at these star trails on the equator, because you can actually see these counter-rotating fields going in different directions at the equator, or the ecliptic. I mean the equatorial. So to me, this is just a great proof that we have two poles, and you got in the southern hemisphere. Again, down is down. So when we look south, we're looking down towards these stars. On the flat Earth, you're looking towards the ice wall. So it just doesn't make any sense. So in the northern hemisphere, everybody's seeing just Polaris, and below, you can see it just south of the equator. You can still see Polaris, just based on, but when you get a far enough latitude down, you just can't see it. But the point is that we got two different rotating fields that's perfectly explainable by a rotating Earth. Okay, so the next thing is kind of related to this is equatorial telescope mounts, and I believe there was a challenge to one of the flat Earth debunkers had to give a challenge to flat earthers to explain or model how equatorial telescopes could work on a flat Earth, because again, these telescopes stay mounted in one direction and they rotate, and so that way you can stay locked on one star. So they don't need to be moving. Now you can see over here on a flat Earth, you would have to constantly be moving and adjusting your telescope to be able to see that, say, the North Star, for example, where on a globe it makes perfect sense that equatorial telescopes work just fine. The next thing I want to talk about is the centrifugal force. So this also is very conclusive evidence that we are on a spinning sphere. So the centrifugal force is the force due to the rotation of the Earth, and you can actually measure that things weigh less at the equator than the North Pole. This is why in the old days you could only buy gold on a counterbalance, because they know otherwise you could buy gold at the equator and sell it up in Alaska and make money. So it's a well-known fact that things do weigh less at the equator than the poles, and actually as you go up in latitude. And again, this doesn't make any sense on a flat Earth why things would weigh less if it's just all flat. Now, related to that is the Earth-Vest effect, which is related. It's a component of the Coriolis effect in the up-down direction. So basically, it's related to centrifugal force in the sense that if you're on a plane flying in the same direction as the Earth, and again, the Earth and the atmosphere are all rotating together, but the plane relative to the Earth atmosphere frame is going to be going in a little extra fast. So that's going to create a little more centrifugal. And again, you can actually weigh this, and it's the opposite is the effect when you go against the rotation of the Earth. Again, Earth and atmosphere rotating together, but the plane traveling relative to the Earth, to rotating Earth atmosphere, is going a little faster. So you're going to get a little bit more of that. It's similar to just extra centrifugal boost there. And you can actually weigh, this is Wolfie 6020, who is a pilot, and he did an experiment where he was flying from east to west, and he did see that things were weighing more than going from west to east. So when you're going with the rotation, you're going faster, you're getting more centrifugal, things will weigh less. Against the rotation, again, really, really great evidence for a spherical spinning Earth. The ring laser gyroscope, I'm getting a little low on time here, so I think a lot of people in the flat Earth community know enough about this, but it's worth mentioning that these are just so incredibly accurate, and they're in the inertial systems of ships, planes, helicopters, the ISS, submarines, missiles, satellites. So incredibly, so I kind of want to talk about some really good studies, some peer-reviewed studies using, again, these are much bigger and even more accurate than small little ring laser gyroscopes. So this is a great study showing the Chandler wobble. So what the Earth actually not only rotates, but it has little wobbles. There's an annual wobble, a Chandler wobble, and they've even recently detected a daily wobble that's so small that we almost know where the spinning axis is to the centimeter. Some of these studies, so these they're basically just really big ring laser gyroscopes that are incredibly accurate. And in this particular study here, they were able to directly measure the rotating Earth and the Chandler wobble, which is named after the guy who discovered it. Now, this is another peer-reviewed study that showed not only the Chandler wobble here, again, using another a very large ring laser type of gyroscope, and they had one in Germany and New Zealand. So they kind of combined their data to get even more accurate answers. And what's really, to me, what I love about this study is you can even see some of the daily. So this big sweep here is the Chandler wobble, and the little tiny sweeps here are some of the daily fluctuations. So the Earth, again, not only are we not stationary, we're spinning, but the wobbles are very accurately measured by these very, very sensitive ring laser gyroscopes that are very large scale, that are going to be much more accurate than the small ones that I know your community has had access to. So this is another one, kind of similar things. The nice thing about this study, again, peer-reviewed study, showing not only the measuring accurately the rotation of the Earth, but also seismic activity. So they're finding that ring laser gyroscopes can be very useful for geologists in detecting seismic behavior. Now, what's really cool is these gyroscopes, these ring laser gyroscopes, are now getting to the point where the technology is getting to the point where they can put them in chips or chip scale, and this means probably in the not so distant future we'll be able to have little ring laser gyroscopes in our iPhone or in different types of smaller technology. So it's really cool technology. Now moving on to actually mechanical gyroscopes, this right here is a marine gyro compass. These have been used for a long time, and people that are like the Marines and the Navy, and where you have to be able to find true north as your life depends on it. They're incredibly accurate. They don't have biases. They're built in such a way where you're getting the absolute true north spin of the Earth. Again, excellent evidence that we live on a spinning sphere. Now, I love this study. I didn't want to put in a Foucault pendulum thing because I know you guys have your whole gimbal type of arguments. But the cool thing about this study is this is a plastic ball, no gimbals, that's in like a levitating field. And it's just basically measuring the rotation of the Earth very sensitively. They actually got very, very good results, very accurate results, without using no attachments here, just a free spinning. And you can read the study because we just don't have the time to get into these studies. Now, this is something kind of similar. This is detecting the rotation of the Earth using a superfluid. So again, this is not these are mechanical in the sense that they're fluids and physical things moving. And this was able to also very accurately measure the Earth's rotation rate, to be precise, within 0.5%. So just an interesting, creative way. So it's really cool that we can, in all these different ways, measure the rotation of the Earth. And also, I know you guys said that you've interviewed people that, but just in closing here, the Coriolis force is actually very real. I've got a couple long-range ballistic books. I'm running out of time, but there's chapters on the Coriolis force. So these are people that actually teach long-range ballistics, And they absolutely teach Coriolis. It's a real thing. And we didn't have time. My time is up, so we didn't have time to get into that.
Austin, you got 10 minutes.
All right. So, yeah, here are the wind patterns on a flat Earth. Look, it actually makes sense. I don't know how the wind patterns would somehow help the globe. That doesn't make any sense to me. So anyway, yeah, ring laser gyros, they detect 15 degrees per hour, relative to latitude, of course, the cosine. So this all started with Michelson-Gale-Pearson, right? That's what that is. It's called the Sagnac effect. Sagnac said it was the vortex in the ether. So they did Michelson-Morley trying to detect the orbit, and they did not detect the orbit. Then they did Michelson-Gale-Pearson using the same methodology, and they matched the predictions of the sidereal rotation within 98% accuracy. So if you combine Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gale-Pearson, what it actually shows you is that the only viable explanation is that the Earth is not spinning, and we're detecting the motion of the sky around the Earth. Secondly, you brought up planes flying over the Earth spinning. Any flight that goes north to south on a spinning ball would have to account for the Earth spinning underneath it. Prominent people, even Neil deGrasse Tyson, which I know you say you don't agree with everything he says, but he said that actually this guy kicked a field goal and won the football game because the Earth spun underneath the football as it was north to south. Now, the anti-flat earthers walked that back and they say that isn't the case for whatever reason, but then they turn around and they claim that there's a spinning bullet above the Earth spins under the bullet. So they are claiming that actually. You have to have an inertial and accelerative frame to get that effect. Then they claim that the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the atmosphere, contradictory to that. With the Earth, the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth, and contradictory to the idea that you have an inertial and accelerative frame to have the Coriolis effect. Anyway, it obviously cannot move in lockstep with the Earth because that would violate the law of conservation of energy. As you increase above the Earth, you would have to have a proportionate increase in energy because you would need a proportionate increase in speed because obviously to travel a greater distance in the same amount of time would need you to travel faster. So anyway, that right there is a problem. You'd have to introduce a mechanism to introduce additional energy to make it go faster around the Earth. Secondly, they claim something called super rotation, where the top of the atmosphere actually moves faster than the Earth. You would need another mechanism to introduce energy, or it would violate the law of conservation of energy momentum. Anyway, the plane flies over the Earth, and it does not bank to the left when it's flying from north to south. It doesn't bank over and then accelerate forward to somehow catch up to the Earth spinning underneath it. It just adjusts left and right based on the wind. Now, no autopilot or any manual pilot flights ever have accounted for Coriolis with a consistent update. So they say, oh, well, it's not that much. And the spin of the Earth is accounted for just naturally as you update for the wind. That makes no sense, though. If you're going straight and then the wind moves you over to the right, but the Earth's spinning to the left, as the plane adjusts back to go straight to the point it originally was, it would have to additionally adjust to get to the location that would be catching up with the Earth. So if you flew 5.5 hours without adjusting for Coriolis, you'd be like 3,000 kilometers off of your path. And no globe earther proponent ever addresses this at all. There is no answer. So in addition to that, you claim you didn't want to talk about pendulums, but then you brought up mechanical gyros, which actually don't pick up the spin of the Earth, hilariously enough, and are super inconsistent with the claims that they do. And that doesn't work. It would have to always pick up the spin of the Earth. All mechanical gyros would pick up the spin of the Earth if it was the Earth rotating. But once again, this shows you that the ring laser gyro has an effect detecting some type of motion and actually points to a background medium. But anyway, so Einstein himself said, which I'll actually drop this here on the screen. Einstein himself said that if there was, in a letter he wrote to Ernst Mach in 1913, he said that if the sky was moving around the Earth, then you would have a translation of motion, and then you would have Coriolis and centrifugal effects on a stationary Earth that was central. Because if the sky was moving around the Earth, it would translate the motion. You would have centrifugal and Coriolis effects, and so it would drag the pendulum around. And that doesn't prove one way or the other. And he had to actually incorporate this principle for the Eddington experiment, where they claim they saw the star go around the sun in the eclipse. Now, what only thing I've ever gotten back from that is he didn't say that. Well, yeah, he did. I'll show the letter right here. But anyway, so even according to relativity, that's not an appeal to authority or anything. I'm telling you what relativity says, the person that made it. He says that if the Earth was stationary and the sky was moving around it, you would get centrifugal and Coriolis effects. So even if that was true in your story about pendulums and all this stuff, even though the truth is that mechanical gyros don't detect anything, it would just be detecting that the Earth is stationary and the sky moves around it. So actually all evidence with all the gyros, because the mechanical gyro does not pick up a drift. So and that doesn't prove anything. it would have to always pick up the drift of the Earth, but it doesn't. Mechanical gyros, no. Ring laser gyro, Sagnac effect, detects the sidereal rotation with a 98% accuracy, but using the same interferometry methodology, it doesn't detect the orbit, 30 kilometers a second around the sun. So that doesn't help the Earth spinning. That shows that it doesn't spin. That shows that it's stationary. And then you have like the pendulum that people bring up. Even Einstein himself would tell you that if the sky was moving around the Earth, you would drag the pendulum around. There's a translation of motion. I'm actually going to share that right now. Here we go. Okay, that'll work. So yeah, here you go. Here's the letter he wrote. If one accelerates a heavy shell of matter S, then a mass enclosed by that shell experiences an accelerative force. If one rotates the shell relative to the fixed stars about an axis going through its center, a Coriolis force arises in the interior of the shell. That is, the plane of a Foucault pendulum is dragged around. So this is him just point blank. And let me bring it back here. In this letter, he just point blank says. So this is him writing Ernst Mach. High appreciated, dear colleague. These days you have received. These days you may have received my new work about relativity and gravitation, which has been finished after endless struggle and torturous doubt. Next year at the solar eclipse, we will see if the light rays of the sun are being curved. In other words, the fundamental underlying assumption of the equivalence of acceleration in the frame of reference on the one hand and gravity field on the other really applies. Your happy investigation on the foundations of mechanics, Planck's unjustified criticism notwithstanding, will receive brilliant confirmation. For it necessarily turns out that inertia originates in a kind of interaction between bodies, quite in the sense of your considerations of Newton's Pell experiment. The first consequent is on page 6 of my paper. So this is him talking about how, like, literally in his paper, he had to incorporate the idea that if the sky was spinning around the Earth, that let me switch back over, that it would actually translate the motion over. So there's no evidence for the Earth spinning whatsoever. And so then the difference in weight distribution doesn't prove anything. For one, again, this actually debunks everything that you said. Within relativity itself, relativistic application says if the sky's moving around the Earth, you get the same effects and that they're identical. So weight distribution also fluctuates. And again, if there is some type of spin over top of a stationary Earth, there'd be a translation of motion. So wherever you are within that vortex field would actually have a direct effect, which is what we observe. And if we actually take our ring laser gyro and we go to a higher altitude, but we maintain latitude, we can get over a degree to degree and a half variance. Now, if the Earth is spinning, causing the gyroscope to detect the Earth's axial rotation, it cannot change at the same latitude. It has to be exactly the same at the same latitude, no matter what altitude or elevation you go. But we actually did this, and when we maintained latitude but went to a higher altitude, it changed. What that shows is you're actually detecting the motion of something above the Earth, not the Earth itself. So all the evidence that you invoked actually shows that the Earth is stationary. Of course, that's why you have to assume it's stationary to fly planes, assume it's stationary to fly helicopters or shoot ballistic missiles. Everything that we do assumes that the Earth is stationary. You brought up the equatorial mount. The equatorial mount tracks the motion of the stars in the sky, and effectively then it just points at the ground, assuming that it's going to come back around a ball. So just assuming how to interpret the equatorial mount doesn't mean anything. And I can't believe I always hear people saying that. Blows my mind. So what I want to do for the final 2 minutes is I'm going to read some of this stuff. This is the truth of the matter, the bigger picture. The idea that the Earth is spinning and revolving around the sun is a philosophical determination. Like I just now showed you Einstein saying, oh, we can't actually prove it. It would be the same either way. If the sky's moving, then it would have a translation of motion. Einstein also said, I've come to the conclusion there's no optical experiment that could ever show the motion of the Earth. He was talking about in context of Michelson-Morley and using interferometry. He goes on later to say there's no terrestrial experiment that could ever prove the motion of the Earth. These are two different quotes. Actually, that quote is cited by Stephen Hawking in 2007 saying, I've come to the conclusion, of course, agreeing with him. There is nothing you can do on the Earth to prove that the Earth is spinning. Yet we have people running around defending the globe in 2022 claiming that it's been proven with all the stuff on the Earth since 1851. So here's Edwin Hubble giving you a little taste of it. He said, this is a philosophy. Such a condition, he's talking about the Earth being in the center, such a condition would imply that we would occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome. It would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position, we must compensate for spatial curvature. There seems to be no other escape. So in conclusion, the truth is that all of the top tier astronomers, astrophysicists that brought us the current globe Earth model, although it's actually in shambles, they tell you it's a philosophical decision of the Copernican principle because they want to believe the Earth can't be in a special, unique position. And so you can't prove that the Earth is spinning because if the sky was moving around the Earth, we get all these same effects. But they want to believe that it is, in fact, not stationary because it would mean that it's special. So it's philosophy, also a religion, known as religion.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. You see, I'll let you know I need to share my screen. So I just want to say something about Michelson Morley and Michelson Gale. Hold on. So basically, the Michelson Morley experiment, the Earth and the ether are stationary according to Michelson Morley. But then the ether cannot be simultaneously, like you say, moving according to Michelson Gale. I mean, you just can't have both. In fact, I read a book that went through all these ether studies, and there's like 3 different types that were talked about. Ether drag, which is where the ether is going with the Earth. Then you have just the universal ether where everything is stationary. And then you have the Lorentz ether. And when you go through all of these different studies and you create like a chart, some of them, Michelson Morley, correct. It does allow for a stationary Earth and a stationary ether across the universe. But then the Michelson Gale totally contradicts that. And it says that there's a spinning ether spinning. So, I mean, you can't have it both ways. I mean, the two contradict each other. And there's many more studies like that too. And then you got stellar aberration, other things that make it very clear that we're moving. And I mean, there's, again, I didn't get into all the other evidences of that we're moving, but so again, these ether studies, ether was disproven or shown not to be needed at all, unless you just want to say everything is ether, and then you can just use the word everything is God if you want. But these actual ether as the medium for light to travel, has been very soundly debunked now for, about a century. And again, the early studies, even if one study didn't, when you put them all together, guess what? Only special relativity came across as green checks across the board through all those studies. All the other studies with ether drag, with universal ether, stationary ether, and the Lorentz ether, some studies confirmed them, some studies didn't. But when you put it all together, it pretty much debunked the idea of ether. So there's just been an outdated model, and you're not going to find, I mean, you may find some, geocentrists that might have some papers on ether, but certainly, the peer-reviewed studies are going to be sparse, that are going to be saying that there's an ether, again, because we got such overwhelming evidence that it doesn't exist, at least in the way that it was originally defined. So let's see. I mean, you mentioned, I just want to bring that too, because you talk about planes, if you go from north to south, and actually airplanes do account for that. Just wanted to, I forget where.
You want your screen up?
Just a second. I'm just trying to find it. I mean, because I did some of the calculations for this. It's down here. Where did I put that? Okay, here we go. Actually, I mean, I forgot I had it in my slides. Yeah, can you share my screen?
Yep.
So, you actually can do the calculations for the bank angles and how much thrust is needed to actually, because you're right. If you took off from the North Pole and you flew to the equator, remember now you're traveling like about 6,000 miles, so it's a very gradual. You do have to compensate for Coriolis. You absolutely do, and you can actually calculate the exact bank angle and the thrust needed, and it's not much. I mean, you need like the thrust needed to compensate Coriolis is only 0.0002%. And again, these are actual equations that are used with airplanes and are very, very accurate. And the bank angle is like 0.15 degrees. And the point is that the Coriolis effect, it's not that the Earth is moving out from under. That's incorrect. whoever said that, if Neil deGrasse said it, it's wrong. What the Coriolis says is that when you shoot a ballistic, you have that a greater speed at the equator than when you go north. So it's going to deflect to the right because the speed is slower at that higher latitude. So it's not that the Earth is rotating out from under you. It's that it just has more momentum at the equator. So the speed, so that's why it drifts off to the right. So that whoever said that's wrong. It doesn't. Even this book says that's a common mistake to think that the Earth rotates out from under. It's not true. Anyway, what I wanted to say is that you actually can calculate the bank angle needed and the amount of thrust needed to go north to south, and it is absolutely factored into airplanes. Absolutely.
Okay.
Whoa. My bad. All right, yeah, we're good. Oh, I thought you were already starting it. It doesn't matter. So, yeah, they objectively don't do such a thing, bro. Autopilot does not account for Coriolis. And anyone that flies a plane and then goes manual would have to know that. Everyone that flies planes, everyone that knows anything about autopilot or has read the documents that engineer them or the documents used to engineer them, they don't account for Coriolis. That's just objectively wrong. They do not do that. What they do is they account for wind. Okay. And they claim that the wind is so much stronger than the Earth's spin that you don't have to account for it, but that's wrong. We fly that plane like the Earth is stationary. Like I just now had a conversation with the pilot the other day, right? I have it recorded. Yeah, I'm like, oh, you fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. Of course, they do not update for Coriolis. No pilot ever would tell you that they're accounting for the Earth spinning. That's not how it works. You have bullet spin with bullets itself, like barrel spin, which is much stronger than Coriolis even claims to be. You have to account for wind, much stronger than Coriolis even claims to be. I don't care what they say in the book. I've talked to many people that shoot in real life. You don't account for that. You account for the wind. As for the Michelson-Morley, you said that Michelson-Morley show you can't have it both ways, stationary and moving ether, I guess is what you're saying. For one, Michelson-Morley did detect a phase shift. It did detect one. It was just 1/6 the predicted value of the Earth revolving around the sun. And in fact, it's been done dozens of times, even by the Air Force in 1987. And it still showed that there is a phase shift every single time. Then we went and did Michelson-Gell, and it shows sidereal rotation. It matches that prediction by 98% every single time. And that's because our 15 degree per hour convention that we use for time is actually just a generalized accepted average, basically, or an agreed upon convention. It changes a little bit, which is why it fluctuates from 98% to 100% accuracy. We just use that convention for time. So it matches the prediction for sidereal rotation perfectly, and it does detect a phase shift. So the only thing Michelson-Morley did was show that the ether's not stationary. And so those work perfectly together. The ether slightly drifts over top of the Earth. Okay. And this explains all the phenomena. And again, you kind of waltz past it, but I'm going to really drive this home for the last 3 minutes. Einstein, Hubble, Hawking, Arthur Eddington, you name them, Wolfgang Pauli, they all explain you can't prove that the Earth is moving from the Earth. You cannot, including stellar aberration. And they will tell you point blank that they can create a model for you that explains alleged parallax, which doesn't actually happen, retrograde motion, stellar aberration, all in a geocentric model with the Earth stationary. And you cannot prove that it's spinning or revolving on the Earth itself. It's impossible. Stephen Hawking in 2007 explained it, quoting Einstein from his writings in Special and General Theory of Relativity, his paper on the combined two theories, explaining that you cannot prove that the Earth is spinning. They choose to believe in the Copernican principle because they have a religion that triggers people because they think they hate religion. They hate God oftentimes, but that is a religion. It's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men, void of empirical, verifiable evidence, and in fact, contrary and antithetical to the actual evidence, despite what the evidence says. I just now read him point blank say it can never be disproven. We disregard that possibility because of the horror of a special and unique position. Right. And I have plenty of quotes here from geocentrists or heliocentrists explaining you can never prove it. You can't prove that the Earth is that the Earth is not stationary. But we don't want to believe that because that would mean the Earth is special. So then what do? We go look out at the background distribution, the energy coming away from the Earth. It shows the Earth's in the center. So what do? They call it the axis of evil. And then they come up with a new idea. Well, it does look like we're the center, but that must mean that no matter where you are in the universe, it would look like you're in the center. Or we're just in the center. They don't want to say what it is because it has spiritual implications. It has philosophical ramifications. And that is that the earth had to be placed there. It has a special, unique position. They want to believe that there are a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe of nothingness where everything came from nothing and there's a pre-existing energy. Let's not talk about that part. Oh, lightning struck primordial soup and all this nonsense. And you know, why? That's a good question. Probably because they're scared of like moral accountability, I would guess. But this is the point. This is the problem. It's portrayed as science, and we're brainwashed and indoctrinated with this idea as if it is science and it's proven and it's not questionable. And you actually go look behind the curtain, it's philosophy, and they admit it. So that's why I gave the specific quotes, and it was walked past. It's the crux of the whole issue. There is a philosophy that leads to atheism and nihilism and materialism portrayed onto the world as if it is in fact scientific fact. You can't prove that the earth is moving. If the earth is a ball that spins, which it objectively isn't, we falsified it, everything gives us the illusion that it's stationary. And this is what all of the astronomers and astrophysicists say that gave you the current model.
Good work on time there. All
Okay.
right, back and forth.
Right. Well, but you do know that the Michelson-Morley experiment has been done. And on my dfe.net/ether page, I've got a whole list of studies that duplicated Michelson-Morley and got better and better and better to where there was basically no fringe when you get to the really accurate studies. So you can actually show that there's no fringe shift when you do the Michelson-Morley very carefully.
You just said basically no and then none. Which one is it?
Well, it's such a small amount. I mean, you understand that experiments always have experimental error, and we're talking many decimal places on some of the best experiments. The early Michelson-Morley was, it wasn't as accurate. It just got better and better and better as the studies went on with time.
The Air Force did it in '87 and got a phase shift.
Well, just because the Air Force did it, there's peer-reviewed studies that show otherwise.
From when?
Well, again, I got them right here. We can pull some of them.
I've already looked at them. They all show a phase shift.
How much though? I mean, again,
it doesn't matter.
It does matter because if you say 0.0, it can't be just absolute. You're looking for absolutely zero in an experiment.
That's what you're claiming is happening.
You really don't understand how science works.
I understand that you just used the instrumental error as an excuse and I have to explain it. See, special relativity was invoked to claim that the measuring apparatus physically contracted and then time slowed down, so it looks like they're the same, even though it never actually is the same. We're going to pretend that it's just instrumental error and it's always the same, and that the measuring apparatus physically shrank and you just can't tell. So is that what you believe is happening in Michelson-Morley?
The Michelson-Morley is a well laid out experimental, and it's been duplicated many times. And if you're looking for a zero, of course, science isn't going to be able to get absolute zero error. I mean, because
do you believe that in Michelson-Morley, the measuring apparatus is physically shrinking?
Well, you understand with time dilation, length contraction. I mean, when you're going fast enough, it's not going to be much, but it's that's something that that is kind of a paradox, but it does seem to happen.
So what your model claims is that there is a difference, that there is actually a phase shift, but since the measuring apparatus contracts and time expands and slows down, that it looks like there's no phase shift.
Well, show me your evidence or your study that validates what you just said, and that somehow
Special relativity by Einstein. He gave a speech explaining it specifically. That's the whole point of special relativity.
I mean, you're just giving a bunch of quotes. You don't have any actual peer-reviewed studies to show that the Earth is stationary. I mean, where is your studies?
First of all evidence shows that the Earth is stationary. So the whole idea of relativity is to explain the theory that says even though it always looks like the Earth is stationary, it's actually spinning, wobbling, and revolving. That's what relativity says.
I know, but I showed you 12 peer-reviewed studies. I mean, where are your studies?
I'll show you 30 different top-level astrophysicists. So if you disagree, you're disagreeing with Stephen Hawking, you're disagreeing with Albert Einstein, you're disagreeing with all the top guys, Edwin Hubble. These are the people. See, I'm not appealing to their authority. It's called a hostile witness, right? And it'd be different if you had a new theory, but you still use Einstein's theory of relativity, even though it's drastically incomplete. It's been debunked. It doesn't work on the quantum or cosmological scale. It's incompatible with quantum. It doesn't work at all, and you just keep it. But my point is,
no, it does. It has not been debunked within its realm of applicability. Again, you did not listen to what I talked about laws and scientific laws, how they work. Relativity never claims to work at the quantum level or even to work necessarily to understand dark matter and dark energy.
It'd have to work on all scales if it was real.
Well, again, where's your model that does that?
Electrostatics.
Again, but it doesn't have to work on all scales to be real, because that's not how science, theories, and laws work.
That's how gravity has to work. It would have to be on all scales.
We can use science to develop models or theories that can make accurate predictions about the world we live in. And those models and those laws have domains of applicability, meaning they don't work at all scales. And so we do think that at some point there'll be a quantum theory of gravity. We just don't have it yet.
It doesn't make accurate predictions, though.
Are you kidding me? General
No.
relativity makes incredibly accurate predictions.
It's
And
off by 95% in the universe. What are you talking about?
Okay, let's talk about that, because you really like to bring up.
It only acknowledges 5% of the universe.
The dark matter and do you understand how dark matter works around?
I understand in 33 discovered that the galaxies only had 3% of the mass, and then it was ignored for decades, and now it's called dark matter. The idea, dark matter is the idea. You asked me how it works. I'm going to tell you how it works. It's the idea that it doesn't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum, and it's assumed to be material, but it's undefined. We don't know. It's a mathematical discrepancy with what relativity predicts.
Okay, show me a study with your that really encapsulates what you think dark matter is. I'd like to see that.
No one knows what dark matter is.
You're just saying words. Well, again, yes, I agree, but we can use dark matter in mathematical models to create using the background radiation. They can simulate that with dark matter, actually putting it into relativity. They can make very accurate models of how galaxies form, et cetera. They got supercomputers to do a lot of studies like that.
Everyone knows that relativity made a prediction of the universe, and it was off. And so if relativity is correct, there has to be something called dark matter, or relativity is wrong. That's all there is to it.
Okay. Do you know what the average density of the universe is, roughly?
I don't make pseudoscientific fairy tale claims.
Well, no, this is measurable. It's like 10 to the minus 9, grams per meter or kilograms per meter squared. It's very, very sparse. The point I'm trying to make is dark matter and dark energy are working on cosmic scales within the very fine, like for rotational, like the rotation of galaxies, right? The dark matter is probably like they think is in the halo areas of the galaxies, but it's spread out very, very thin. So if you apply dark matter to our solar system, let's say, for example, like the Pioneer, that's traveled billions of miles, they did a calculation of if you incorporated dark matter, it would only deflect that by 1.5 meters. So
this is just all theoretical reification fallacies.
Again, there's all kinds of really good peer-reviewed papers on dark matter. And
no one peer-reviewed dark matter. No one knows what it is. It's not even defined yet.
Okay, I'll send you a whole bunch of.
Okay. Again, so the truth of the matter is, I don't like when people are dishonest about how awesome the model is, because the truth is, it's known that if relativity is true, it's drastically incomplete. Best case scenario, it's incompatible with the quantum scale, and it did not predict the actual observations of the cosmological scale. This is just objective. Relativity has got to be updated or replaced. Best case scenario, but I don't know why we got over to this. I want to know what your response is to the fact you can't prove that the Earth is spinning, and it's a philosophical determination.
Well, I gave you a bunch of studies. Where are your studies that it's stationary?
All evidence ever. I just explained it. I just explained that if the sky was moving, Einstein himself said that you would get the same effects.
You're cherry picking quotes. That's not studies. That's not research.
You know what cherry picking a quote is? If I take it and then I say it says something that if read in context, it says the opposite of what I'm saying. That's not what happened here. This is objectively.
You're looking specifically for quotes by these people that support your model.
I'm representing the accuracy. I'm actually accurately representing your model because you're misrepresenting it. That's what I'm doing.
Again, where is your evidence? I want to see some. You don't have an equation. You don't have a model. You can't make any predictions. I mean, our model can build the world around us.
You want to do like 2 minutes each to finish, and then we'll take the chats, because if you got to leave at 8, we're up against.
You can go first.
Brian, my one question though, I just have a question. Are we not then allowed to look at Einstein and those guys since they have a different model than us? We cannot read their books or anything.
Of course, you can read their books, but
we can't bring them up. We can't.
But they've got such a body of research that you can find quotes where they might say the opposite thing in another context somewhere else. I mean, so if you're just looking for quotes to support your model, that's just confirmation bias. You're just sort of looking for things that support what you want to see.
Yeah, that's what that's called, Brian.
Okay.
Well, whatever it's called. I mean, I'm just saying that you're looking specifically for support for your model, but quotes are not studies. Quotes don't prove anything.
You can prove that you get a translation of motion if there's motion outside of a stationary system. It'll translate the motion to the interior of the system, and then you have centrifugal effects. You can prove it.
Okay, but again, you said a massive shell rotating. So where's this massive shell that's rotating?
There seems to be a gigantic sky. Stuff in the sky moves around the Earth.
So what?
That's what we observe.
Well, what is that then? Is it sky ice? I mean, what is it made
That's a good
of?
question. You want to do your 2-minute closing?
Yeah, let's do 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes whenever you're ready. If you,
Okay.
You want your screen up or no?
Oh no, we'll just talk. So again, I just want to thank everyone for coming. It gets heated, I know, but it's still, I enjoy hanging out and talking about these topics. And I feel that with gravity and rotation, I presented actual peer-reviewed evidence that's very solid, that proves that the Earth is that gravity, again, within the scientific framework of a scientific law, the universal law of gravity is absolutely valid within its parameters. And again, it knows its limitations. It knows where it can and cannot work. Same thing with relativity. I mean, they work within their parameters. They're not meant to work at the quantum level or at some other scales. So again, the world around us is evidence that gravity absolutely, or Newton's laws and Newton's law of universal gravity absolutely still is valid, and it still works at slow speeds and low gravity, because relative to the universe, the Earth is in a very high gravitational field. I mean, it does exist here, but it's nothing like a black hole. And I did want to, can I share my screen? There is just one thing I wanted to share on that really drives this point home with Newton. Well, I didn't get to it in my presentation. Oh, hold on. Oh, here it is. So this right here, this is kind of just, and it's okay that you don't follow along here. All I want to show here is that from general relativity, you can actually recover the potential formulation of Newton's laws. And that what relativity does is just adds a correction factor to it. Even E equals mc squared does that. You know, that's just a first order approximation in the Taylor series. So the point here is that when you do like the perihelion of Mercury, you have to take into account this correction factor. But Newton's law of gravity was not proven wrong by Einstein. In fact, it's right there within relativity. It's just when space is very flat and the speeds are slow. So again, it's been fun, and we go do it again sometime.
Cool. You just go ahead and start, I guess. I don't think we got a ton of questions. I think we'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'll just wrap it up super
Bob,
fast.
write me on Skype how I'm supposed to find them, though. I can't find them.
So basically what we covered was that, we have scientific empirical evidence that can be verified for electrostatics. We have equipotential increase. This was never addressed, but you can't have equipotential increase of electricity like we do on the Earth unless you have two Gaussian surfaces, which means there has to be a surface above us. That's the only way that you can have it. There's a downward flow of electricity, electric downward pressure on the Earth. It's 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity even claims to be. Little g is downward acceleration. That's for everyone. So in fact, the only thing that can be verified and proven and manipulated with science is electrostatics. And again, it's significantly stronger than gravity claims to be. They just have to claim it's something else because electrostatics wouldn't make the Earth a magic spinning ball with water spinning around it in a vacuum, spinning around other planets. And when it comes to the spin of the Earth thing, I really want this to be really for the audience to really soak this in. You were duped into thinking that the Earth is a tiny speck of dust, but it's this gigantic ball with water bending around it. The grand scheme, it's nothing and blah, blah, blah. When you actually go and research it, okay? All this stuff they claim as evidence that the Earth is spinning, it just begs the question and reifies the conceptual model over and over and over. Where you look at the gyroscope and actually when you look into it, it shows that, well, actually the Earth is stationary, the sky moves around it. They say, oh, it's showing that the Earth moves. Then the mechanical gyro doesn't pick the Earth spinning. They just ignore it or bold-faced like misrepresent it and say that it does. And the truth is that all these things, even the pendulum, which is inconsistent, all this stuff is explained with the sky moving around the Earth. We live in a geocentric system. It's a stationary topographical plane. The sky moves around us. There seems to be a vortex of an energetic background where everything moves together. It's this giant, beautiful, intricate cycle as if it was crafted like a clock. It does have a special and unique position. And a lot of these atheistic quote unquote scientists that are propped up at the top, they don't like the idea that maybe the Earth was created. And so they've clung on to the Copernican principle, the idea that the Earth cannot occupy a special or unique position. And so don't let other people make your own philosophical decisions for you while simultaneously lying and brainwashing you, claiming that it's science, because it is not.
Okay. I thought it went well. Thank you, guys. Hopefully everybody enjoyed it. We can maybe do it again. Bob's going to give me a link. You have to go into your back room, Austin, to pull the super chats. We can't get in back there. We're not managers.
My back room. What do you mean?
Go.
My YouTube
studio, and then go monetization. And
Yeah, you may just read them off.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right, there's not that many. All right, Ron, I think most of them are for you, but there's not that many. Okay, so we have Brian. We have a life-altering revelation. That was in the pre-chat. He said, "Do you have to have rotation to have gravity?"
Rotation to have gravity? No, I mean gravity. Yeah, gravity is not rotation. Gravity is mass attracting mass. But when you have orbits, you have to factor in the centrifugal. It's like a balance, right? Where you got gravitational force balance the centrifugal force. So when you write your potential equation for gravity, or for the potential of the motion of the orbit, you got to incorporate both gravity and the rotational centrifugal force. But it's not gravity itself. Gravity is just always towards the center of mass. I mean, pulling in. So.
All right, that was Shiloh Carpenter, Plain Truth. All right, we're not gonna. He said, tell him, no, we're talking is rude or whatever. Okay, here's a question from Gender Neutral. Says, can Bryant explain the pockets of gravity on the ISS YouTube video? And number 2, how Newton's law of gravity can violate the second law of thermodynamics to hold the atmosphere of a ball against the vacuum of space?
Well, the first one, I'm not familiar with the context of the ISS, so I don't. I can answer the second one, but I mean,
yeah, fair enough.
So how? First of all, it doesn't violate the second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics says that the entropy of the universe always increases. Now you can have the entropy of a local system decrease as long as the overall entropy of the universe increases. So with the problem with the whole atmosphere next to a vacuum thing is that, first of all, the gradient, there really is no pure vacuum. There's always particles in space. So there's never a zero vacuum environment. You're going down from a gradient that gets less and less and less and less, and then it just stays less and less and less, and et cetera. And there is a difference between atmospheric pressure and gas pressure. And sometimes flat earth enthusiasts make that confusion. They think that because gas pressure is the pressure of gas against a container, where atmospheric pressure is specifically the pressure of gravity pushing the atmosphere down on the surface of the earth. So it's defined differently. And I know you guys always bring that topic up, but it's very well explainable by gravity. In fact, the gradient is so specific that meteorologists and certain people that are into weather science know they don't even need to know what the altitude is. If they know what the pressure is at a certain altitude, they almost automatically know what the altitude is, because it's very, very precise gradient. And you only get a very precise gradient like that when you have a downward acting force. So the force itself, Anyway,
there's an electric gradient. We can move on. So Bjorn Magnusson, sorry. He said, snipers don't factor in Coriolis. If they did, then pilots would have to do the same, but they do not. Using snipers but ignoring pilots is typical obfuscation.
No, actually, the snipers in the sniper books, it does clearly say that in a lot of situations, the Coriolis doesn't need to be accounted for because there's a lot of things that are more like wind, and certain other factors are a lot more powerful. So a lot of snipers that maybe don't change like latitude, that are shooting from one latitude roughly, they probably would never have to encounter Coriolis, because they're even like you're saying with the bullet. I mean, all of that, there's many factors that a sniper will factor in. And yes, Coriolis is one of the last factors because it's so subtle.
He's asking about why planes don't. Well, he's asking you.
But again, in the planes, I mean, again, planes there is a correction in planes for Coriolis. In fact, the amount of fuel and energy, it's just a small correction. So again, this is information that's very accessible online. You can see absolutely that planes correct for Coriolis going north. Yes, they do.
All right, man. All right.
And if it doesn't have to be the pilot necessarily. I mean, I'm not a pilot. I've just seen the information. So it can be automatically like built. Planes these days have a lot of things automatically factored in, right?
So then if a pilot then went off of autopilot and went manually, they would have to know to do that.
Well,
they don't account for course.
They're following a bearing though. They're following a course. So again, 0.15 degree. I mean, it's a 0.15 degrees is such a tiny thing. So if they're just following their bearing, I mean, that's not much of an angle.
3,000 kilometers over a 5-hour flight.
Show me the numbers. I've got the actual numbers.
I'll
That's
send
not
you the
correct.
numbers. I have the actual numbers. Yeah. So we can move on though. Nominal says, thanks for the debate. Then he said, the invisible matter we cannot detect is called dark matter. A quote from NASA. The invisible matter we cannot detect is called dark matter. That's from NASA. So they can't detect it.
What's the question? I mean,
He's saying that you said they could detect it, but they can't detect it according to NASA.
we see the effects of it. We know that the rotation rates are going, at a rate that that the baryonic matter can't account for.
Okay.
So again, it's yes. Do you guys have everything figured out? You don't even know if the sun's inside or outside the dome. I mean, I've had people say that's outside. Some people say it's inside. So to be critical of these very accurate theories that we have, and yet you guys don't even know how far up your sun is or where it is or what's going on outside the dome or outside the wall. I mean,
It's not an accurate theory. You don't know what 95% of it is. So
well, you guys don't even know where you are in the whole. I mean, where is the flat Earth in this void? I mean,
what void?
Well, I'm just saying that's exactly what is outside. I mean, you don't. So I'm saying you're criticizing the globe model because we're still learning about the universe, but we have actual science that can predict, make excellent predictions, can build all the technology
Bro,
you see
come on,
around you. I'm just saying we got.
Don't make this weird, Brian. Don't make it weird, bro. You don't have any predictions, man. They were all wrong. So it's all good.
They're all wrong.
You don't have 95% of the universe even theoretically explained. You don't have all kinds of perfect
I
predictions.
told you that that's large scale effects within our inertial system of the solar system and the Earth. What we have works very well, provably.
Okay, it was actually designed after we saw what they allegedly claim happened. All right, so the Boston Runner says, I don't know if this is a question. It says, Austin speaking truth about the place we live. Anyone that can't see that has to first set aside what they think they know to actually research the deceptions launched at all of us over time. It can be scary at first, but peace and freedom do come. Okay, and that's not really a question, but thank you very much for the generous donation, the Boston Runner. That was very nice. Thank you, Dave, for the $10 donation. Dylan Schumacher says, what causes wind? Same as clouds? I don't know who the question's for. He's asking you.
It's fluid dynamics. I mean, it's temperature, pressure, a lot of things like that. I mean, it's a very complex. I mean, we definitely have a very complex atmosphere. There's no question about it. Okay. With water and land. And I mean, just a lot of factors go into that.
Do you agree clouds are electrostatic?
I don't think no, they're not just electrostatic. They produce, like you said, through you weren't totally incorrect with the friction, the way that the charges will get. I mean, that is correct, but it doesn't mean that the clouds themselves are electrostatic. The clouds are made of water vapor but the friction will create the
Create what?
But it doesn't mean that that's the downward acceleration. Just because we have electrostatics on the Earth doesn't mean that that's gravity or that that's where the downward acceleration comes from. I mean,
okay.
You need the evidence. Again, you need to have some studies or some evidence to.
Brian, do you remember I asked you this question like 20 times in this debate? Maybe 5, right? I said, so the only way you can have an electric gradient of equipotential values, right? 100 volts per meter, equipotential increase, electric gradient. Wait, is the only way you can have it is to have 2 Gaussian surfaces, one on the bottom and one on the top.
But it's not. I told you weren't even. I guess you weren't listening when I was explaining that it's only about 100 volts per meter for the first 120 meters. Okay, and this, by the way, is right from one of those Corona motor type of diagrams. It starts to drop off very quickly after that. And again, the conductive layer you're talking about is the ionosphere, which, by the way, if you go, you can find tons of studies to validate the ionosphere.
So the ionosphere is the second Gaussian surface.
Well, I wouldn't call. I mean, it's a highly conductive atmosphere.
Is it? But you agree you have to have 2 Gaussian surfaces, though.
So when you say what are you trying to say by Gaussian surface?
It can transfer or retain charge.
Okay, that's
a closed surface that transfers or.
That's like a highly conductive surface, wrapping around the globe. And
the ionosphere is a Surface.
It's not a surface; it's a layer of the atmosphere. I'm just saying.
It's all good.
It's a conductive. It's a very actually. It's not a surface. It's a very big. But I'm just saying when you get to the first part of the ionosphere, that's when the electric field starts to go. I mean, because it's when you got a conductor, the electric field goes to 0 in a conductor. You know that, right?
Yeah. Do you agree there's a downward electric flow on the Earth, though?
Actually, downward and upward all day long. It's going down and up and sideways across. Again, if you look at the global circuits, you'll see it's this whole up and down and sideways.
I don't believe in the globe, Brian. Stop saying globe. Richard Feynman says that it goes like many, many kilometers in the air. I don't know where you're getting this 120 meters thing.
No, it's he said 50 kilometer.
Okay, so then what are you talking about when you say 120 meters?
No, I
So
said
anyway-
at 120 meters, the 100 volts per meter approximation breaks down. I didn't say that it stops. I just say that it goes to like 50 volts per meter, then it goes to 30, and then it drops off to almost zero at about 50 kilometers.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
Your whole 100 volts per meter thing is only valid for the first 120 meters. I'm not saying it stops there. I'm just saying it starts to go down very quickly, and we know gravity goes down very slowly. So again, it just can't explain the downward acceleration. It just doesn't work.
If something's more dense, it goes down. Things that are less dense go up. That's the primary cause of the buoyant force. But what sets the up and down vector is the downward electric force. It's all good because we would talk forever. Maybe we can have another conversation again. And I think.
Anyway, I think I got to.
All right, let me just read the last few off. Okay, so Dave says, please provide a direct measurement of curvature over a body of water, at least 10 miles, showing the 66 feet elevation drop. Just, you can answer real concisely.
I wasn't going to talk about curvature today.
Okay. He doesn't want to talk about curvature. It doesn't exist, Dave. Come on, man. How are you going to set him up like that? I'm just okay. Goldie says it's flat. Thank you for the $5. Give me the gravy, says Brian. Is there a chance you're wrong?
I don't think so. No.
No chance.
You think that bars people from
the Earth is flat? I mean, I don't know. I'm not wrong. I mean, it's definitely not flat. I just have too much evidence. I can't. I mean.
So there's no chance.
There's no chance. I mean, based on what I know, there's no chance. No, it just can't.
Well, you can never learn anything new if you think you already know it. No one goes looking for something they think they already know, right? All right. But the Boston Runner says that things in the sky are spiritual in nature, not rocks and gas we can go visit. Do you not realize that? The CGI images of planets in space are not real at all.
Actually, I've had a telescope, and what you guys call these images of planets is bokeh. You know that, right? It's out of focus photography.
That's what they say, but digital is different than analog, and it seems to show a different spectrum of the light.
I've seen it with a telescope. I've seen Saturn as it looks.
That's analog.
It's not analog. It's with an actual telescope, not with a P900 camera.
Which is analog versus digital, yeah.
You think P900 cameras are meant for astronomy?
They're just digital pick up a different type of spectrum. So anyway, question the answers. You can see them way too clearly to just be out of focus. That's just a cop out. It's digital versus analog. Question and answer says, why don't we?
I can use a candle and I can use a candle behind a light source and create those same patterns with a candle.
Did you know that I can get a bunch of electrostatics and I can blow candles out with my fingers? Everything's electric. All right. Anyway, question the answer says, why don't we see complete different stars every 6 months? How can we see Mercury at night, Selenilian eclipse, and how do railguns work? It's not a conspiracy. It's compartmentalized ignorance, ultimately spiritual.
What do you mean? Around the ecliptic, we do see difference through the times of the year. We see along the equator, all the that's the basis of astrology. All the constellations are constantly changing throughout the year.
You're saying we would see all kinds of totally different set of stars every 6 months. We'd be looking the other way.
No. It's because we're rotating around the sun. That's why.
Okay. Yeah. So you'd be looking in a totally different part of space.
Wouldn't you be looking the opposite direction?
So I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's because we are orbiting the sun that we go through the different constellations throughout. But now the North Star, again, we can go on and on. Let's just.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. So yeah, he asked a few things. Selenilian eclipse, but anyway, this guy said what? Selenilian. So the sun's not actually there; it just looks like it's there.
Well, you understand with sunsets, you get refraction that the sun is already set, but you can see it after it's set because of refraction.
I understand that's what you claim, yeah.
No, that's light. You guys use refraction all the time. That's light bending, atmosphere. It's a well-known phenomenon that light bends through different media. I mean,
no, you can't prove that the sun's not where you see it. You just say that. So.
Well, I think I can prove it, but
the way they prove it is they take their equation and they say, according to the globe Earth math, it should be down beneath the earth. So it has to be refracted. Here's how much the difference is. It refracted this much. That's not proving anything.
Well, anyway, that at nighttime, you got to go through a lot more atmosphere because of the light's skimming through the whole atmosphere. So that's why you get a red sunset, because the blue gets scattered and filtered out because that's why there is more refraction at night, because you're going through a lot more atmosphere. when the
All
sun
right.
is setting.
Angel asked me, why does the weight change at the equator? I think we're within a vortex of an ether field, and I think that there is actually a translation of motion from the sky, and within that ether vortex, based on your altitude and your positioning out from the center, you would have a difference in downward pressure.
Show some evidence for that. I'd like to see the evidence.
I have the same evidence you do. You just claim it's gravity that can't be proven.
It can be proved. It's a centrifugal force. It's very well measurable. It's very simple to calculate, actually.
Okay, so when you say measure and calculation, those are two different things. Obviously, you just beg the question
You
and
can
assume
take
it's there.
scale. You can take a scale and measure and weigh things at the equator, and you'll see exactly they correspond to what the centrifugal acceleration of a sphere gives. Yes, they do.
Once again, even Einstein would tell you that the centrifugal and Coriolis effects observed on the Earth could be because the sky is moving around a stationary Earth. I don't know why you keep ignoring that. So
That's
anyway,
not evidence, though. That's just a quote.
that's what your belief is also. You have the same quote unquote evidence. You interpret it one way, and then you pretend there's no other explanation as proof. And I'm explaining to you that even Einstein himself says that's not true.
Okay, if he says that quote and you believe it, you got to supply the evidence to show that it does that.
You provide the evidence that it's the Earth spinning.
Well, I did. I mean, I gave
No,
you
my point is Einstein explains that all the stuff that you proposed would happen if the Earth was stationary and the sky was moving around it.
Well, you know, one of the quotes from Einstein, he actually said that's preposterous. He says, "Since I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical instrument." So you guys say that, but then you forget to leave out.
Yeah, he
the thing-
follows it up with, but we were moving around the sun.
right through the revolving around the sun. Right.
That's not evidence. That's him just saying that.
Begging the question, just
Exactly. But you guys are putting out quotes like that's kind of quotes are not evidence. I agree. I'm just
but
saying.
you still use relativity. The person that wrote it says applying relativity, you would get the same effects. I don't understand. I don't think you're listening or not trying. The person that gave you your belief system of relativity, he said that according to relativity, which you still use to this day, according to it, if the sky was moving around the Earth, you'd get all the same effects.
One quote. I mean, Leonard Susskind has said, "Well,
there's dozens of quotes."
I mean, Leonard Susskind gave a little idea of a big, thick, flat Earth, and if it was 7 miles thick, you could calculate the gravitational would work for a while. But it doesn't mean that he believes the Earth is flat. He's just
Brian, you should go to our Flat Earth Summit, bro. TEMMS.live. You should go check it out, man. You can use What's it 50 as your coupon code, or Jaren 50. Yeah, and you can just come check it out. Virtual online summit.
Other questions? I just want to make sure because I got to.
Okay, yeah, sure. I think this maybe is the last one. Thank you for being here. Don't be too close. He said at Bryant, thank you for being here. Don't be too close-minded.
No, I'm not close-minded.
Then someone said, why haven't constellations changed in all the years?
They have.
He says they have changed. Okay.
Well, we can talk about that.
Yeah, he says doesn't want to talk about curvature. I don't blame him.
Well, again, I mean, I just don't want to get it because we're gonna end up talking for a half an hour.
Fair enough.
We'll get.
But again, if you want to make that a topic for next time, I'll prepare for that topic.
Cool, Brian. Don't you feel like this was pretty cordial overall, and then everyone got to kind of talk, and there was.
I like it. I like this format. It's very nice.
Cool. So thank you for coming on, man. I think it went pretty good overall. I think it kind of got like a little worked up maybe here and there, but hopefully everyone got to hear both sides relevant to the subject, and they can make up their own mind. And maybe we can do it again in the future. We can chat maybe.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate you guys bringing me on. And I mean, it was fun. It got heated, but I still enjoy, sharing my side of the truth. And as a former physics teacher, I just like people to be excited about science because you can actually build, make, and do a lot of wonderful things with science. It's not just about accepting a philosophy we can apply it to actual engineering and building things.
Sure. I agree. I think science is great.
Cool. All right, man.
All right. Much love, man. Thanks for coming on.
Much love, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Later.
Bye-bye.
All right, brother.
That's
Thanks
fun.
for doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
just got another super chat.
Hard with people like that.
What?
It's hard with people like that because he's just not going to see it. So he doesn't realize that he just keeps going to the same well, and the centrifugal force. And again, these things have been set up for them, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, what can you do, man? I got this. Let's see what this says. Philosophical bias is the one bias that science cannot avoid. Peer-reviewed, Frederick Anderson. You dropped a peer-reviewed quote just a little late. He just left. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
It's brilliant that they came up with this idea that if you give them all the truth first, or so-called truth, that then anybody trying to come and say that that's a lie is required to provide the new proof. Like, we're supposed to complete in 5 years what governments took 350 years, kings and queens money, government money, sending out ships full of thousands of people to map coastlines. How the hell would we do that?
It's crazy, man.
It's literally impossible for us to do what he wants us to do.
I really like your adoption analogy. I've been saying it a lot. Like I ruffled through my parents' closet, found some adoption papers. Yeah, I'm like, hey, Jaron, guess what, bro? My whole life has been a lie. I just found out I'm adopted.
Nope. Who's your real family?
I don't know who my real family is yet. I'm just trying to.
Too bad that's your mom and dad. Go deal with them.
No, bro, it's the paper. I have the evidence right here. It's their adopted.
Your family raises you fine. They raised you fine, right?
But they're not my real parents. That's all I'm saying.
Food. It works. You can still live a life. Then it's fine. You're fine.
Okay.
It works well.
So until I figure out my real parents, they're still my real parents, even though I have proof that they're not my real parents.
It works, right? You have a bed to sleep in and you get food. Then
how's it going to change my life anyway, right?
Classic.
That's what. I think it really elucidates
same
the problem.
thing. That's what they want. I love the answer. If you tell somebody you're flat earth, they're just like, wait, how does the whole universe work then?
Yeah. Oh, you don't know? Got you, you stupid flurf.
I knew you didn't know anything.
Yeah, so it's wild.
Funny stuff.
Well, cool. Thanks for doing that, man.
Duck out.
Yeah. All right, much love, brother. We'll hang out soon, of course.
All right, yeah, we got a lot to do. Talk to you later. Peace.
Peace out, bro. All right, thank you guys for kicking it. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Checkmate flurf. Yeah, it's a funny meme. Cool. Yeah, like I said, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Slam dunk. Oh, thanks. When did you actually find out you were adopted? I'm not adopted. It's all relative. Yeah. Missed it. What's it? However he spinned it, I'm sure you wind it. Look at this guy got bars out here, bro. Missed it. What's it? However he spinned it, I'm sure you wind it. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Much love. All right, cool. So I'm going to go get a little bite to eat. It's kind of late. Thanks for kicking it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Basically, my summary of the situation is you saw how it goes. I mean, no one really ever answers the questions directly. Yeah, there's a downward electric gradient on the Earth, bro. And electrostatics is what holds all matter together. Everything that exists is electrostatic. And there's no evidence that the Earth is spinning. There's no evidence that it's curving. There's no evidence that you can have pressure next to a vacuum. Where gravity claims to be the strongest on the surface, it would fill the vacuum violently. How's it going to go where gravity's weaker beside a vacuum? And then, so anyway, thank you guys for kicking it. I'm going to plug Flattoberfest. So you can go to, that's an in-person event. Kai and I will be debating flatearthfestivals.com. And then you can use the code WITSIT10 to get a discount. And then also, I'll drop the links. You can go to temms.live. Wait, I actually don't remember what it is. Yeah, temms.live. That is the True Earth Mount Meru Summit. And you can use the coupon code WITSIT50 to get 50% off. And that's a cool little online summit. We have epic speakers. I think we'll be dropping another announcement here soon. So, yeah, hope you guys enjoyed it. And we'll try to do more stuff like that. I saw some people become members. Shout out to all the people that became members. Thank you guys. That was epic. I saw like 5 or 6 of you guys become members. So thank you all. And then we will be doing some stuff that's member only perk in the future. I think I got some more debates. I'm trying to get like the NASA guy to come on to do like an interview. And I'm trying to have set up some more credentialed physicists and astrophysicists and astronomers debates. I think we're going to try to do something like that more often. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. And yeah, cool. Thanks for kicking it. Seek and speak truth unequivocally, and the weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So don't worry about what other people think. Like sometimes the truth seems crazy at first. The more you start to really look into it, you find out, like, for example, with the Earth, it's a house of cards. Like the Earth is not a spinning ball that's tilted, wobbling, going around the sun in a vacuum. All the evidence shows us the opposite. And then like even the people that brought it to you will tell you, oh, it's just a philosophy because we don't think it makes sense that the Earth could be special and unique in its positioning in the sky. Well, that's a weirdo philosophy. Don't put it on to me like it's science. And so think for yourself, bro. Don't let people make their own philosophies and then force them onto you. You're allowed to make your own philosophical decisions and determine your own worldview in life. And that's really why I talk about the Earth specifically. That's why I do this. I want them to realize it was a philosophy put onto you. the idea that the earth is a sphere comes from the idea that, for one, Democritus, a Greek philosopher, said everything's comprised of indivisible little atoms or spheres. And then it moved to, oh, the sky must be full of spheres. Oh, the earth must be a sphere because the perfect shape is a sphere. That's literally where this all started from. The perfect shape is a sphere, so the earth must be a sphere. And then it turned into, Copernican principle, the earth has to be going around the sun in this gigantic universe because it can't be a special, unique position because that would mean it's created. And that's weird. So there you go. If you want to support the channel or you enjoy the debate and want to help a brother out a little bit, I could use it at the moment quite a bit. $ Witsit Gets It on Cash App, or you can go to paypal.me/inaworld. You can also join to become a member down below. You can go to patreon.com/witsitgetsit. And so that'll be greatly appreciated. If anyone goes to $ Witsit Gets It on Cash App or paypal.me/inaworld, I'll read the donations off in the next stream. I'll plan on doing a stream tomorrow. So until then, hope you guys enjoyed it. You know, if you get reviled for speaking the truth, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Normally what's popular is not true, and the truth is not popular. So it's all good. That just kind of comes with the territory. So you should kind of understand that's going to happen if you're actually representing the truth. So until next time, I'll catch up with you guys later. Peace.
Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?